Apocalypse tails left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
This damaged tank could only manage about 30 miles per hour at best. Keeping it would just be a burden, but simply discarding it feels a bit wasteful. Moreover, Chen wanted to modify the appearance of the underworld chariot, turning it into a doomsday fortress. System project the 3D models of the underworld chariot and that Type 99A tank. Understood, host. With a soft hum, a translucent blue projection appeared before Chen, visible only to him. Chen's thoughts acted like a sculptor's knife, beginning to reshape the projection boldly. After a long while, the newly transformed Doomsday Fortress was completed. The height of the vehicle body was increased by more than double, raised from the height of a Humvee to nearly 2 stories high. The cabin structure was no longer a single compartment, but was divided into 2 layers. At the same time, a front-driving command cabin, a central core living power cabin, and a rear multifunctional storage cabin were expanded. The original 4 wheels were completely removed. In their place were 2 wide tracks resembling a tank. However, they were much larger than tank tracks. In the end, the projection no longer depicted a Humvee, but a steel behemoth that seemed to have emerged from the wasteland. Chen examined the all-new Doomsday Fortress projection, nodding in satisfaction. System, how many kill points are needed to transform the underworld chariot into this form and integrate that Type 99A tank? Plan confirmed. Exterior reformation and basic structure integration will consume 2,500 kill points. To endow the newly added common materials with artifact traits will require 10000 kill points. Total consumption 12500 kill points. Should the upgrade transformation proceed? Yes. Chen did not hesitate. For someone with over 50,000 kill points, this price was entirely acceptable. Transforming the appearance and integrating the tank itself does not require much kill points, as there are already existing materials here. The real expense is what the system mentioned, endowing the merged common steel materials with artifact traits. This is the crux of the matter. Command received, consuming 12500 kill points. Upgrading the underworld chariot 235958. It will take 24 hours. After a day, the underworld chariot will transform into a doomsday fortress. Light rain began to fall from the sky. Chen returned to the vehicle and started planning for his trip to Xiang City tomorrow. Currently, the sequence members in the convoy, including Little Black, total 5. Along with Chocolate, the little mouse, there are 6 sequences in total. It seems like quite a few, but among them only 3 are combat sequences. Moreover, the high-end combat power is only himself. Xiang City, as a prefecture-level city close to the provincial capital before the apocalypse, has a population exceeding 1 million. It can be said to be the largest city Chen has encountered since the apocalypse. He is currently a 3rd-tier sequence, but he cannot take such risks. This is not Chen being cowardly. At present, he lacks neither kill points nor supplies for the convoy, so there is no need to take unnecessary risks. The timing for this operation needs to be changed. He might as well wait until he advances to a 4th-tier sequence before taking action. Chen has a feeling that he is getting closer to the 4th-tier sequence. If he continues to cultivate at the current speed, Chen will likely advance to a 4th-tier sequence in about a week. By then, his strength will see a substantial increase, and the safety of entering Xiang City for harvest will also improve. The rain fell heavier, and Chen listened to the white noise outside the vehicle, beginning his daily cultivation. Meanwhile, more than 180 kilometers away from the Great Love Convoy, a convoy of about 100 people was rapidly heading towards Xiang City. At the head of the convoy, a Dodge Ram pickup truck led the way, positioned at the very front as the lead vehicle. In the driver's seat of this pickup sat a woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s with delicate features and a cascade of jet black hair tied behind her head, revealing a smooth forehead. This woman was named Suzuki Kanako, a native of Yokohama in Japan. Having traveled to China for tourism before the apocalypse, she had been stranded on this continent, unable to return to her homeland. Fortunately, after the outbreak, Suzuki Kanako awakened a sequence ability, the Fortune Sequence. This sequence ability allowed one to perceive the flow of luck to a certain extent. By setting a goal, Suzuki Kanako could sense whether the actions taken to achieve it would be fortunate or not. Thus, she could evade calamities and anomalies. It was precisely through this ability that Suzuki Kanako had survived the apocalypse. Not only that, but it also enabled her to form her own team in the post-apocalyptic world, the Storm-Eating Convoy. Crackle. A walkie-talkie inside the Dodge Ram crackled to life. Captain Suzuki, I don't understand. Why are we traveling hundreds of kilometers to reach Xiang City? On the other end of the walkie-talkie, inside an ordinary off-road vehicle, sat a man with a pallid complexion. The man was named He Chuan, a local Chinese native. He had awakened the touch of gold sequence. He could use his sequence ability to transform any non-living matter he touched, such as soil, stone, or wood. into an equal volume of basic nutritious food. However, the shape and taste of the transformed food were indescribable. Though non-toxic and filling, it was extremely unpalatable. Not only was it hard to swallow, but its odor was also foul, making one feel as if they were eating excrement. So, he himself generally avoided it. Chuan's voice carried a hint of confusion. Under Suzuki Kanako's fortune sequence leadership, the entire convoy had no shortage of supplies. Though they couldn't yet consume resources at will, there was no need to travel across an entire province to collect supplies in Xiang City. Wasn't this a pointless endeavor? Were they treating post-apocalyptic survival as a sightseeing trip? Before Suzuki Kanako could speak, another man's voice erupted from the walkie-talkie, speaking in broken Chinese. Chuan Kuan-yu, mind your words. Miss Suzuki's orders are not for you to question. The speaker was a stocky man with a mustache seated in another pickup truck. This man was named Tanaka Ichiro, also a Japanese native. He was the most loyal guardian of the Suzuki family from the great Japanese Empire. As a power-worshipping citizen of Sakura country and an awakened ninja sequence user, he held nothing but disdain for such a weak Chinese man. The other's sequence ability within the relatively resource-rich storm-eating convoy seemed utterly useless. The materialized items were so repulsive that even the ordinary survivors in the convoy wouldn't touch them, let alone the sequence users themselves. Such a worthless sequence user was beneath Tanaka Ichiro's contempt. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Chuan seemed choked, replying stiffly, "Tanaka, what do you mean? I just want to understand the situation. Nearly 100 people in this convoy have traveled this far. There must be a reason. What if ahead? Enough Hezen." Suzuki Kanako's crisp voice rang out calmly, quelling the dispute on the walkie-talkie. "I have my own arrangements for this operation. No further questions are needed. I entrust this to you, Hezen." Though Chuan's sequence ability seemed somewhat useless when supplies were abundant, Suzuki Kanako, as a leader, naturally understood its strategic significance. Such an ability might not be needed daily, but in critical moments it could be a lifesaver. Ordinary survivors might shun it when food was plentiful. Yet when starvation loomed, they would curse the food's taste while tearfully devouring the life-saving rations that Chuan conjured. Chuan's sequence ability was more like a final safeguard against starvation in extreme desperation. The walkie-talkie fell silent. Chuan's voice faded and Tanaka Ichiro seemed about to speak, but Suzuki Kanako had already ended the call. "Why head to Xiang City?" Suzuki Kanako's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. She herself didn't know the exact answer. Yet days ago, her fortune sequence ability had conveyed an irresistible urge. Xiang City. She had to go to Xiang City. There was something there, a certain opportunity critically linked to her very existence. Felt like a missing piece of a puzzle lost in that place called Xiang City. If she didn't find that piece, she would remain incomplete. This sensation was both vividly clear and vaguely elusive, like the pull of a thread of fate. Suzuki Kanako had unwavering faith in her sequence ability. It was through this guidance of destiny that she had evaded countless anomalies and calamities in the apocalypse while building this convoy. This time, despite the lack of concrete information, she had to go to Xiang City, even though the city was perilous. Suzuki Kanako took a deep breath, the damp cold air filling her lungs and slightly calming the turmoil within her. The storm-eating convoy pressed on through the torrential rain, advancing towards Xiang City. The rain gradually subsided and a pale dawn broke on the distant horizon. At the camp of the Great Love Convoy, survivors huddled in tents, sheltering from the wind and rain. Inside a tall Hummer, Chen's consciousness slowly withdrew from the practice of the void-breathing technique. Having cultivated through the night, he felt no fatigue but rather grew more spirited. The power of the extraordinary. How wonderful! Chen's relaxed brow instantly furrowed. A convoy was approaching Xiang City. The Great Love Convoy was currently positioned south of Xiang City. That other convoy was approaching from the northeast, less than 40 kilometers away from Xiang City. 3 sequence users, but all at the second tier of sequence, and they dared to collect supplies in Xiang City. Typically, convoys avoided targeting cities for resource gathering. Though cities held more supplies than towns, they were far more dangerous. Chen didn't dwell on it. As long as they weren't heading straight for his convoy's camp, there was no need for concern. Xiang City's urban area was vast, and the other convoy had only about 100 people. Nothing to fear. On the other side, the Lancia convoy halted 30 kilometers from Xiang City. Kanako Suzuki stood beside the Dodge Ram, pick up the cold rain lashing her face, yet it could not extinguish the turmoil within her heart. She closed her eyes, fully activating the power of her fortune sequence. The intense sensation of being pulled grew even clearer. It's inside Xiang City. Kanako Suzuki was certain. She swiftly mapped out the route to Xiang City in her mind, and her fortune sequence power was simultaneously filtering the optimal directions and streets for entering the city. She evaded the perilous zones she sensed in the inscrutable void, an intangible route, one that existed only in theory, a path devoid of danger, took shape within her mind. Assemble. Kanako Suzuki opened her eyes, a flicker of resolve shining through. The weary survivors quickly gathered their faces, bearing varying degrees of fear towards the city ahead. I've decided to enter Xiang City to gather supplies, Kanako Suzuki declared without preamble, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those willing to follow, prepare yourselves. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then stirred with murmurs. Captain, our supplies can still last a while. My supplies can hold out, so am not going. Right, the city is too dangerous. So many aberrations. Over 90% of the survivors had fear and refusal etched on their faces. In the post-apocalyptic struggle for survival, temporary safety was paramount. They trusted Kanako Suzuki's abilities, but not enough to gamble their lives in a place they knew was a den of peril. Kanako Suzuki understood their fear. Not to mention these ordinary people, even her own heart was pounding with anxiety. This was a city after all. As someone who had barely escaped one at the dawn of the apocalypse, she knew all too well the horrors within. The woman turned to look at Ichiro Tanaka, the most loyal follower dog of the Suzuki family. This faithful hound caught her gaze and immediately stepped forward, declaring, wherever Miss Suzuki goes, Tanaka will follow to the death. His declaration carried his usual fanaticism and disdain for the people of Xia Kingdom. In the end, only 6 ordinary survivors were willing to accompany Kanako Suzuki. They placed great trust in Kanako Suzuki's sequence ability. After all, since joining this beautiful captain, almost no survivors had died during supply runs. They believed this time would be the same, that they would return with overflowing gains. Mr. Kanako Suzuki looked at the pale-faced Hechuan. The convoy is in your hands. Well, return as soon as possible. I'm counting on you. Hechuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but seeing the steadfast determination in Kanako Suzuki's eyes, he could only nod heavily. There was still a considerable distance to Xiang City. Aberrations shouldn't detect the living aura here in the short term. There were no prolonged farewells. Kanako Suzuki, Ichiro Tanaka, and the 6 survivors squeezed into 2 small, simply reinforced off-road vehicles. These cars were better suited for navigating within the city. Mr. Tanaka, I'm counting on you. Kanako Suzuki gave a slight nod to Ichiro Tanaka beside her. Ichiro Tanaka's gaze swiftly swept over the woman's graceful figure, a hint of fervor flashing across his face. Hi. I pledge my loyalty to the Suzuki family. As his words fell, Ichiro Tanaka's hands moved swiftly through hand seals, and an obscure wave of energy radiated from within him. Formless shadows coiled around the 2 off-road vehicles. Those inside felt a sudden dimness, as if enshrouded by a thin veil of darkness. This was one of Ichiro Tanaka's ninja sequence abilities, effectively masking the aura of the living. Entering Xiang City required stealth. Any unnecessary noise would mean certain death. 30 kilometers was not far. The 2 off-road vehicles quickly reached the outskirts of Xiang City. Turn left quickly. Kanako Suzuki's heart leaped as she whispered urgently to the survivor driving. The car swerved sharply into a narrow alley. The moment they rushed in, an aberration resembling a giant fly, its compound eyes flashing with ominous red light, swept past the rooftop of the main road they had just left. Go straight, 3rd intersection to the right, don't stop. The woman's voice was taut, cold sweat beating on her temples. Her fortune sequence screamed warnings. Danger and aberrations surrounded them from all directions. Though they had masked their living aura, aberrations were not blind. 2 such large vehicles, if spotted, would surely lead to their doom. Fortunately, both off-road vehicles had an electric drive mode. Otherwise, the engine noise of a gasoline car would have attracted the aberrations. Kanako Suzuki closed her eyes. The pulling sensation was still there just ahead. Finally, after countless twists and turns and cautious driving for what felt like an eternity, the vehicles finally stopped at the back door of a large chain supermarket. It's here. The feeling is very close. Mr. Tanaka, please hold on a little longer. The back door was slightly ajar, revealing a scene of utter chaos inside through the gap. Her fortune sequence told her that entering this area now carried an acceptable level of risk. Everyone out. Collect as many supplies as possible in 5 minutes. Move quietly and quickly. Under the aura of concealment maintained by Ichiro Tanaka, the 6 survivors swiftly scrambled out of the vehicles. They pried open the back door with maximum speed and minimal noise. Inside the supermarket, there were no aberrations. The survivors lunged like starving wolves, dashing towards the shelves and frantically stuffing everything they could carry into their backpacks. However, Kanako Suzuki's mind was entirely on something else. The craving within her heart pulled her, and she walked straight towards the back of a shelf. There a pure white light hovered silently. It was a white orb no bigger than a baby's fist. This is it. The woman's heart pounded wildly. This white light was what had been drawing her all along. Almost without thinking, Kanako Suzuki reached out and grasped it. She trusted her sequence ability. It wouldn't lead her astray. The moment Kanako Suzuki picked up the white orb, a scream of agony rang out. The head of the nearest survivor vanished. Not an explosion, not a cut. It simply disappeared, everything above the neck turning into a void of nothingness. Warm blood sprayed out, drenching the face and head of another survivor nearby, who was now screaming in terror. In the center of the supermarket, an aberration had materialized without warning. The appearance of this aberration was like a mass. No, it was simply indescribable. The very existence of this aberration seemed to radiate a chaotic sensation that shattered one's sanity. Could this be a rule aberration? Had that white orb just now been the trigger condition? Kanako Suzuki felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. This time, it seemed her own sequence ability had terribly betrayed her. Ghost! A ghost! Help! Another survivor stared in terror at the indescribable entity, then turned and fled. His body kept charging forward, but his head abruptly vanished, leaving only a headless corpse stumbling a few steps forward by inertia. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. "Miss Suzuki, go!" Tanaka Ichiro roared, unleashing the full power of his ninja sequence. He charged directly at the indescribable horror. Then Tanaka Ichiro's head vanished. However, no blood spurted from his headless body. Instead, an ordinary survivor not far away instantly fell to the ground. His head was gone. Tanaka Ichiro's headless form disappeared, and his figure rematerialized. This was one of the ninja sequence's abilities, substitution jutsu exchange. When suffering a fatal attack, it automatically swaps positions with any object within 10 meters. It can only be used once per day, and the replacement target must be marked in advance. The target also has its rules. If it's an inanimate object, there are no restrictions. But if it's a living being, it must be weaker than oneself. The moment Tanaka Ichiro shouted, he had already marked that unfortunate survivor. In that brief instant, Suzuki Kanako also rushed to the supermarket entrance. She leaped into the off-road vehicle with a crow-style jump. Simultaneously, Tanaka Ichiro transformed into a wisp of breeze and appeared directly in the passenger seat of the SUV. This was the sequence branch Tanaka Ichiro had chosen, the ninja sequence's second turn wind escape technique branch. It allows the body to become elemental, but the duration is very short, usually only used as a last resort trump card. Without any hesitation, Suzuki Kanako floored the accelerator and sped onto the city's main road. Through the rearview mirror, she saw the remaining 3 survivors being disintegrated by an invisible force. The bizarre rule-bound figure flowed at the supermarket entrance but chose not to pursue. Or perhaps some rule restricted it from leaving the supermarket's bounds. But this didn't mean they were safe. The commotion had almost alerted all the nearby horrors. Ha! Scree! From every direction on the street, countless spine-chilling howls erupted instantly. Countless horrors like sharks catching the scent of blood swarmed out from dilapidated buildings and dark alleys. Endlessly, in just a few breaths, no fewer than 10 horrors appeared. Although their strength was around the first turn, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Tanaka Ichiro had isolated the living aura within the vehicle, so the distant horrors shouldn't be attracted. But for the ones right before them, it was practically useless. After all, they weren't blind. Even if they couldn't sense it, they could see a few living people right in front of them. Tanaka Ichiro climbed from the passenger seat onto the roof, constantly repelling the horrors that tried to pounce. But the horrors only grew in number. At this rate, they would surely die in this fragrant city. "Miss Suzuki, where is the way out? A way out, where is the way out?" Suzuki Kanako, while flooring the accelerator, used her sequence ability to seek a way out. In the chaotic perception, almost every direction was shrouded in the blood-red hue of death. It's over this time, they would likely die for real. Suzuki Kanako felt unwilling. If given a choice, who would want to die? Moreover, she had only just obtained the white light she so desperately craved. She hadn't even figured out the secrets within it. Even if she had to die, Suzuki Kanako wanted to die with understanding. It was like someone winning the lottery only to face death the moment the prize was announced. No one could accept it. In this moment of utter despair, the guidance of her fortune sequence seemed to take a turn. The east, southwest, and north were still shrouded in blood light. But amidst the suffocating despair, the blood light in the south seemed somewhat thinner, revealing a faint, barely perceptible glimmer of hope. South, head south. Suzuki Kanako's heart jolted. She sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, steering the vehicle southward. What was over there? Could it be more terrifying than the horrors? Suzuki Kanako didn't want to think about that. She couldn't afford to. All she knew now was that survival lay that way. At the Great Love Convoy camp inside the Humvee, Gu Chun pressed down on Yen Shui's slender waist, concluding his morning exercise. The young lady was already exhausted and limp, while Gu Chun felt even more refreshed. This little life was quite enjoyable. Gu Chun leaned back in his seat, enjoying Ai Sierra's attentive cleaning. Hiss. Something's wrong? Gu Chun, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. Someone, no, a horror, was approaching the convoy. Gu Chun carefully sensed the specifics. Over a dozen horrors were frantically chasing 2 sequence users. These 2. Are they from that other convoy? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Humph, bringing trouble to my doorstep. He slowly stood up, the intangible spatial energy around him rippling like water. Master! Ai Sierra, who was wiping Gu Chen's sweat, looked up with slight confusion. A horror is coming. Get ready. As his words fell, Gu Chen's figure vanished from inside the vehicle and reappeared on the Humvee's roof. Everyone stay alert. We have guests arriving with a large batch of gifts. Gu Chen's voice clearly reached every survivor in the camp. Everyone instantly became vigilant. Hong Yuan's figure silently melted into the shadows. Ai Sierra also appeared on the roof, golden flames flickering around her. Little Blackie turned its hollow gaze toward the northeast, its ashen bone hand tightening with a faint click. As for Yen Shui, well, she had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. She was just a support sequence anyway, so let her sleep. Before long, Gu Chun saw an off-road vehicle appear on the horizon. Behind the vehicle were 6 horrors. 2 of them were at the second turn, while the rest were around the first turn. As Gu Chun saw them, they naturally spotted the Great Love Convoy's people. Yash, it's a Chinaman convoy. Tanaka Ichiro felt a surge of joy. With so many people, there must be plenty of sequence users. He was already covered in wounds, his aura weak. Chased by those horrors for over 10 kilometers, he had killed 5, including 1 at the second turn. Surviving was pure luck. Suzuki Kanako's eyes also gleamed with hope. The people of Xia country were known for their kindness and benevolence. After all, even the old seniors who committed such crimes in Xia country were allowed to return to their homeland. Surely they would extend a helping hand now, wouldn't they? Sir, please lend us your aid. Save us. She shouted with all her might to the man on the Humvee roof who looked like a sovereign. Upon hearing her broken Xia country dialect, Gu Chun paused for a moment, then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yash, a Japanese woman, people from the Xia Kingdom, the Baizi Kingdom, and the Sakura Kingdom. Although these 3 nations belong to the same race, Gu Chun can still distinguish them by their facial features and speaking tones. Moreover, this skill is not unique to Gu Chun. The vast majority of people from the Xia Kingdom can do it too. Gu Chen's original plan was to kill this group of aberrations. After all, regardless of the reason, it is a fact that the aberrations were drawn to him, although these aberrations are not much of a threat to Gu Chen's current strength. However, this behavior still feels quite uncomfortable. But upon seeing that it was a Japanese woman, Gu Chun changed his mind. To kill her like this would be too lenient, wouldn't it? He came up with a more entertaining idea. As for what that idea is, what would happen to a beautiful Japanese woman when she falls into the hands of an old lecher like Gu Chun? Oh dear, how hard it is to guess. People feel an inexplicable thrill when doing bad things, as if they would never tire of it. Just like those things done by the little Japanese back in the day. They would never feel bored, only becoming more and more reckless, enjoying themselves without restraint. Now it was merely a role reversal, and Gu Chun had become the criminal. In the distance, Suzuki Kanako suddenly frowned. Why does she suddenly have a bad premonition? She clearly was about to be rescued. She looked at Gu Chen's handsome face and her hair stood on end. Was this a warning from the fate sequence? Was she to be wary of that man? The feeling this man gave her seemed even more terrifying than the aberrations. Before she could think further, she saw that the man and 2 stunning women had already made their move. Gu Chun casually raised his hand and lightly swiped at the rear of the speeding off-road vehicle. Puff, 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 puff. A series of spine-chilling dull sounds echoed. Suzuki Kanako and Tanaka Ichiro both looked back in confusion. What was that sound? In the next moment, the confusion on their faces turned into terror. They saw those persistent aberrations, unable to even scream, being sliced in half by an invisible force. Clearly, they were not going to survive. Hong Yuan's figure suddenly flashed out from a shadow, confronting the only second-tier aberration. Bind with shadow threads form a prison. Hong Yuan cried out, and the formless shadow beneath the aberration transformed into invisible threads, binding it tightly. The aberration struggled frantically, but the shadow threads only tightened more and more. This was the new skill Hong Yuan had acquired: shadow sequence shadow binding technique. Controlling shadows as if they were an extension of oneself, binding the enemy. AI Sierra was also not idle. She hovered in midair, her splendid fiery wings unfurled like a judgment angel. She pressed down with her delicate hand, Vermilion Bird Li Hua Burning City. Accompanied by a sharp command, an even more condensed golden flame cascaded down like a waterfall, dousing the bound aberration. Sizzle! Unlike the explosion of burning ordinary matter, when the Vermilion Bird's Li Hua came into contact with the aberration's energy, it directly dispelled the dark energy surrounding it. The body of the aberration, made of resentment and negative energy, was rapidly purified by the Li Hua, and the aberration's violent aura visibly weakened. In just a few moments, this originally fierce second-tier aberration was burned to the point of leaving only a dim, shadowy outline. It no longer had the strength to roar, only displaying feeble spasms of instinct. The two women chose not to kill the aberration after all. They were still waiting for Gu Chen to make the final harvest. AI Sierra retracted her blazing golden flames and gracefully landed beside Gu Chen, a smile gracing her face. Master, it's done. The survivors of the convoy were already dumbfounded. They had witnessed Gu Chen's power and seen AI Sierra and Hong Yuan in action. But such a tacit and swift cooperation, especially the deliberate act of severely injuring a powerful aberration for the captain, still brought them a strong visual shock. They looked at Gu Chen's back, filled with fear and submission. A real man should be like this. Among the crowd, an unnamed middle-aged man looked at Gu Chen's powerful strength and the stunning beauty beside him, silently clenching his fists. This is how a man should be. Not far away, the off-road vehicle had already come to a stop. Suzuki Kanako and Tanaka Ichiro were left utterly stunned. They had killed aberrations before, but they had never seen such a method of killing. What was the difference from killing a chicken? No, it was even simpler than killing a chicken. Killing a chicken still requires catching it and bleeding it out, but to kill an aberration, all one needed was to raise a hand. Suddenly, a very faint cracking sound brought everyone's thoughts back. The body of the second-tier aberration began to gradually turn to nothingness. Just like that, it dissipated silently into the air, as if it had never existed. Ding! Killed second-tier aberration, 12000 points of slaughter value. After doing all this, Gu Chen's gaze finally fell on the off-road vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Suzuki Kanako looked at Gu Chen's teasing smile and couldn't help but shiver. Now, if I run away, is it still too late? Injured Tanaka Ichiro jumped off the roof of the car, forcing himself to stand upright despite the pain. He looked at Gu Chen with eyes filled with fear and admiration. As a Japanese man who idolized strength, Tanaka Ichiro was best at being a dog to the strong. But once his own strength exceeded that of the strong, he had submitted to he would turn into a vicious wolf and viciously bite them to death. This was the default setting for the Japanese. Tanaka Ichiro took a few steps forward and respectfully addressed Gu Chen in awkward Xia language, arigato. I am Tanaka Ichiro, and this is Miss Suzuki Kanako. Thank you for saving us. His words were abruptly cut off. A spatial cut silently grazed Tanaka Ichiro's neck. With a gurgle, his head, with a buzz cut, rolled off his neck, still bearing the frozen expression of Tanaka Ichiro. Warm blood gushed from the severed neck, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Tanaka Ichiro was dead. The camp fell silent. No one expected Gu Chen to act so decisively. Gu Chen didn't even glance at the headless corpse, and merely glanced at Suzuki Kanako in the vehicle. Get down. Suzuki Kanako's teeth were chattering and her mind was blank. Tanaka-kun. Just like that, he died, not even finishing a single sentence. Yamit. Straining every ounce of strength, Kanako Suzuki managed to utter this sentence while gazing at the tall and handsome man before her. She wanted to escape, the accelerator was right beneath her foot. Yet reason told her that any sudden movement would lead her to meet the same fate as Tanaka Ichiro. Furthermore, the sequence of her fortune had also changed. The only way to survive now was to submit completely to this man before her. I said get down. Gu Chen's voice, akin to a demonic whisper, echoed once more. Kanako Suzuki trembled as she pushed open the car door, her legs weak, as she stood on the muddy ground, continuously swaying. It was no wonder she was so terrified. This man was simply too powerful enough to take one's breath away. Most people, when faced with an enemy of similar strength or slightly stronger, would develop a sense of resistance. However, when confronted with an enemy who overwhelmingly crushed them in strength, only despair and fear would arise. Not to mention that this woman before him was an extreme admirer of strength. This emotion only intensified for Kanako Suzuki. Gu Chen stepped in front of her, looking down at her as he calmly asked, Name? Suzuki. Kanako. The woman's voice trembled uncontrollably. Sequence. Fortune. Fortune sequence which can. Blah blah. Kanako Suzuki dared not hide anything from Gu-chan, revealing the capabilities of her fortune sequence without reservation. Fortune? Gu-chan raised an eyebrow, realizing it was a sequence that could sense luck and misfortune in advance. No wonder she had managed to navigate into the city and escape to this very spot. However, encountering him, she would face dire consequences. A hint of a warm smile appeared on Gu-chan's face. Yet to Kanako Suzuki that smile was more terrifying than any grotesque visage. It seems your sequence ability did not inform you of what would happen if you fell into my hands. Kanako Suzuki shivered. All she sought was a way to stay alive. She had never considered what kind of ending would await her in the hands of this man. After all, weren't the people of Xia country very friendly and gentle? That's what her seniors from her own country had said. Even if they were captured on the battlefield, they would still be treated well by the people of Xia. They strictly adhered to the Geneva Convention, showing no signs of mistreating prisoners. This undoubtedly proved the inherent kindness of the Xia people. Moreover, within the storm-eating team she had formed, Kanako Suzuki had also deeply experienced this. But how could the man before her be so terrifying? Kanako Suzuki's legs went weak, and she fell to her knees, her tone almost breaking into tears. Please spare me. She was just a 19-year-old girl before the apocalypse. Having been well protected by her family since childhood, although she found herself in a foreign land after the apocalypse, she was fortunate to awaken her sequence ability, accompanied by Tanaka Ichiro, a loyal dog of the Suzuki family. She had never experienced such a desperate situation. Gu-chan looked at Kanako Suzuki, who was kneeling and pleading with no trace of compassion in his heart. Not to mention compassion, he had long lost that. Even if he had it, he wouldn't waste it on a little girl. Take out that thing on you. Gu-chan's gaze swept over Kanako Suzuki, finally resting on the left pocket of her clothing. His spatial perception had picked up a strong sense of desire. This feeling was akin to discovering a rare treasure waiting for him. Gu-chan couldn't help but feel a surge of caution. What the hell was this? He had never encountered such a situation before. Kanako Suzuki's eyes brimmed with despair. How did he know? How could he know? Forget it. The internal struggle lasted only a moment. Kanako Suzuki chose to follow her heart. She hesitantly reached her trembling hand into the left pocket of her clothing. Opening her palm, she held the orb about the size of a baby's fist in her hands, raising it high. Looking at this white orb, Kanako Suzuki felt a mix of emotions. It was because of this object that she had traveled thousands of miles to Xiang City. If she hadn't come to Xiang City, she wouldn't have found herself in a life-and-death crisis. And if she hadn't been in such a crisis, she wouldn't have fled in such a panic. If she hadn't fled in a panic, Tanaka Ichiro, this loyal dog, wouldn't have been put in danger by her. She herself would never have fallen into the hands of this man from Xia. All of it was because of this damned orb. But if she were to hand it over, she had nearly risked her life for this orb, and even now she still didn't know exactly what it was. Damn it, this damned man from Xia. Gu-chan stared at the orb of white light before him, the power of space condensing at his fingertips as he reached out. The orb of white light instantly detached from Kanako Suzuki's palm, hovering a foot in front of him. Gazing at this orb, Gu-chan felt that sense of desire intensify. It was as if a voice was telling Gu-chan to fuse. He must integrate this white light into his body. Otherwise, he would lose an extremely important opportunity. Gu-chan was shocked, but he still forcibly suppressed that sense of desire within him. System check, what the hell this thing is? Ding detected, host demand detecting. The time taken for this detection was noticeably longer than any previous instances. After the system's little circle had spun around countless times, it finally provided information about the orb. Name, source of fortune, one description, a pure fragment of the underlying rules of the world, known as fortune, extremely rare, containing a faint power of fate and rule attraction. The fusionizer will gain a constant state of good fortune, which primarily affects probability. Ability performance greatly reduces the probability of encountering unresistible lethal crises, such as facing rules anomalies far beyond one's strength, natural disasters, man-made calamities. Meanwhile, minute dangers such as traps and ordinary anomalies will become ineffective or significantly weakened due to various coincidences. In a mystical manner, increases the likelihood of encountering favorable events, such as more easily discovering precious resources or receiving unexpected assistance at crucial moments. When making choices in significant events, it will invisibly increase the occurrence of outcomes favorable to one's will. Danger index none. Suggestion, absolutely must choose to fuse with oneself. This is so important that it must be said 3 times. Miss it and you will regret it for a lifetime. Source of fortune. Gu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The result provided by the system far exceeded his expectations. Fortune's blessing. Was this not the very essence of a favored child of destiny? A quintessential protagonist's template, this ability was simply heaven-defying. Fortune was an ethereal, intangible thing. Yet regardless of the era or the world's backdrop, it often outweighed raw power. To undertake the same task, one with luck and one without, were polar opposites. Take scavenging for supplies, for instance. A fortunate soul might stumble upon a hidden cache brimming with food and daily necessities, while others cursed with misfortune could search tirelessly and find nothing. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the kneeling, pallid Suzuki Kanako. This woman had managed to bring the item out alive, likely relying on the fragment's fortune's blessing, didn't she? She clearly couldn't wield it actively, yet merely possessing it combined with her original sequence ability was enough to see her through countless perils. Merge. He had to merge it. Gu Chen's heart roared with elation. Damn this trip to Xiang City. The gains were simply too immense. Before even entering the city, he had been gifted such a grand prize. This origin of fortune was but a single shard. Did this mean other such shards existed elsewhere in the world? He just didn't know their locations, or if someone else had already claimed them. Such treasures had to be seized. Ahem, collected. But how exactly was he supposed to merge this thing? Gu Chen inquired of the system, asking for the method of fusion. Inject sequence energy, press it against your forehead. The host need only concentrate their will upon the origin shard, and it shall merge automatically. This is a gift from the world's very essence, requiring no kill points or any additional cost. The fusion process will be complete the instant the will is commanded. The fortune's blessing state will be permanently bestowed upon the host after merging, never to vanish until death. No kill points needed. It could be fused directly. He had originally thought a massive amount of kill points would be required for the transformation. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement as he gripped the fortune origin in his hand. He then controlled the sequence energy within his body, slowly injecting it. As his own sequence energy infused it, the white light of the orb seemed to glow even brighter. Without hesitation, Gu Chen gently pressed the fortune origin against his forehead. In an instant, the white light in his hand vanished. A surge of coolness washed over his entire being, as if a clear spring had cleansed his very soul. Following that, an indescribable, profound sensation emerged in his mind. Gu Chen felt as if a subtle connection had been forged between himself and the very heavens and earth. In the unseen realm, it seemed a power was watching over him. Meanwhile, Suzuki Kanako, still kneeling, watched helplessly as the strange white light which she had nearly sacrificed her life to obtain vanished into Gu Chen's hand. A pang struck her chest as if something precious had been torn from her, gone forever. Arwa, watashi no. That is mine. Suzuki Kanako's heart roared in silent fury, a colossal sense of loss and emptiness momentarily eclipsing her previous terror. That white light was the puzzle piece her fortune sequence had sought at any cost, and now it was snatched away before her very eyes. She didn't even know what it was or what it did. Nikarashi, Bakairu, despicable, you bastard. Suzuki Kanako cursed silently in her heart. Why had this detestable man from Xia effortlessly taken what she had paid such a brutal price to obtain?
Daspai Raja Razamen.
And a burning curiosity for the unknown white light all intertwined within Suzuki Kanako's heart. Everything she had done now seemed a cruel joke, merely paving the way for this man. Gu Chen, feeling the newfound profound sensation within him, curled his lips into a slight smile. Glancing at the crestfallen Suzuki Kanako on the ground, she truly was a treasure-delivering actress. He took in all her reactions, understanding everything. A woman who had awakened the fortune sequence and been drawn to the origin shard of fortune. Suzuki Kanako's value might extend beyond her mere appearance. Perhaps in the future, he could use her fortune sequence ability to locate the other fortune shards. By then, wouldn't he become the true favored child of destiny? A woman like this, if possible. He had to claim her, but given the current situation, it was clearly unlikely. Gu Chen thought of the dual cultivation contract. He had personally experienced the domineering nature of this technique. It would definitely tame this Japanese woman completely. Suzuki Kanako, that name is too long. From now on, I'll call you Lena. Gu Chen casually bestowed a new name upon Suzuki Kanako. Hong Ing. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Take her down and keep an eye on her. All right. Hong Ing pouted slightly but obediently walked over to Suzuki. No, Lena's side. She did nothing, yet the shadows around Lena seemed to come alive, binding her in their grasp. Without any superfluous movements, the shadow enveloped Lena and dragged her directly to Hong Ying's own vehicle. Having dealt with the woman, Lena Guchun focused his mind, unleashing his powerful spatial perception. Dozens of kilometers away, the previously sensed Lankan convoy was now clearly reflected in his consciousness. About 100 people. He had to bring them under his command. Everyone get in the vehicles. Gu Chen's order rang clearly throughout the camp. There's a convoy in the distance. We're going to take them over. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the survivors burst into action. They had witnessed Gu Chen's thunderous methods and understood that this meant more supplies and more people for their convoy. The roar of engines followed one after another. At this moment, Gu Chen was like a mafia boss from the last century, leading his henchmen to recruit new members. The distance of several dozen kilometers was not insignificant. But with the convoy speeding along at full throttle, it wasn't long before the outline of the Lankan convoy appeared on the horizon. At the Lankan convoy, Hichuan was pacing anxiously at the edge of the camp. Suzuki Kanako and Tanaka Ichiro, along with the 6 survivors, had been gone for a long time. Every time Hichuan looked at the massive city's silhouette, his heart grew heavier with unease. He prayed. Nothing had gone wrong. He was merely a support sequence. Without their help and protection, he would never survive this apocalypse teeming with aberrations. And not just him, but the 100+ people in the convoy would all perish. A roar of engines interrupted Hichuan's thoughts. Back, Hichuan looked up, a flicker of hope in his eyes, but what he saw was not their familiar off-road vehicle. Instead, it was a massive convoy. He was stunned. Alert! An unidentified convoy is approaching. Hichuan shouted, and the survivors of the convoy immediately fell into panic, grabbing makeshift weapons and hiding behind the vehicles. With the convoy leader and the combat unit absent, they were already unsettled, and now they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. Fear was etched on every face. The Dai convoy showed no signs of slowing down, driving directly up to the Lankan convoy. They exuded an overwhelming, intangible pressure. Gu Chen's figure appeared, standing atop the Hummer, looking down at the chaotic crowd below. Hichuan's heart pounded wildly. The aura of the man on the vehicle was as profound as an abyss. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of the convoy's strongest member, Tanaka Ichiro. Steeling himself, Hichuan stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, we are from the Lankan convoy. We mean no harm." "I don't know. Suzuki Kanako is in my hands." Gu Chen waved a hand to interrupt him, directly dropping a bombshell. Hichuan and the survivors of the Lankan convoy instantly changed color upon hearing this. "Miss Suzuki is in his hands. What does that mean? And Tanaka Ichiro? What about the people who went in?" A chill ran from Hichuan's feet straight to the top of his head. The fact that the other party could so easily utter Suzuki Kanako's name and find them with such a large convoy. The implication was clear. Your leader was incompetent, leading people to their deaths and bringing trouble to my doorstep. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. Now I give you 2 choices. First, resist and die. Second, join the Dai convoy, abide by my rules, Gu Chen's rules. And live. Silence fell, and the Lankan convoy was plunged into a deathly hush. Resist? Facing someone with such a terrifying aura, the result would only be a one-sided massacre. After all, even their convoy leader and their strongest fighter, Tanaka Ichiro, were already in dire straits. What capital did these ordinary people have to resist? And so everyone put down their weapons and raised their hands above their heads. Hichuan did the same. He was just a support sequence. What else could he do? Life is like that. Since you can't resist, you might as well try to enjoy it. As long as the person before them wasn't a demon who killed on sight. Hichuan believed that with his sequence ability, he could still establish a foothold in the new convoy. After all, a convoy's sequence users might not need his ability. But those ordinary survivors would surely find a use for it one day. Smart. Gu Chen nodded slightly. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. These people certainly knew which way the wind blew. Meanwhile, Wang Meng and his team, already well practiced in this business, swooped in like tigers among sheep to take over the Lankan convoy. Weapons confiscated, supplies confiscated, people all confiscated. The survivors of the Lankan convoy were initially filled with fear and confusion, but upon hearing the rules of the Dai convoy, their eyes almost collectively lit up with red light. Wait, is this for real? What kind of godly convoy is this? How could they be so lucky as to encounter such a good convoy? Wasn't this like, before the apocalypse, telling a worker tightening screws in an electronics factory that they were now enjoying the treatment of a foreign company employee? It was like former serfs singing their liberation. Gu Chen paid no attention to this excited group of survivors. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hichuan, who had spoken earlier, and inquired, You, what's your name? What sequence? Judging by the tone of the person before him, he must be a local of Xia country. And he was a sequence user, but what sequence, he wondered. Faced with Gu Chen's question, He Chuan's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward. Captain, my name is He Chuan, and I've awakened the touch of Midas sequence. He dared not conceal anything about his own sequence ability. Moreover, He Chuan had never intended to hide it. After all, his sequence ability would only be more valued once revealed. Touch of Midas. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. The name of the sequence was rather intriguing. Judging by the name, it seemed to be about turning stones into gold. But this was the apocalypse, or what use was gold? It was less practical than a piece of bread. Yes, but it doesn't turn things into real gold. Seeing Gu Chen losing interest, He Chuan quickly explained, afraid of being misunderstood. Instead, it can transform non-living objects I touch, like stone, soil, wood, into an equal volume of food that can fill one's stomach. He paused, a look of embarrassment and bitterness on his face. It's just that the taste and smell after transformation might be a little unpleasant. After hearing this, Gu Chen looked at He Chuan with some surprise, as if examining a rare curiosity. This sequence could turn garbage into food. This ability in this apocalypse of extreme scarcity was practically strategic. As for the food tasting bad, was that even a problem? After starving for 7 or 8 days, these survivors would probably eat biscuits that tasted like shit. Having something to eat was good enough. Who were they to be picky? Many people might not have a concept of hunger, but just look at ancient times, or even modern history, to understand. The scenes during famine years were simply pulling his thoughts back. Gu Chen looked at the human food machine before him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These sequence abilities were truly diverse and wondrous, but his smile made He Chuan's heart feel uneasy. Ah, the captain smiled. What does that smile mean? As someone who had worked in a state-owned enterprise before the apocalypse, He Chuan had developed an instinct for gauging his leader's thoughts. Sometimes a casual gesture from a leader could keep them, the low-level employees, guessing for half a day. How much food can you transform in a day with this ability? Before He Chuan could carefully decipher the meaning of that smile, Gu Chen continued to inquire. He Chuan thought for a moment and replied, currently with my sequence at the second turn, I can transform about 200 gene of food a day. But the amount will increase as my sequence level rises. Gu Chen nodded. 200 gene a day. That was considerable. The output of this one ability alone could sustain a 100-person convoy with food to spare. If that 200 gene of food per day was stretched to the limit, it could even sustain a convoy of 300 people. Gu Chen tossed a stone to He Chuan and said, transform one for me to see. He was a bit curious about what the food produced by this sequence ability actually looked like. He Chuan took a deep breath and gripped the stone tightly in both hands. A faint yellow glow suddenly lit up in his palms. The light was not dazzling, but instead carried a heavy, solid texture. The light quickly enveloped the entire stone. The hard cobblestone softened and deformed at a visible rate. The process lasted merely 7 or 8 seconds, and the stone actually transformed into something resembling bread. However, this bread was dull in color with strange patterns on its surface, looking like a lump, and it emitted an indescribable odor that killed any appetite. Gu Chen watched in amazement. This was practically a sequence ability on the level of rules. Aside from lacking combat power and needing teammates to survive in the apocalypse, this was indeed a very powerful sequence. Captain, this is the transformed food. It provides calories and can fill the stomach. He Chuan looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of anticipation. Could the captain be so interested in my ability? Because he wants to taste it? He Chuan's heart felt a hint of joy. Since awakening his sequence, no one had ever shown such an expression. Previously, Suzuki Kanako had acknowledged his ability, but she merely found it practical. She had never displayed the admiration that Gu Chen now showed. On the contrary, He Chuan could always detect the disdain deep in that woman's eyes. Gu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the lump before him. This thing, well, unless on the verge of starvation, no one would choose to eat it. Gu Chen completely ignored He Chuan's expectant gaze and patted his shoulder. The force was light, yet it made He Chuan's body sway slightly. He Chuan, your ability is indeed impressive. The convoy needs you. Do a good job. With that, without waiting for He Chuan's reaction, he turned and walked away without looking back. There was no helping it. The smell was truly overwhelming. There were no extra promises. But those words, the convoy needs you, and do a good job, had already eased He Chuan's anxious heart a little. The convoy needs you, this affirmed his value. Though his sequence ability was unseemly, even somewhat disgusting, it was a solid guarantee of resources in the apocalypse. Then came the phrase, "Do a good job." Chuan felt it meant far more than its literal sense. It was likely a reminder to be more proactive and efficient to create more value for the convoy. But what did the captain mean by patting my shoulder? Chuan stared at Gu Chen's retreating figure sinking into deep contemplation. Was it merely a gesture of verbal and physical encouragement? Or did it carry some implication, a hint that he needed to do something? Patting the shoulder. Chuan recalled his pre-apocalypse days at the company where a leader's pat usually meant one of two things, either to show closeness and encouragement or to hint that you should work harder. Clearly the captain wouldn't play any closeness games with him, so it had to be the latter. Hiss. I understand. Chuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. The captain had specifically watched his ability demonstration, said, "Needs," and patted his shoulder in encouragement. This was clearly a warning. The captain was telling me, "I've taken note of your ability. It's very useful, but a qualified subordinate needs more than just ability. If you Chuan dare to betray the convoy, I can easily take your life." Thinking of Gu Chen's formidable aura, Chuan shuddered, feeling increasingly awed by the captain's fearsome nature. His loyalty to Gu Chen also continued to rise. As for Chuan's thoughts, Gu Chen was naturally unaware, and even if he knew, he would only find it baffling. A simple gesture could inspire so many thoughts. For a normal person to be conditioned like this was quite an achievement. By now the supplies and personnel of the Lan Can convoy had essentially been taken in. After sensing no powerful aberrations nearby, Gu Chen directly ordered, "Set up camp here." Until he advanced to sequence 4, Gu Chen planned to keep the convoy stationed here. With the spatial barrier as a shield, there was no need to worry about the scent of the living attracting aberrations. Gu Chen looked at the unfamiliar new faces in the camp. After a moment of thought, an idea formed in his mind. Wang Meng, Zhou Ming. His voice was low but carried clearly, drawing the attention of many nearby members who were busy or resting. The two immediately jogged over, their expressions respectful. "Captain." Gu Chen pointed to an open space nearby and said, "Go over there and practice a bit. Show everyone the results of your fist training." Wang Meng and Zhou Ming exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Gu Chen's intent. He wanted them to demonstrate their strength to pave the way for what came next. The first batch of survivors who had exchanged for the fist technique had roughly mastered the basics and could now exchange for more advanced techniques. For example, the last 3 forms of the 6 harmonies fist in Gu Chen's possession. Only through comparison could one ignite the desires within. But the gap in the comparison couldn't be too large. If he compared sequence users to these ordinary people, it wouldn't spark desire but would instead have the opposite effect. Between people, only when their own strength is not too far apart does the urge to compare arise. "Yes, Captain." Wang Meng nodded firmly and immediately called to Zhou Ming, "Let's go." Zhou Ming's hollow eyes after these past few days had regained a glimmer of light. The two strode briskly toward an open area at the edge of the camp. The commotion immediately drew the attention of some busy survivors, especially the newly joined members of the Lan Can convoy. Some of the first batch members who had exchanged for the fist manual and had been practicing for days began to discuss excitedly, "Brother Wang and Brother Zhou are going to practice fists. It's starting. Hurry and see." The crowd slowly gathered, forming a loose circle. Chuan also squeezed into the crowd, curiously observing the two in the center. They were just ordinary people. How strong could their fists really be? However, since the captain arranged this, it must have deeper meaning. In the center of the open space, after a simple fist and palm salute, Wang Meng and Zhou Ming began to exchange blows. The sounds of fists and feet colliding were unceasing. Their fight wasn't earth-shattering. There were no dazzling supernatural lights, only the brutal beauty of flesh and physical prowess beyond ordinary limits. Their strength looks incredible. Did they really develop that from practicing the fist technique? It's only been a few days. Is the manual really that effective? I should have exchanged for it back then. The newly joined survivors of the AI convoy watched with wide eyes, whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with shock and a hint of fervor. What kind of fist technique is this? I want it too. The survivors who had exchanged for the boxing manual in the first batch and had already practiced the introductory moves felt a secret relief. Luckily, they had made a wise choice earlier and exchanged for this boxing technique without hesitation. Those who had not chosen to exchange were filled with regret, inwardly cursing their lack of foresight. How could Captain Gu Chen, a man of his stature, ever deceive them? They felt truly remorseful for having doubted the captain's words. Gu Chen quietly observed the sparring match, also noting the reactions of the surrounding survivors. Seeing the expressions of longing and regret, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The objective, had been achieved. The sparring between Wang Meng and Zhou Ming lasted for about 5 minutes. Wang Meng ended the bout with a brilliant variation, forcing Zhou Ming back several steps. Great, Brother Wang is amazing. Brother Zhou is just as skilled. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and chatter. Just then Gu Chen's voice rang out again, silencing all noise. Did everyone see clearly? All eyes instantly fixed upon him. This is the effect of the first 3 forms of the 6 harmonies fist. They strengthen the bones and muscles and increase strength. Master them well and your chances of survival in this apocalypse increase by a fraction. You, blah blah blah. With another round of simple brainwashing and motivational talk, Gu Chen painted a delicious and tempting pie for the survivors. They listened with such hunger and impatience that they wished they could go slay a few aberrations to celebrate. Of course, they only thought about it, because anyone who dared to try would surely die. Seeing the burning gazes of the crowd, Gu Chen understood it was time to let them smell the fragrance of this pie. Now the last 3 forms of the fist technique are available for exchange. In Gu Chen's hand appeared a thread-bound booklet identical to the previous one. The crowd grew lively at the sight of the booklet in the captain's hand. The last 3 forms. If the first 3 were this powerful, the last 3 must be incredible. I exchanged for the first batch. I must get the last 3 forms. I wonder how many supplies are needed this time. Watching the murmuring crowd, Gu Chen slowly raised 5 fingers. The price: 50 caddies of rice or equivalent supplies. Those who exchanged for the first 3 forms in the initial batch get a discount. Only 30 caddies of rice. Having said that, Gu Chen handed over the exchange matters to Wang Meng. Without sparing another glance at the crowd's reactions, he turned and walked straight to his Hummer, leaving a wave of uproar behind him. 30 caddies of rice. Good thing I exchanged for the first 3 forms right away, haha. Damn, I hesitated a couple of days ago, now I've lost out. Loss or gain, as long as we follow the captain well, never lack supplies. Exactly. Hurry back to the car and bring the grain over. He Chuan looked at the fervent crowd around him, then at Gu Chen's retreating figure. This captain of theirs was actually exchanging the boxing technique derived from the martial sequence to these ordinary survivors at such a cheap price. He Chuan knew something about the martial sequence and naturally recognized that this was the boxing technique it had derived. What was the captain's purpose? They were just ordinary people. Even with some physical enhancement, they were merely larger ants in the face of aberrations. He Chuan once again fell into deep contemplation. Could the captain be kind-hearted, truly wanting to boost the convoy's overall strength? The thought was dismissed as soon as it arose. In over 3 months of the apocalypse, he had seen too many hypocritical faces. The undisguised indifference deep in Gu Chen's eyes was far from the mark of a so-called good person. He Chuan's gaze swept over the crowd, who were exchanging the boxing manual and gesturing with excitement. This boxing technique. Could it have some hidden flaw? Could ordinary people forcibly cultivate a technique derived from sequence abilities causing internal injuries? Or could it involve some form of mental control during practice? After all, sequence abilities were incredibly diverse. Could the captain be using this method to imprint a mental brand on the convoy, making those who practiced the technique more submissive over time? Or even turning them into puppet soldiers in a certain sense? The more He Chuan thought, the more plausible this seemed, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The captain's move, seemingly an act of grace, was actually placing an invisible yoke on the entire convoy. On the surface it enhanced strength, but in reality it was a form of dual control. First he bound everyone's collective interests with supplies. Then he used this seemingly benevolent boxing technique to cement both body and mind. He made everyone reliant on the convoy's safety and supplies while being unconsciously domesticated through the process of gaining power. The captain was truly unfathomable. He Chuan's heart now held both reverence and a hint of pride at having seen through the truth. He was really smart to have figured this out. However, he completely overlooked a few key facts. Gu Chen had no need to use such low-level means to control these ordinary people, as their value was too low, and they were easily replaceable. If anyone dared to rebel, he would simply kill them. His core objective was merely to ignite desire, screen for talent, and create a hierarchy. Rumble. Night fell, and a torrential rain poured from the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Gu Chen sat cross-legged inside the Hummer, refining the energy of the moon-devouring elixir within his body. After a day of intense dual cultivation, 3 voluptuous bodies lay, sprawled across the large bed in the carriage, fast asleep. Having merged with the source of fortune today, his insights into the space sequence seemed to have deepened. This feeling Gu Chen couldn't quite describe. It was like encountering a difficult math problem in school, and suddenly having a eureka moment of clarity. The problems that once seemed unsolvable now appeared within reach. He hadn't expected the source of fortune to have this ability in addition to enhancing luck. And this was merely a fragment. What effect would collecting all of them have? Besides enhancing his comprehension of the space sequence, Chen could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had increased significantly. The bottleneck that would have taken over a week to break through now seemed to have loosened. Chen decided to seize the moment and advance directly to sequence 4th turn. Half an hour later, Chen felt the sequence energy within him seemingly about to boil. An hour later, a powerful force seemed ready to burst from his body. Finally, after another half hour, a resounding boom echoed in Chen's mind. An immensely profound force radiated invisibly from within him. Sequence 4th turn achieved. Chen felt as though his consciousness had been cast into an endless silver river of stars. The essence of space, those intangible frameworks that constituted reality yet remained formless, had never been so vivid in his perception. Space was no longer an indivisible whole. Instead, it was composed of countless minute active particles. Chen sensed an unprecedented resonance with these fundamental units that formed the fabric of space. Following this, a surge of immense energy poured into his body. Ascending from sequence 3 to sequence 4, Chen could feel that the leap in progression was not as vast as the transition from sequence 2 to sequence 3. Of course, this leap did not pertain to strength. This time, the enhancement in power was even greater than the sum of the previous 3 levels combined. This leap referred to the elevation of life's essence, which was not so pronounced. It might be because the transition from sequence 2 to sequence 3 had already brought about a monumental shift in life's level. Under the stimulation of a similar threshold, it was hard for one to perceive any distinct difference. Upon advancing to sequence 4, Chen's most intuitive sensation was the enhancement of his spatial perception. It had doubled from the original 100 kilometers to over 200 kilometers in range. 200 kilometers. In the days before the apocalypse, driving on a highway at 120 kilometers per hour would take nearly 2 hours to cover that distance. Now Chen could encompass such a vast area with his spatial perception alone. This meant he could better detect dangers and plan his actions more effectively. Moreover, his mastery over various spatial abilities ascended to a new level. Take for instance the annihilation beam from that Qin Yuantian earlier. With a mere thought, Chen could now easily deflect and redirect such intense rays without needing to deliberately open spatial rifts. After an unknown stretch of time, Chen slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power within his body, a thrill of excitement rose in his heart. From sequence 3 to sequence 4 he had taken less than a month. This pace was even swifter than his transition from sequence 2 to sequence 3. Who would believe that if he told them? Apart from Chen's own diligent cultivation, this achievement owed itself to 2 bottles of moon erosion elixir, and that fragment of the origin of fortune. Especially that fragment of the origin of fortune. It was of utmost importance. Not only did it enhance Chen's comprehension of sequence abilities, but it also accelerated his cultivation speed. The amplitude of this enhancement was roughly 30%. A permanent 30% boost. Moreover, this breakthrough felt exceptionally smooth with no trace of obstruction. No wonder protagonists in those novels could easily break through during combat. To outsiders, it seemed like a masterful move, advancing one's realm amidst the life-and-death crisis of battle. But in truth, one knew in their heart whether they had cheated. It was just a matter of being a stat monster, basic tactics, nothing special. One could only say that the origin of fortune was still too overpowered. Beyond the enhancement of sequence abilities and energy, there was the aspect of physical improvement. The physical constitution needed no elaboration. Without utilizing sequence energy, relying solely on his physical strength, Chen could lift objects weighing 100,000 jin. That was 50 tons, enough to crush some divine king. Furthermore, Chen could sense that every cell in his body radiated unprecedented vitality. His lifespan had increased. He did not know the exact theoretical longevity, but he believed living for 500 years was no problem. 500 years. Enough to witness the rise and fall of 2 dynasties. The monkey that wreaked havoc in heaven was only suppressed for 500 years. Ding, the soulbone chariot has completed its upgrade and transformation. Loading new form. The system's chime echoed in his mind, interrupting Chen's joy at his recent breakthrough to sequence 4 and his visions of the future. It's done. The soulbone chariot was about to become an apocalypse fortress. Buzz. With a resonant hum, the soulbone chariot, which had been parked in the center of the camp, began to stretch, reshape, and transform its exterior under an invisible force. 2 broad tracks replaced the wheels, emitting a metallic clang-clang as they interlocked. The body rapidly elevated, and a layer of sturdy alloy armor materialized out of thin air, instantly forming the clear structural outline of 2 stories. Most of the survivors in the camp were already asleep. Yet some night watchmen clearly witnessed this scene. They were all left utterly astounded by this spectacle which seemed like a divine miracle. My goodness! What on earth is happening? Within mere breaths, an apocalypse fortress 2 stories tall, and entirely clad in metal armor, had replaced the original Humvee chariot standing silently in its place. This could no longer be considered a vehicle. It was more like a mobile iron fortress. Its massive tracks and towering frame exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. It formed a stark visual contrast with the crude tents and ordinary vehicles around the camp. A transformation, earth-shattering and complete. Chen inside the Humvee, the apocalypse fortress, clearly observed the entire transformation process. First, the interior space. Chen was still on the first floor facing an exceptionally spacious main cabin with a ceiling height of nearly 3 meters and an estimated area exceeding 30 square meters. At the end of the corridor, a spiral staircase, also made of metal, led to the second floor's entrance. Next was the cockpit. The original steering wheel and dashboard of an ordinary vehicle had vanished entirely. In their place was a curved light screen glowing blue. The screen clearly displayed a 360-degree real-time view of the outside of the fortress. The driver's seat offered an exceptionally broad field of vision, providing a panoramic view far superior to that of the Humvee era. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, albeit slightly smaller. However, due to the absence of the cockpit, the actual living space was even larger. Chen, did you remodel this with your sequence ability? Hong Yuan's figure appeared silently beside Chen. The vehicle's transformation had produced considerable noise, so she had naturally been awakened by the commotion. But the moment she opened her eyes, she almost wondered if Chen had cast an illusion on her. Even though she was already aware of this man's abilities, this was still too exaggerated. Looking at Hong Yuan, who wore nothing, Chen cast her a speechless glance. No need to make a fuss. This is just the beginning. Someday there might even be a sky fortress. And can you put some clothes on first? Hong Yuan pouted and said, there's no one else here. Afraid someone might see. Chen felt offended. Moo! Or, just as he was about to do something to her, a bizarre, prolonged howl rang out. The sound was unlike any known beast, carrying an intense, penetrating power. Chen immediately extended his spatial perception. But as the feedback from his perception reached him, Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Was that the dragon? What the hell is that? Hong Ying's reaction was equally swift as lightning, the seductive gleam in her eyes vanishing in an instant. She grabbed the black combat suit from the ground and slipped it on with a speed that left afterimages. While fastening her buttons, she turned her gaze to Chen. Chen did not answer immediately, but instead double-checked the creature's appearance. Dozens of kilometers from the camp, the creature in the sky over 100 meters long was writhing violently amidst the raging rain and lightning. Its form and features bore some resemblance to the mythical rain-summoning divine dragon of Xia Kingdom folklore, but upon closer inspection subtle differences could still be discerned. In myths and legends, the divine dragon had antlers like a deer, a head like an ox, and eyes like a shrimp. Yet the long, slender creature before Chen had horns that were not the elegant branching antlers of a deer but rather sturdier, more robust ones. The creature's head was indeed enormous, faintly exuding the heaviness of an ox's skull. Its body, however, closely resembled a serpent covered in palm-sized diamond-shaped scales. But it gave off a distinct feeling of being an imposter. If one were to call it eerie, Chen sensed no trace of eerie energy from the creature. Could this be a Jiao? As the saying goes, snakes become pythons, pythons become boas, boas become Jiao, and finally Jiao transform into dragons. Jiao? You mean the kind from myths? Hong Ying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What had this world become? The apocalypse had descended, anomalies ran rampant, sequences had awakened. And now even mythical creatures were appearing. Yan Shui and Ai Sierra opened their eyes almost simultaneously with the roar. The two quickly scanned the completely transformed interior of the vehicle, their eyes filled with shock. But now was clearly not the time to inquire about the car. Master, what should we do? Run or fight? Ai Sierra's golden pupils gazed out the window, faint flames swirling around her, clearly ready for battle. Whether she could defeat the creature or not, she would obey Chen's command without hesitation. Yan Shui's cat ears instinctively folded back. Perhaps due to the symbiotic sacrificial artifact, she felt a natural fear of that sound. No rush to leave. That Jiao dragon's target isn't us. It's undergoing transformation. Chen watched the figure writhing in the violent thunderstorm and made a judgment. That Jiao was attempting to become a dragon. Moo! As if confirming his words, the Jiao dragon let out another roar that pierced the heavens and earth. This time, even the ordinary survivors sound asleep in the camp were jolted awake. Holy crap! What the hell is that sound? What is? It's an anomaly. An anomaly screaming in the sky. People scrambled out of their tents in panic, their faces pale with terror. Look at the captain's car. As they rushed out of their tents, they naturally spotted the massive steel fortress in the center of the camp, struck speechless by sheer shock. What the hell is going on? A mix of shock and panic spread through the camp. Shut up. What's there to panic about? Wang Meng's rough roar rang out through the rain. Suppressing his own unease, he stepped forward to stabilize the situation. With the captain here, the sky won't fall. Everyone stay put. No one moves without orders. Wang Meng clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the Doomsday Fortress where Gu Chen was. If there was a ranking of Gu Chen's most devoted followers, Wang Meng would definitely be at the top. Zhou Ming immediately organized the law enforcement team, shouting at the chaotic crowd. Stay calm. Listen to Brother Wang. Anyone who dares to run wild and disrupt order, don't blame us for being ruthless. Though they too were terrified of the unknown, roar their faith in Gu Chen forced them to steady themselves. Seeing the dark muzzles of the law enforcement team's guns, the crowd was quickly pacified. He Chuan hid in his car, his face paler than usual, his body trembling slightly. As a support personnel with no combat abilities, caution and prudence had become his life creed. When danger struck, He Chuan usually shielded the ordinary survivors. But when he looked toward that Doomsday Fortress, a flicker of reassurance crossed his heart. This new captain of theirs was a mysterious one, surely. He would have a way to handle this. He Chuan and the others in the camp had yet to see the Jiao dragons form, unaware of what exactly was making the sound. The main reason was the heavy rain curtain, the thick dark clouds, and the fact that the Jiao dragon was still some distance from the Dai Convoy's camp. It was normal not to see it, but even just the terrifying sound was enough to prove that its owner was no weakling. Mu I. The Jiao dragon's voice came again, but this time it was no longer anger but deep resentment and unwillingness. The rain continued to fall, but the thunder had quieted down. Gu Chen could see the Jiao dragon's massive body wrapped in residual arcs of lightning swaying precariously. It seemed to want to soar up again and challenge the thunder in the sky. But its scales, battered and scarred, could no longer support that notion. It was all in vain. Gu Chen sensed the aura emanating from the Jiao dragon. Its strength was at the peak of the 5th turn, just a hair's breadth away from the 6th turn. Yet that mere hair's breadth was enough to block countless beings from ascending. The 3rd turn of sequence was a qualitative leap, and the 6th turn of sequence seemed to be another threshold. A threshold leading to a higher dimension. Once crossed, one might soar to the skies. The vast sea allows fish to leap, the high sky lets birds fly. Unfortunately, it was clear that the Jiao dragon had failed in its transformation. Not only had it failed to reach the 6th turn, but it had also suffered a terrible backlash, leaving it severely wounded. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Gu Chen made a snap judgment. That was a Jiao dragon from myths and legends. Though not a true divine dragon, it was still a 5th turn level existence. If he killed it, how many kill points would he gain? A 5th turn level creature. Gu Chen had only encountered one before. The sole instance was the enormous snowy peak headless in the Hengji Mountains. And it wasn't just kill points. The Jiao dragon was a treasure trove from head to toe. Jiao scales, Jiao sinews, Jiao blood, Jiao bones. At this moment, the Jiao dragon was at its weakest, its strength likely less than 10 or 20% of its prime. He had just broken through to the 4th turn of sequence, greatly enhancing his spatial abilities. Most importantly, even if something uncontrollable occurred, Gu Chen could rely on his spatial abilities to escape safely. A pie had fallen from the sky, landing right on his face. This was a guaranteed profit with no risk. Was this the strong luck state of the origin of fortune? Guided by an invisible force, he happened to capture this once-in-a-lifetime scene at this precise moment in such a coincidental location. You 3 stay at the camp and guard the convoy, Gu Chen said without hesitation, turning to the 3 women beside him. Are you going to deal with that flood dragon? Red Kite's face showed concern. She had no idea of the flood dragon's true strength, but just from the sound earlier she could infer its immense power. Master, I'll go with you, Aixir said urgently, golden flames flickering around her. Gu Chen shook his head and decisively refused her proposal. Your strength is too weak. You'd only be a burden to me. Stay put in the camp and wait for my return. This flood dragon was at the 5th rotation level. Even gravely wounded, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Its power was not to be underestimated. Even Red Kite, the strongest among the 3, was only at sequence 2nd rotation. She couldn't offer any real help. It wasn't their fault for being too slow to improve. Red Kite's progress alone already made her an outstanding figure among ordinary sequence users. But who could compare to Gu Chen, the anomaly? In the face of sheer numbers, all tactics were futile. Helpless, the three women could only watch with concern as Gu Chen departed. Space rippled subtly, and the next moment Gu Chen appeared in midair outside the camp. Wang Meng Zhou Ming, keep the men on alert and guard the camp. Yes, Captain. The two responded in unison, their voices filled with reverence, as they gazed at the towering figure in the sky. Without further delay, Gu Chen activated Space Fold. His figure flickered like teleportation through the rainy night, leaving trails of afterimages, as each fold spanned several kilometers. 40-plus kilometers were mere moments for a full sprint at sequence 4th rotation. In just a dozen breaths, Gu Chen hovered within the churning storm clouds, facing the colossal shadow from afar. Up close, Gu Chen finally saw the legendary creature clearly. Its 100-meter-long body was covered in wounds, its massive white scales scorched black and curled by lightning. Though gravely injured and near death, the 5th rotation's ferocious aura remained. Even the mere diffuse pressure was enough to shatter the will of beings below sequence 3rd rotation. An insignificant human dares to covet a dragon's body. The flood dragon spoke in human tongue, its voice like rolling thunder brimming with offended fury. Being coveted by a human seemed an insult to its very being. Gu Chen was taken aback upon hearing the flood dragon's voice. It wasn't that the dragon could speak that surprised him, but the tone of its voice. Damn, was this a female dragon? Before Gu Chen could ponder further, the flood dragon twisted its massive body, abruptly opened its enormous maw, and blasted a beam of light condensed with destructive energy. The beam tore through the rain curtain at incredible speed. The power within it could instantly vaporize a small hill. Facing this devastating strike, Gu Chen narrowed his eyes as a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. Similar to Qin Yuanshan's light ability, the terrifying energy beam was calmly devoured. Always using the same trick. Couldn't she come up with something new? A flicker of disbelief crossed the flood dragon's giant eyes. She never expected this insignificant human to possess such a bizarre technique. And you call yourself a dragon's body? A flood dragon is just a flood dragon. As long as you don't transform into a true dragon, you'll always be a mere serpent. Gu Chen taunted mercilessly at the female flood dragon before him. Damned human! The flood dragon was shocked and enraged. Transforming into a true dragon's body was the deepest desire of all flood dragons, yet now this human humiliated her so. In her fury, she abandoned ranged attacks, lunging forward with her massive body. Her enormous claws tore through the air, slashing fiercely toward Gu Chen. Before the claw wind arrived, the terrifying pressure had already compressed the rain beneath into a vacuum. Facing the giant dragon claw, Gu Chen didn't even bother to dodge, directly turning ethereal on the spot. The dragon claw passed through the void without resistance, grasping only air and rain. Gu Chen's ethereal skill rendered him immune to harm, not just from the flood dragon in her current state, but even from her at full power. Gu Chen quickly formed hand seals, distorting the surrounding space. Sharp spatial blades materialized, shooting toward the flood dragon like raindrops. Sizzle! Moo roar! The flood dragon howled in pain as wounds that had just begun to heal burst open again, blood mingling with rain as it fell. You've mastered spatial force. For the first time, fear crept into the flood dragon's voice. No! Impossible! How could a lowly human grasp space? How could you grasp space? Blood dripped from the flood dragon's snout and mouth as she forced her body to turn, trying to create distance, her massive frame churning the storm clouds. Space imprisonment. Gu Chen spread his 5 fingers and clenched his hand in the air toward the dazed flood dragon. The female dragon's enormous body froze abruptly. Though she broke free with her powerful physique and residual strength, that momentary delay was enough for Gu Chen to strike. Split! Gu Chen formed his fingers into a blade and slashed fiercely at the relatively vulnerable neck of the female dragon. A thread-thin spatial cut passed silently. A wound deep enough to reveal bone instantly appeared on the dragon's neck. This area had already been severely damaged by lightning earlier, and Gu Chen's strike only made matters worse. Scalding dragon blood gushed out, cascading down with the rain. Roar! The flood dragon let out a painful wail, its voice filled with unprecedented weakness. Her massive body could no longer stay aloft. Like a kite with a broken string, she crashed heavily to the ground. Rocks and mud tumbled down, forming a huge crater. She struggled to lift her head, her once fierce and domineering vertical pupils now filled with pain and fear. Wait! Seeing Gu Chen's figure approaching again, the female dragon suppressed her agony and humiliation, using her last bit of strength to say, "Stop, human. I am willing to serve you, to become a blade in your hand." Gu Chen frowned as he looked at the dying white flood dragon. His kill count had already reached hundreds of thousands. But these kill points couldn't instantly boost his combat power. They still required time to be converted into actual strength. Yet, if he subdued this flood dragon, he would gain a sequence 5th rotation enforcer. Killing her would yield a massive one-time bounty of kill points. But if he kept her, harvesting the anomalies in the cities later would be far more efficient. Both approaches had their pros and cons. Chen hovered before the flood dragon's massive head, looking down at her from above. A 5th rotation flood dragon is indeed a fine enforcer, but... He paused, his gaze sharpening. Do you think I believe that you, a proud dragon race, would willingly bow to a human? Chen believed that once the flood dragon regained its strength, it would immediately choose to turn against him. He harbored not a shred of trust for this female flood dragon. After all, he had taken advantage of her. Well, taken advantage of the dragon's moment of weakness. How could she not harbor resentment in her heart? Without any means of control, Chen could only harvest her with tears in his eyes. I can swear an oath. At this moment, the flood dragon was drenched in blood, the wound on its neck horrifyingly deep, its aura utterly depleted. Swear an oath? Who still believes in that nonsense these days? Chen scoffed. How could he possibly trust this flood dragon just because she uttered a single oath? The last person who believed in an oath had their entire clan annihilated. The oath of Luoxue, then. What do you want? The young female flood dragon's heart was now overflowing with fury, resentment, and grief. She had already failed in her transformation into a dragon bearing severe injuries. In a state of extreme rage and unwillingness, she had been beaten into this miserable state by a human weaker than herself. Now she had no choice but to abandon the pride and dignity of a dragon, humbly begging, and even willing to swear a deadly oath. Yet, unexpectedly, this man before her still refused to let her go. Damn it! Did he truly believe that all races were as faithless as humans? Chen ignored the female flood dragon's grievances and immediately inquired of the system. System, is there an artifact that can forcibly bind a target, allowing both parties to sign a contract? The only means of forced control Chen currently possessed was the binding iron ring on Little Blackie's head. However, that thing had already grown into Little Blackie's skull. The only way to remove it was to kill the wearer. This flood dragon was formidable in battle, but would Chen directly choose to abandon Little Blackie's contractability? To put it simply, it wasn't worth it. Using that binding iron ring would erode the flood dragon's consciousness, rendering her unable to unleash her full combat potential in battle. As for having Little Blackie use his contract sequence ability to bind this flood dragon, that skeleton was only at sequence 2 himself. How could he possibly contract a sequence 5 flood dragon? The contract sequence could only establish a contract agreement when both parties were of equal strength or close to it. Otherwise, the stronger party could unilaterally tear up the treaty. Ding, detected hosts need searching for artifacts. Option 1, Dominator Seal Artifact, rank 3831. Description: a one-time seal imbued with evil power. Once stamped, the recipient will be under the absolute domination of the seal's owner. Traits: stamp the target to forcibly brainwash them, erase their original will, and transform them into an absolutely obedient puppet. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can approach the target and stamp this seal. System: turnkey service price, 8,000 kill points. A one-time seal. Erase consciousness. Turn into a puppet. That was similar to the binding iron ring on Little Blackie's head. The flood dragon's advantage lay in her immense combat strength. If she were simply turned into a mindless puppet, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her greatest potential. Moreover, this flood dragon seemed quite proud. Merely choosing to speak softly was already the ultimate humiliation for her. If her consciousness were erased, she might very well choose to commit suicide on the spot. After all, that would be no different from death. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chen continued to examine the second option provided by the system. Option 2, Oath Scroll Artifact, rank 4322. Description: a parchment scroll radiating strange energy capable of constructing a one-sided, unequal treaty. Traits: the first party holder can set binding rules and sign one target as the second party. The second party must abide by the contract terms. A violation will result in backlash at the rule level, depending on the severity. System: turnkey service price, 6,500 kill points. This artifact was similar to Little Blackie's contract sequence ability. However, it was more powerful than the contract sequence because it had no strength level restrictions. As long as the target signed the contract, it would take effect. The only downside was that the contract was limited to a single target. Although the artifact's rank was lower, it was the most suitable for the current situation. Chen looked at the price, 6,500 kill points. For him now, that wasn't expensive. In fact, it was a drop in the bucket. But Chen remembered that when he had previously exchanged for an artifact of a similar rank around 4,000, the price had only been a little over 3,000 kill points. Was the system skimming off the top? Probably not. It had been over 3 months, almost 4, since the apocalypse broke out. Sequence users were constantly growing stronger and artifacts were gradually being replaced by more powerful ones. An artifact that could rank 4,000th at the beginning of the apocalypse might now only rank 5,000 or 6,000, or perhaps even lower. Human, what exactly do you want? Our dragon clan values credibility above all else. We would never break an oath. The flood dragon, seeing Gu Chen's silence, couldn't help but speak again. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen hesitated not a moment and directly spent 6,500 kill points to exchange for the artifact Oath Scroll. Ding consumed 6,500 kill points. The Oath Scroll has been generated. The first party defaults to the host. It can be changed before signing. Looking at the aggrieved and furious young female flood dragon before him, he said, "A mere oath is not enough. You must sign this contract with me." As he spoke, an ancient and mysterious rune-inscribed parchment scroll unfurled between Gu Chen and the flood dragon. Before the flood dragon could respond, Gu Chen's mind swiftly outlined the terms on the scroll. The second party shall not betray or harm the first party or their designated affiliates, the Great Love Convoy. The second party must unconditionally execute all commands of the first party. The second party must fight for the first party, contributing their strength. Specific combat orders will be issued by the first party. The second party shall not lie or conceal anything from the first party in any form. The second party shall not. Watching the dozen or so unequal terms laid out before her, the female dragon's enormous eyes widened in shock. "Human, you dare to enslave me with evil artifacts." Previously, when she said she was willing to serve Gu Chen, she had only considered herself a subordinate. Not this complete loss of dignity and autonomy, becoming a slave. It's just an extra layer of insurance. You know as well as I do, there can be no true trust between us. As his words fell, Gu Chen's spatial force pressed down, abruptly pinning the severely injured flood dragon to the ground. "Right now you have only 2 choices. 1, sign this contract and become my contract beast. 2, will grant you release right now." No intelligent being could ever face death with equanimity. The flood dragon's body trembled uncontrollably. How had it, a dignified flood dragon, been reduced to such a state? To become a mere human's contracted beast? This was nothing short of utter humiliation. The flood dragon's enormous vertical pupils constricted, repeatedly brimming with shame and fury. Its body thrashed violently, struggling to break free from the spatial confinement that bound it. Had it not been wounded, perhaps it might have succeeded, but now it was nothing more than a futile effort. "I'll sign." Sensing the space around its body shrinking ever tighter, the fear of death ultimately overpowered its sense of humiliation. Even a lowly insect clings to life, let alone a flood dragon, and moreover a flood dragon that had yet to ascend to dragonhood. Ascension had become an obsession deep within its heart. Even in death it wished to perish on the path to becoming a dragon, not in such a meaningless demise. The key to successful ascension was endurance. Just think positively, it'll pass if you bear with it. The young female flood dragon consoled herself inwardly, trying desperately to find a reason to accept her fate. Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Moo. The flood dragon let out one final unwilling roar before obediently signing this unequal treaty. This white female flood dragon ultimately became Gu Chen's contracted beast. The parchment scroll blazed with brilliant light, transforming into a streak of radiance that flew into the flood dragon's massive head. The flood dragon closed its eyes in anguished tears of humiliation, mingling with the rain, as they silently slid from its enormous dragon orbs. It could clearly sense that an unbreakable shackle of rules had been branded deep within its soul. Every single thought was subject to the scrutiny of that contract. The contract was established. He wondered what side effects the sacrificial offering might have, but with his immunity to costs, Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to check. Strangely enough, the parchment scroll had only transformed into a cluster of light and flown toward the female flood dragon. Gu Chen himself received nothing, yet he could still clearly perceive an intangible connection established between them. "Can you take human form?" Gazing at the flood dragon's colossal body before him, Gu Chen posed his question. The flood dragon shook its head slightly and replied, "No, only after I advance to the 6th turn and undergo the dragon body transformation will I gain the ability to take human form." "Then can you shrink?" A snack this size, if it followed the convoy, would probably scare the ordinary survivors to death. "Yes." The flood dragon's enormous head nodded, its voice tinged with weakness. Maintaining its body at this size required a significant amount of power. For her, at her peak, this expenditure would have been a mere drizzle, but now, shrinking her form would actually conserve energy and aid in healing her injuries. "Then shrink." As Gu Chen's words fell, a layer of soft radiance emanated from the flood dragon's immense body. That mountain-like form began to contract rapidly. Its overwhelming aura was forcibly restrained, and its 100-meter-long body condensed within mere breaths. As the light faded, a little white snake appeared on Gu Chen's outstretched palm. Its body was covered in exquisite fine white scales, its form identical to the flood dragon's. Only its size had shrunk countless times, slightly longer than Gu Chen's palm. It coiled in his hand, perfectly covering the entire surface. Overall, it was delicate and exquisite, like a masterpiece carved from the finest white jade. Only the tiny wounds on its body, still oozing faint traces of blood, marred this perfection. The palm-sized little flood dragon raised its equally miniature head to look at Gu Chen. Its gaze held humiliation and weakness, along with a flicker of curiosity toward the man before it. This person, how could he command space, submitting to a human who wielded the power of space? Thinking of it this way, her heart didn't seem to feel quite as humiliated as before. Shrunk down, you actually look quite pleasing. Gu Chen gently tapped the little white flood dragon's cool scales with his finger. White flood dragon, do you have a name? The little white flood dragon tilted its head, a clear confusion flickering in its vertical pupils. A name? No, since it could remember, it had never seen any others of its kind. This included its parents. As if it had never truly belonged to this world, as if it should never have come here. No name at all. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed he would have to give this flood dragon a name. Calling her flood dragon all the time wasn't ideal. From today on, you shall be called Ao Li. After a moment's thought, Gu Chen bestowed a name upon this little white flood dragon. In the myths of the Xia Kingdom, the dragon clan surname was Ao. Naming this flood dragon Ao Li wasn't wrong. Ao Li. The little white flood dragon, now to be called Ao Li, murmured these two syllables repeatedly. I understand. She showed no opposition nor any obvious preference. She simply recorded this unfamiliar symbol into her consciousness. To Ao Li, a name was merely a mark bestowed by the human master before her. Gu Chen was fairly satisfied with her reaction. At least she showed no clear resistance. Good, she was already shaping up to be a qualified contracted beast. Come follow me back to camp. Before his words faded, space folded again, and Gu Chen's figure, along with the exquisite little white flood dragon on his palm, vanished instantly. At the Great Love Convoy camp, inside the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress, 3 pairs of beautiful wide eyes stared intently at the little white flood dragon in Gu Chen's palm. So this is a flood dragon. It's actually quite cute. Hong Yuan extended her fair little hand and poked at the little white flood dragon's scales. Ao Li. Master, how did you manage to subdue this flood dragon? Aicier looked at Ao Li in Gu Chen's hand, marveling at how incredible her master was. To think he could even subdue a legendary flood dragon as a contracted beast. Like this, then that, and then like this, and I subdued her. Wow, Brother Chen is amazing. Yan Shui's eyes sparkled with stars, still wearing that adorably silly expression. Damn it, damn it. Ao Li raged inwardly. She, a half-step divine dragon, was meant to soar through the 9 heavens. Yet now, she was being toyed with by a few human women. Hey, speaking of which, is this flood dragon male or female? Hong Yuan asked with a smile, eyeing Ao Li curled up in Gu Chen's palm as she extended her wicked little hand. Ao Li. Faced with Hong Yuan's eager approach, Gu Chen quickly closed his hand around the white flood dragon. If Hong Yuan were to pick her up and check her gender like that, this flood dragon would definitely choose mutual destruction. Yan Shui and Aicier, now turned into curious little bunnies, stepped forward and asked Sister Hong Yuan, do you know how to tell if a flood dragon is male or female? If this flood dragon is female, will she be able to take human form later? Sensing Ao Li's increasingly unstable aura, Gu Chen quickly called a halt. All right, that's enough. She's still a flood dragon after all. If you keep this up, you'll break her. Ao Li still curled quietly in Gu Chen's palm, her vertical pupils tightly shut as if utterly unresponsive. Yet Gu Chen could feel the boundless fury and humiliation simmering within that tiny form. This proud young female flood dragon, though bound by the contract's fetters, still harbored a rebellious heart. Far from tamed. I was so captivated that I forgot this was a flood dragon. The 3 women finally realized this was a 5-turn flood dragon. Its serene stillness for their viewing was entirely due to Gu Chen's presence. Without Gu Chen here to suppress it, the thought made them sheepishly withdraw their gazes. Heal first, soon you'll be needed. Gu Chen's fingertips gently traced the fine cracks on the white dragon scales before placing her on a seat in the Doomsday Fortress. Ao Li's tail tip gave a faint twitch as a silent reply, but a thin white mist from her nostrils seemed to voice her inner rage. Now Gu Chen's strength had ascended to sequence 4. Moreover, he now possessed a 5-turn flood dragon as a pet. It was time to enter the fragrant city. Ignoring Aoli's complex expression, Gu Chen flickered to the roof of the Doomsday Fortress. Everyone rest up. At dawn tomorrow, we march toward Fragrant City. Gu Chen's resonant voice echoed across the entire camp. Though the survivors didn't know exactly what had happened, human imagination knew no bounds. The captain was gone just a moment and that terrifying sound vanished. Could it be? No need to guess. Isn't our captain like a legendary immortal soaring through the skies? That monster must be dealt with. Gu Chen's earlier flight had utterly stunned the survivors. Exactly. The captain must have gone to eliminate that monster. With such a formidable captain, our good days are coming, ha ha ha. Tomorrow in the city, he'll gather more supplies and then just coast in the convoy. The survivors buzzed with chatter, their awe of Gu Chen deepening. The old members who had exchanged for boxing techniques clenched their fists in excitement. The swelling sensation of power and blind trust in Gu Chen dulled their fear of heading into the city, replaced by a restless eagerness. Their gazes toward the newcomers unconsciously carried a hint of superiority. Gather supplies, coast. No ambition. We men, those who've trained in boxing, are inherently nobler than you ordinary folks. He Chuan in the off-road vehicle's cockpit felt his heart race uncontrollably. Everyone into the city. That's Fragrant City with 1 million people. Most convoys only selected a few members and sequence users for supply runs. This boosted survival odds for the sequence users with extra tails and solved supply issues for ordinary survivors. After all, gathering supplies meant danger and death. As a convoy leader, no sane person would risk everyone in peril at once. And Gu Chen didn't seem mentally deficient, so it could only mean he had absolute confidence in his own strength. He Chuan stared at Gu Chen's back, fear mingling with a budding blind hope and trust. What do you plan to do with that woman? Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Hong Yuan's gaze swept the camp and settled on her own off-road vehicle. The woman Gu Chen had named Lin Na, a little Japanese lady, was locked inside. Gu Chen's eyes also fixed on the vehicle, a smirk curling his lips. Her fortune sequence ability is crucial for me to find a certain thing. So, are we getting another sister master? Aixir curled at Gu Chen's feet, her eyes sparkling with the question. Gu Chen tapped her forehead with a smile. Correct, but no reward. And as a maid presuming to guess your master's thoughts deserves a punishment. Gu Chen checked the time, just past 3:40 a.m. There was still time before dawn. Couldn't waste it. Bring that woman here. Today you shall educate her. The moment the words left his mouth, Aixir's eyes lit up. The reward was settled. What about the punishment? Lin Na was carried over by Aixir. Because the woman's limbs had been bound by Hong Yuan, the silly girl, into an utterly humiliating pose with shadows tightly secured. Even her mouth was gagged by a shadow, allowing only muffled MMH sounds. Gu Chen shot Hong Yuan an approving glance. This big silly girl was getting better at reading him. MMH Lin Na grew agitated at the sight of Gu Chen struggling wildly. No one knew what she was saying, but with her flushed face, it couldn't be shyness, could it? Seeing Lin Na's excitement on her shoulder, Aixir slapped her without hesitation. Behave. From now on you'll learn to be a proper maid. If you're disobedient, you'll suffer. The next day, around 7:30 a.m., the Great Love Convoy survivors began cooking breakfast, a soft rustle spreading through the camp. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Gu Chen eyed the bloodstain on the sheet. This little Japanese woman was still a virgin. Gu Chen wasn't particularly concerned about a woman's virginity. But then again, what man wouldn't want his woman to belong only to him? Those with peculiar fetishes don't count. Hong Yuan and the others had all been original when they came to him. Gu Chen casually pulled a blanket over the still sleeping Aixir and Lin Na on the bed. Yenner, come clean this up. Surveying the messy second floor of the vehicle, Gu Chen delegated the task to Yen Shui, who had been eavesdropping. As for Hong Yuan, she had slept in her own vehicle last night, claiming she couldn't meditate here due to the noise. After dressing, Gu Chen first checked on Aoli's injuries. Her aura had improved slightly but remained quite weak. Though flood dragons had formidable vitality, only a few hours had passed. Recovery couldn't be that dramatic. Don't just lie there, time to work. Aoli raised her tiny head, her vertical pupils glaring coldly at Gu Chen. Ignoring her mood, he extended his left wrist. For now, coil here and act as a white jade bracelet. What? She was to coil around a human wrist as decoration? Impossible! Roar! Aoli let out an enraged cry, yet due to her diminutive size it came across as adorably fierce instead. This endearing sight directly amused Gu Chen. He tapped the little white dragon's head with his left hand. Coil up, that's an order. Meeting Gu Chen's unyielding gaze, Aoli's heart brimmed with reluctance. But who was she to resist when she was the fish on the chopping block? She was merely a lowly contract beast. How could she defy her master's command? Aoli closed her eyes in humiliation, twisting her slender body, as she wound around Gu Chen's wrist coil after coil. A cool sensation spread through his skin. The dragon's scales were not as hard or rough as he had imagined. Instead, they felt soft and pleasant against his wrist. In moments, a delicate bracelet, as if carved from white jade, was firmly wrapped around Gu Chen's left wrist. If not for the faint rise and fall of her breathing and the icy slit of her eye, she would have seemed utterly lifeless. Not bad. Gu Chen shook his wrist, satisfied with the concealment of this accessory. The aura of a fifth-turn dragon was suppressed to its lowest point by Aoli's severe injuries and forced restraint. As long as she didn't act, the oppressive pressure of a fifth-turn being would barely be detectable. Without further delay, Gu Chen stepped onto a platform atop the Doomsday Fortress. The crisp morning air, heavy with post-rain humidity, rushed toward him. Below, the camp bustled with activity as survivors busied themselves with breakfast and preparations for departure. The moment their eyes fell on Gu Chen, the camp fell silent, and almost everyone halted their movements. Countless gazes converged on him. After several days of rest, we're heading to Xiangshi City today. Gu Chen's voice, laced with a trace of sequence energy, easily reached every corner of the camp. The first priority of this operation is to gather as many supplies as possible. The importance of supplies needs no elaboration. This is a task for everyone. And the second thing, Gu Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the veteran members who had been the first to exchange for the first 3 forms of the 6 Harmonies fist. You who exchanged for the fist technique first, you've practiced for a few days now. How are the results? Wang Meng and the dozens of veteran members puffed out their chests, their faces brimming with uncontrollable pride. Reporting to the captain were stronger, quicker reflexes, feeling lighter. A few bold veterans shouted excitedly, drawing a sea of envious and jealous gazes, especially those who had missed the first exchange. Their regret was palpable. Good. The smile on Gu Chen's lips deepened as he continued. Some old members of the convoy know me well. I, Gu Chen, never make empty promises. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing a vial of green liquid that refracted a dreamy halo in the morning sunlight. What on earth is this? The survivors were baffled, wondering what their captain was doing with a small bottle. Now this little green bottle in my hand is the Sequence Awakening Potion. Survivors. This single sentence sent the confused crowd into an uproar. Sequence. Potion. Awakening. Hiss. All eyes, filled with greed, longing, and disbelief, were fixed on the small green potion in Gu Chen's hand. If not for their blind worship of Gu Chen, if not for the absolute deterrent of his power, if not for... They would have already lunged to snatch it. That was a potion capable of awakening one's sequence. See, Captain. Is it? Really? An awakening potion? Everyone present was too excited to form a complete sentence, including the veteran members. They had only heard Gu Chen talk about a method for sequence awakening. But now this opportunity had truly appeared, laid out before them. At this moment, even Wang Meng and the others had boundless greed flickering in their eyes. This was sequence awakening. Something they had never dared to dream of in their lives. For these ordinary people, it was the most precious thing in this apocalypse. Even He Chuan, hiding behind the crowd, shed his usual calculating demeanor. His normally pale face flushed with an unusual red. The captain actually has a sequence awakening potion, and it seemed he could mass-produce it. Holy crap! He Chuan was at a loss for words to express his feelings. The gap between a sequence bearer and an ordinary person was more than a world apart. He himself, as a support sequence, had no combat prowess among sequence bearers. Yet even so, at sequence 1 he could easily take on dozens of ordinary people in a fight. Such was the might of a sequence bearer. And now his captain could turn ordinary people into sequence bearers. No wonder the captain had exchanged the fist technique for such a low price with these survivors. So this was the preparation for this step. Gu Chen took in everyone's reactions, a satisfied smile glinting in his eyes. Greed was good. What he wanted was the greed of these survivors. People are nothing but flesh driven by desire. The human heart is like kindling and desire is the flame. Only by letting these survivors' inner greed overpower all reason could they become his most fearless, most desperate consumables, eager to climb upward. Like the Qin soldiers under Xiangyang's reforms, willing to brave any danger for military merit and noble titles. Why did Qin unify the 6 states? Apart from the emperors who built on 6 generations of legacy, the key was the military merit title system. Through this system, the emperor firmly grasped the desires of all ordinary people across the nation. This allowed them to endure the harsh Qin laws and fear nothing on the battlefield. It drove them to pay any price for a chance to change their fate and social class. The current members of the Great Love Convoy were not much different from the Chen soldiers of old. It might seem cruel, but how could ordinary people change their class without cruelty? At least in the Great Love Convoy, Chen was willing to give them a chance. For these survivors struggling to survive in the apocalypse, that alone was fortune enough. And Chen's goal was to establish his own military merit title system on the wasteland of this bizarre apocalypse. He would turn these 300-plus people, in the future tens of thousands of survivors, into a pack of wolves charging forward with the sole aim of becoming stronger. They would be the fierce Qin army of old, and Chen would be the Qin Shi Huang who unified the Blue Planet. This was Chen's desire. To execute this plan, absolute strength was required. Otherwise, the mere news that sequence awakening potions could be produced would attract countless covetous eyes and plunderers. Those greedy factions and sequence users would swarm like sharks scenting blood. Perhaps before the plan could even begin, Chen himself would be torn to shreds. However, the spread of news takes time. To the survivors before him, Chen was the absolute god who held their lives and deaths in his hands. Moreover, the Great Love Convoy's current strength was not negligible. Chen was now at sequence 4 revolutions, but his actual combat power definitely reached 5 revolutions. Including himself, the convoy boasted 2 combatants at the sequence 5 revolutions level. Meanwhile, it wouldn't be long before Hong Ying advanced to sequence 3 revolutions. With the help of the dual cultivation art, that silly girl's cultivation speed, though still inferior to Chen's, was progressing rapidly. It had been less than 4 months since the apocalypse began. Many convoys' strongest fighters were still stuck at sequence 2 revolutions, with almost none at 3 revolutions. No matter how you looked at it, encountering other convoys meant a 5 revolutions fighter against a 3 revolutions one. Advantage was mine. Silence! Chen's voice rang out again, overpowering the clamor. This is a genuine sequence awakening potion, but it won't be given away for free. Looking at the faces twisted with excitement below, Chen continued. If you want it, you'll have to trade something for it. This time, entering the city, besides gathering supplies, you have another mission. Chen paused, glancing at the survivors who had first exchanged for the boxing technique. Hunt the weaker aberrations on the city's outskirts, obtain aberrant items, and trade them for the sequence awakening potion. Chen did not order them to capture aberrations alive. For ordinary people, that would be nothing short of suicide. The difficulty of capturing was far greater than simple killing. Kill aberrations? The survivors exclaimed in shock. But Captain, we haven't awakened our sequence. We can't harm aberrations. A voice rose from the crowd, voicing everyone's concern. Were they afraid of death? Yes. No one wasn't, especially survivors who had lived this long. Those with weak wills had already chosen suicide or been killed by aberrations. But compared to death, they feared spending their entire lives as ordinary people struggling to survive in the cracks of the apocalypse. If killing just one aberration could grant them the chance to awaken their sequence, they would swing their blades at the aberrations without hesitation. Even at the cost of their own lives, they would have no regrets. But the problem was they couldn't kill them. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to even harm an aberration. The only way to deal with aberrations was to awaken the sequence. But now, to get a chance to awaken, they had to kill an aberration. This was a vicious cycle. Don't worry, your captain has a plan. Seeing the anxious survivors, Chen stopped being cryptic. With a grand wave of his hand, an assortment of weapons appeared on the empty ground beside him. Most were ranged weapons, including some firearms. These were crafted in Fairtown by a mechanic sequence user named Chen Xiaolu. Though not reaching the level of sacrificial items, they could still effectively harm aberrations. Since they weren't sacrificial items, they didn't require sequence energy to use, meaning ordinary people could wield them. These weapons were made by a mechanic sequence user and can help you harm aberrations effectively. The exchange price is 60 gene of rice or equivalent supplies. Everyone can trade, first come, first served. Hearing that these weapons could actually damage aberrations, the survivors immediately lost their composure. Ill trade. Ill exchange. Give me one, I have supplies. Don't push, I was here first. The crowd surged like a floodgate, opening, frantically rushing toward the weapons. The earlier Six Harmonies fist technique had already given them a taste of increased power. Now, with divine weapons capable of threatening aberrations and that bottle of sequence awakening potion, no survivor could resist the allure of this combination. Chaos erupted. Zhou Ming led the enforcement team in a desperate attempt to maintain order, but even they were brimming with excitement, eager to rush forward and trade for a weapon. Everyone feared that a moment's delay would cause the weapons to slip through their fingers. 60 gene of rice. Mine, this crossbow is mine, ha ha ha. A burly man squeezed out of the crowd, gasping for breath, his face twisted with ecstasy. as he clutched a uniquely shaped alloy crossbow tightly to his chest. "I have canned food and instant noodles here all for you. And me. And me." Gu-chan stood on the top platform of the Doomsday Fortress, watching the survivors frantically hauling supplies and exchanging weapons. He nodded slightly. The crowd's fervor was within his expectations. Honging appeared beside him, pouting. "These people. They drained most of their supplies for the boxing manual, and now they're scrambling to empty the last bit. You've really talked them into madness." Between the boxing technique and the weapons, the survivors' supplies were empty again. The Great Love Convoy's rule was to only hand over 10% of collected supplies. But now it was much like their experience with other convoys. Their supplies had all ended up in the captain's hands. The difference was in other convoys they were forced to be exploited. In the Great Love Convoy they actively chose to be exploited to become stronger. Though both were exploitation, Gu-chen's method was purely transactional. As long as these ordinary people could continuously generate benefits, Gu-chen would also share a small portion of those benefits. Unlike other sequence users who would rather harm their own interests just to purely exploit these survivors. It seemed that seeing these ordinary people suffer made them feel a perverse sense of control. "This isn't madness, it's greed ignited." Gu-chen's tone was calm as he corrected the woman's word choice. "That's how people are. Give them a little hope, a tangible ladder to climb. And they'll willingly drain everything they have just to grasp that chance to change their fate." "What about the sequence potion?" Hong Ying looked at Gu-chen. "This couldn't be empty promises, could it?" "Of course it's real. As they say, the awakened lead the unawakened." Gu-chen nodded with a smile, affirming. "But not many will get the potion." First, the price of the potion was set. Each vial required 5000 kill points. At first glance it didn't seem exorbitant, but even with Gu-chen's current kill points of over 500000, he could only exchange for about 100 vials. The Great Love Convoy now had over 300 survivors. That meant turning all 300 into sequence holders would require at least 1.5 million kill points. This was an exorbitant cost even for Gu-chen. Even if he had that many kill points, he couldn't squander them all on potions. He needed cultivation resources for himself. As his strength grew, so did his demand for kill points. Therefore, making everyone a sequence holder was simply unrealistic. Moreover, even using the sequence awakening potion didn't guarantee 100% success. Each person only had an 80% chance of awakening. Secondly, there was the issue of loyalty. Traitors within the convoy wouldn't receive the potion. Gu-chen kept them around only because he hadn't yet found a reason to deal with them. He needed a batch of loyal and promising subordinates, not a bunch of scheming individuals. Furthermore, scarcity bred value. What Gu-chen wanted was a cycle that could continuously generate profit. It was just like real estate prices before the apocalypse. In terms of sheer housing quantity, there were enough rooms for everyone with some to spare. So why were housing prices still so high? Because only by keeping prices rising would people keep working hard to buy homes. Now Gu-chen used the sequence awakening potion to lure survivors. To achieve the goal of awakening their sequences, they would work tirelessly for him, contributing their surplus value. This was a ready-made template. Gu-chen just had to copy it. While minor issues might arise later, in the early stages it was unbeatable. Gu-chen even remembered how passionate people were about buying homes before the apocalypse. As for the later stages, please, who cared about that nowadays? In conclusion, it was destined that not many would obtain the sequence awakening potion. Chuan squeezed to the edge of the crowd, watching as the enforcement team expressionlessly hauled away the meager supplies the survivors had painstakingly saved. This leader of theirs was indeed no simple figure. He exploited human greed, making them willingly and actively surrender their surplus value. Compared to those fools who only knew brute force oppression and treated survivors as mere slaves, this was undoubtedly a more sophisticated form of control. In a short time, the batch of weapons Gu-chen had put up was completely sold out. In the center of the camp, supplies piled up like a mountain. Many slower survivors could only watch helplessly as the last weapon was carried away. They beat their chests in regret, staring at those who had obtained weapons with eyes full of envy, even jealousy. Damn it, why couldn't I have been faster? These weapons are far too few. There's not enough to go around. Even if there were enough, do you have that many supplies to trade? Not everyone could come up with 60 gene of rice or other goods. Take the newly joined survivors, for example. Their supplies couldn't compare to those of the old members of the Great Love Convoy. During the previous exchange for the fist technique, these people had already depleted most of their resources. The leader will probably put out new weapons again, right? I say we should use this time to practice our fist techniques well. Next time we trade for weapons, we can go kill aberrations to get the potion for awakening. Some survivors who hadn't gotten weapons still had hope in their eyes, as if they could see a bright future ahead. Wang Meng, having completed the inventory task with his team, came to report leader all weapons have been exchanged. The supplies have been tallied. Gu Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Though their pockets were empty, the survivors' spirits were unusually high. They caressed their new weapons, practiced their newly learned fist techniques, and whispered about how to coordinate and hunt aberrations once they entered the city. A nearly fanatical light of struggle burned in their eyes. A struggle for sequence awakening. Excellent, everyone's full of spirit. The rules for this operation are simple. Every 4 people form a group. You decide who those 4 are yourselves. The group that kills the most aberrations will receive 4 vials of the sequence awakening potion. Second place will get a complete leg technique manual similar to the fist technique you've been practicing. Third place will get an incomplete leg technique manual. Sending these survivors to kill aberrations alone would be nothing short of a fantasy. Even though they had practiced the fist technique from the martial sequence and possessed the ranged weapons crafted by the mechanic sequence, and even with Gu Chan, their leader, isolating the stronger aberrations for them, even the weakest aberrations could easily tear them apart. Cooperating in groups of 4 would undoubtedly increase their chances of successfully hunting aberrations. Of course, some would still die. But this was a brutal trial after all. As for why Gu Chun didn't set a specific target number, first, these survivors were too weak for Gu Chun to accurately calculate their maximum combat potential. Human potential was limitless, an ordinary person's usual combat power was 5. But when facing a life-or-death crisis, that power could double. Second, only by not setting a number could the maximum number be achieved. Without a number, there was no ceiling to the goal. This would best squeeze out the limits of these people. As long as they were alive and still yearned for sequence awakening, they couldn't stop. Because once they stopped, others might surpass them. The sequence awakening potion would fall into someone else's hands. The most kills wins. Oldly, come team up with me. I'll fucking fight for it. I'll risk my life to kill a few more. Ergo de Zhu, help me. Aberrations. Kills. The most wins. Hurry, I want to enter the city. Enter the city. The eyes of those who had traded for weapons turned bloodshot in an instant. They saw a chance to leap across social classes and reach the top within their grasp. When the prophet reached a height they had never imagined, they could ignore all risks, even temporarily forget death. Weapons in hand, follow me. Target Xiangshe city proper. Move out. The moment Gu Chun finished speaking, all the survivors ran in unison toward their vehicles. The roar of engines once again echoed across the wilderness. The white jade bracelet coiled around Gu Chen's left wrist stirred, and Aoli lifted her small head. Her vertical pupils swept over the excited humans below, a hint of mockery flickering in their depths. Truly a bunch of foolish and greedy two-legged beasts. Aoli slightly contracted her body, pressing her icy scales closer to Gu Chen's skin. He felt the subtle pressure around his wrist, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't make that face. The greed of your kind is no better than humans. He activated his spatial perception, and in an instant the entire outline of Xiang City materialized in his mind. All sorts of eerie auras emerged without concealment. Among them several were exceedingly powerful, mostly clustered near the city center. Gu Chun marked these potent presences and mapped out a theoretically safe route. He also designated an area suitable for a trial for this group of survivors. The entire Great Love Convoy, like a steel torrent led by Gu Chen's Doomsday Fortress, advanced toward the urban silhouette of Xiang City. The wide tracks of the Doomsday Fortress pressed against the ground, emitting a dull rumble that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Inside the vehicle, Aixir wore a stern expression as she dressed the still dizzy and weak Lin Na in a slightly oversized combat suit. At the same time, she muttered the basic principles of being a maid. However, due to her aching and tearing body, Lin Na could only endure the ordeal numbly. She had originally thought she would harbor resentment toward that detestable Xia man, but last night's affair was far too pleasurable. What if she wanted to do it again? Lin Na was startled by her own thought. How could she entertain such an idea? That loathsome Xia man had not only taken her body but also given her a Xia name. Not only had he snatched the white light orb she had painstakingly obtained, but he had also killed the loyal hound sent by her family and destroyed the convoy she had built. One transgression after another. Yes, she must not forget her hatred or these humiliations. Suzuki Kanako, you are the heiress of the Suzuki family of the great Japanese Empire. How can you sink into carnal desires? However, there is a Xia idiom called lying on firewood and tasting gall. If that Xia man comes to her tonight, she will pretend to comply reluctantly. The present humiliation is all for better actions in the future. When the right moment comes, she, Suzuki Kanako, can reclaim everything that belongs to her. Detestable Xia man, just wait. If Gu Chun learned of this woman's rich inner thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. The dual cultivation art yin-yang harmony joy art, besides its ability to enforce a contract, also greatly enhances the pleasure between a man and a woman. The longer this woman infiltrates, the greater her chance of falling. In the end, she might even become a little M.G. After about half an hour of travel, the convoy reached the city's edge. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, the convoy slowed down. Halt! After several turns, the convoy stopped in a peripheral residential area of Xiang City. According to Gu Chen's spatial perception, most of the eerie presences here were low-level creatures. In fact, they could hardly be called eerie, merely violent beings tainted by the energy of the blood moon. This place was perfect as a trial ground for the survivors. Only a few spots emitted pure eerie energy fluctuations roughly at the first turn level. Sierra Hongyuan. Gu Chen's voice rang clearly in their ears, and two figures swiftly appeared behind him. Here. What? 600 meters southeast, the abandoned supermarket on northwest corner, the kindergarten with the collapsed gate, and Gu Chun precisely listed these coordinates before continuing. Each of these locations has an eerie of around first turn strength. Go and capture them alive for me. Understood. All right. Hongyuan's figure instantly vanished into the shadows beside the vehicle. Axier meanwhile flashed with golden flames, spreading her wings and shooting toward the target like a streak of golden light. Given the two women's current strength, capturing these eerinesses alive was no difficult task. Gu Chun ceased paying attention to their actions, letting invisible spatial energy emanate from his body. It swiftly enveloped a 3,000-meter radius centered on the convoy. An invisible spatial barrier blocked all signs of living humans within that space. Thus, as long as they weren't seen directly by the eerinesses, they wouldn't be easily detected. According to the earlier grouping teams of 4, not many survivors had exchanged for weapons. Gu Chun roughly counted. There were over a dozen teams totaling about 60 people. Your target is this area. Collect all usable supplies and hunt the eerinesses you can handle. Don't think about cheating. You all know my methods. Even though I'm not beside you, I can still keep track of each one of you. The moment Gu Chen's command was issued, the 60-plus survivors surged like water bursting from a dam, quickly dispersing in their self-organized teams. The remaining 200-plus people followed behind those 60, their goal being to collect supplies. Having done all this, Gu Chun lay back leisurely and called Yen Shui over to massage him. Now that he had his own batch of employees, he, as the boss, could afford to take it easy. He only needed to maintain the operation of this company and exploit the surplus value of his underlings. These people would then continuously bring him profit. Gu Chen's means of production were gradually taking shape. He sank his consciousness into the system interface. The power boost from advancing to the fourth turn was undoubtedly immense. But it also meant that Gu Chen needed even greater energy to support cultivation and further breakthroughs. Fortunately, the ecliptic moon nectar still played a significant role at the fourth turn. Moreover, the energy from the bottle he had consumed earlier was still unrefined. For now, there was no need to exchange for even more expensive cultivation resources. Apart from sequence rank cultivation, Gu Chun also wanted to hone his physical strength. The spatial sequence's abilities were highly versatile. Even its enhancement to the physique was not weak, but compared to sequences specializing in physical cultivation, it fell short. This didn't refer to pure strength, but rather aspects like recovery. For instance, regenerating a severed arm or reattaching a severed head. At least with Gu Chen's current strength, he couldn't achieve such feats. Once he advanced to sequence 6 and elevated his life tier by another dimension, he would likely be able to achieve it. System: are there any auxiliary medicines suitable for cultivating the corporeal body? Ding. Detected host demand. Generating cultivation resource plans. Plan 1: Shuiwei Yusue Blood Moon Marrow. Description: suffused with pure vital blood and blood moon energy, it has a pronounced warming and nurturing effect on the body. Another application of blood moon power. Effect: apply a small amount of the marrow to the body daily while circulating sequence energy to guide absorption. It will gradually strengthen the user's bones and muscle fibers and enhance flesh regeneration. Characteristic: stable effects, no side effects, deep latent potential, but relatively slow improvement that requires long-term commitment. Price: 8,000 points of slaughter value. Proportion: roughly a week's supply. Plan 2: Duan Ti Moi Body Tempering Demon Liquid. Description: distilled from the bone marrow of abyssal fiends and the essences of rare mineral veins, it contains violent tempering energy and follows a domineering path of destruction to foster rebirth. Effect: rapid and dramatic upon ingestion. In a short time, it can greatly increase bodily muscle strength, far surpassing conventional nurturing methods. During the cycle of destruction and regeneration, there is a chance of awakening bodily potential and markedly increasing baseline life recovery. Characteristics: extremely fast enhancement suitable for those seeking a short-term leap in corporeal strength. But the process is extraordinarily painful. The weak-willed should exercise caution. It consumes tremendous energy and requires simultaneous supplementation with high-energy nourishment, such as Shiryu Cheongjiang corrosive moon nectar. Otherwise, energy depletion may occur, leaving hidden injuries. Price: 15,000 points of slaughter value, proportion enough for 1 week of high-intensity body tempering. Plan 1 is conservative, Plan 2 is aggressive. To be conservative or radical, only children make choices. Gu Chen's answer was, I want them all. He had had no choice before, and now he wanted to pocket every useful thing. System: exchange both plans for me. Meanwhile, the convoy survivors had already entered combat. They gripped their newly exchanged formatted weapons, their gazes no longer numb or terrified, but burning with an almost mad hunger. Sequence awakening. Happens today. Brothers, did you see that creature scrambling up ahead? A burly man of unknown name lowered his voice. He had been among the first to exchange for a fist technique and had now become the core of a squad. That's our merit. The captain said. The group with the most gets the elixirs. Wake up and pay attention. Dali, you have a sharp eye. Man the crossbow bolt and keep it trained. Guazi, you're strong. Use the blast-proof shield to clear the way. Lao Lu, take the rifle and act on my signal. The burly man quickly sketched a simple tactic. Our Hardbones team must take first place. Hardbones team was the temporary name the burly man gave his squad, meaning the toughest, most stubborn bone to chew. Understood. Go. For the elixirs. Similar rallies rose in every squad if fear was momentarily suppressed by an overwhelming hunger. The Hardbones squad crept cautiously toward the apartment blocks and shops where polluted creatures nested. Soon the first encounter broke out. A roar split the air as a mutant dog, its body festering and the size of a calf, leapt from a building's corner. Its crimson eyes locked onto a survivor who had wandered too close. Hold steady. Bolt. The squad leader barked. A metal crossbow bolt wrapped in faint blue light tore through the air, aimed squarely at the creature's skull. The dog, though no genius, was not stupid. Mid-flight, it twisted its body to avoid the bolt's lethal strike. Still, the bolt struck its foreleg. The blue light seemed corrosive and the flesh around the tip sizzled faintly. The mutant dog froze, howling in pain. Go! Guazi rushed forward, his modified, serrated blast-proof shield slamming into the beast. With a dull thud, the dog staggered. Shoot! The burly man and Lao Lu seized the moment, rifles trained on the dazed beast as they squeezed their triggers. Silenced rifles rattled in quick bursts. The snaps of bone and the dull thud of bullets into flesh sounded almost together. The beast wailed and collapsed, twitching a few times before falling still. Got it! The first one! Guazi panted, excitement flushing his face. The others wore the same flushed excitement. Their first successful field cooperation had unquestionably bolstered their spirits. The same scenes played out in other teams. Quick! Take as much as you can! A squad inside a supermarket, having just taken down a pig-shaped mutant, shouted. The scavengers following them surged toward the shelves. Yet not every squad was so fortunate. Another group checking a convenience store ran into a giant mutated cockroach. Even ordinary cockroaches possess formidable vitality and defense. This colossal roach had inherited those traits and had been enhanced many times over. In the end, the team felled the mutant at the cost of 1 dead and 2 wounded. Though they killed the roach, only 1 member remained able to fight. That meant they had lost any chance of taking first place. Their squad was not weak. They had simply encountered disastrous luck right at the outset. Reality was cruel in that way. To accomplish a goal apart from one's own strength, luck also mattered. In Gu Chen's left hand appeared a portion of red substance sealed in a transparent container. Congealed like an ointment, it was Shuiue Yusue blood moon marrow. In his right hand, he held a sealed metal can. Gu Chen opened it and found an extremely viscous dark liquid inside. If one changed the color, it might even resemble a familiar yogurt. This was Duan Timoy body tempering demon liquid. So viscous it hardly seemed like a liquid. A howl of rage and pain rang out. Hong Yuan and Aicier had returned. Hong Yuan's silhouette leapt from the shadows like a specter. Behind him trailed 2 masses of black mist monstrosities bound tightly by shadow chains. Aicier condensed flame into a cage, forcibly imprisoning a humanoid aberration bristling with bone spikes. Brought them back. Master, it is done. The 2 women were remarkably efficient, capturing the 3 strange entities in less than 20 minutes. This was well in line with their current strength, as Hong Yuan was on the verge of advancing to the 3rd tier. As for Aicier, her strength was also extremely close to the second tier, and she possessed a strong ability to counter these strange beings as a Juke sequence. Dealing with these entities which barely reached the first tier in strength was completely effortless. Well done! Gu Chen brought his right-hand fingers of the index and middle finger together and made a swift motion towards the two black mist entities in the void. Under the attack of spatial power, the black mist suddenly halted, emitting a soft sizzle sound. It was then completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Ding! Killed a first-tier strange entity, gained 2,500 kill points. X2, with a wave of his hand, he earned a vial of awakening potion. Without any pause, Gu Chen's left hand clenched towards the humanoid entity with bone spikes. Crack! The entire entity's body was crushed as if by an invisible giant hand. It gradually turned to nothingness within the fiery cage. Ding! Killed a first-tier strange entity, gained 3,000 kill points. Done! Gu Chen flicked the hem of his clothing, effortlessly receiving 8,000 kill points. Today, harvesting the Yamada no Orochi alone netted nearly 30,000 kill points. If this were in the past, Gu Chen would never have dared to think of acquiring so many kill points so easily in a single day. No wonder some say, wealth lies in techniques, not in labor. Time slipped away amidst the tense actions. The survivors returned to the convoy weary and bloodied, some excited and others dejected. Those battle teams had varying degrees of casualties. Many held weapons still stained with the strange fluid of the entities. They had set out with over 60 people across a dozen teams. Yet upon their return, there were only over 40 individuals. On average, each team lost 1 or 2 surviving members. Humans are always the harshest species upon themselves. As for the survivors collecting supplies, their backpacks were mostly bulging, filled with various resources. Food, medicines, clothing, fuel blocks, even some tool parts. The camp quickly re-established itself near the Doomsday Fortress. However, the atmosphere in the field was somewhat heavy, a bit excited but more so exhausted. The enforcement team promptly began tallying the gains and counting the results. It is noteworthy that Wang Meng and Zhou Ming did not participate in this hunting operation. Both of them had pure emotions and commendable abilities, showing great loyalty to Gu Chen. If they had died just like that, it would be quite difficult for Gu Chen to find 2 suitable lackeys again. These 2 had practically reserved a vial of awakening potion for themselves. Whether or not they could awaken now depended on themselves. Captain. Shortly after, Wang Meng, who had finished counting, quickly approached the base of the Doomsday Fortress. The total number of kills has been accounted for with a total of 26. Among them, the Hammer Squad had the most kills, totaling 6. 1 mutated cat and 2 decaying rats. The second place is the Hardcore Squad with 4 kills, including 1 mutated dog, and the third place has 2 teams tied each with 3 kills, namely the Blade Squad and the Breakthrough Team. The 7th Team and Flame Squad each had 2 kills. The remaining 6 strange entities were taken down by. This operation had a total of 16 teams, but only 12 teams had achieved any gains. This means that 4 teams did not manage to kill a single entity. This was not due to cowardice, but rather the limited number of creatures in the surrounding area. Moreover, they had poor luck as they encountered not a single strange entity before other teams snatched them away. However, one must always think positively. Though they lost the opportunity to gain an awakening potion, at least they preserved their lives. After Wang Meng finished reporting, he stood at attention. Gu Chen nodded slightly, not surprised by this number. It matched the information relayed back by his spatial perception. Hammer Squad, 4 vials of awakening potion belong to you. Now come and collect them. The members of the Hammer Squad who were called out almost rolled and crawled to the fortress base. Both of them bore injuries and looked bloodied, as if they would have collapsed under normal circumstances. But at this moment, they were extraordinarily excited, eager to receive their awakening potion. What are your names? Gu Chen asked the 2 excited individuals, signaling Wang Meng to distribute the prepared awakening potions. He had previously asked Yan Shui to check their emotional states, which were found to be relatively pure and loyal. Of course, human hearts can change. Whether they would remain loyal was uncertain, but at least they were loyal for now. Reporting, Captain, I am Tai Mu Bai. Captain, I am Li Mi. Although both were injured, they still spoke with vigor, indicating their good physical condition. This also indirectly explained why their team came in first. In terms of combat talent, Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi could undoubtedly be considered as exceptional among this batch of survivors. Wang Meng looked at the potion in his hand, somewhat reluctant to hand it over to the 2. If it weren't for his loyalty and blind admiration for Gu Chen, he might have considered injecting it into his own arm. After all, this was an awakening potion. How could an ordinary person resist? Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi trembled as they took the 4 green vials handed over by Wang Meng. They had endured tremendous hardships to finally obtain the coveted awakening potion, especially after losing 2 brothers in the process. Moreover, it was 2 people splitting 4 vials. The other survivors looked on with greedy eyes at the awakening potions in the hands of the 2. Would they dare to snatch it? They did not, for Gu Chen, their powerful captain, was present. But weren't there 2 extra vials? If they could somehow trade for them, they would be willing to do anything. Gu Chen observed everyone's reactions. This was precisely the outcome he desired. If Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi successfully awakened, they would undoubtedly achieve the feat of class transcendence. In the entire convoy, Gu Chen was akin to an emperor perched atop the pyramid. And Wang Meng and Zhou Ming were undoubtedly the stewards and bodyguards beside the emperor. Besides these individuals, the convoy also needed some noble classes. These were the officials who would control the ordinary survivors. Especially when the convoy's population surges once more. Governing a vast organization is a cumbersome affair, and Gu Chen, who still needs to cultivate naturally, cannot attend to every detail himself. By having these so-called nobles control the ordinary survivors below, much trouble can be saved. Gu Chen only needs to control this group of nobles, selecting who is fit to be one to firmly hold the entire convoy in his grasp. This somewhat resembles the ancient enfeoffment system, but there is nothing new under the sun. The millennia of human history are but this very pattern. Various dynasties and organizations are merely repeating the same cycle under different names. Now the 2 extra vials of potion in their hands mark the beginning of their faction building. Gu Chen would not pry into exactly whom they intend to give it to. Do well and continue to enjoy the spoils alongside him, occasionally even partaking in a feast. But should they falter, Gu Chen is no benevolent saint. Turning his gaze to Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi, who were still in a state of adrenaline-fueled excitement, Gu Chen warned this sequence awakening potion is not infallible. It provides a chance for awakening, but the success rate is only 80%. Failure most likely results in nothing serious, but there is a slim possibility of genetic collapse leading to death. At these words, a flicker of doubt and scrutiny appeared in the eyes of some survivors. The opportunity for sequence awakening was right before them, yet there was still a risk of failure. But most quickly adjusted their mindset. Sequence awakening. How could it possibly be so easy? Some even boldly stepped forward, saying to Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi, "Oldly, if you don't want this potion, if you dare not use it, then give it to me." Li Mi. When did I ever say I didn't want it? Both Tai Mu Bai and Li Mi gripped their vials tightly. The risk of failure quickened their heartbeats, but give up? Absolutely impossible. Having come this far, who could resist trying? Without a moment's hesitation, they exchanged glances, seeing the same choice in each other's eyes. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Amid the crowd's excitement and tension, they each injected a vial into their arms. After injection, you'll see results within 18 to 24 hours. Gu Chen nodded inwardly. No one would be foolish enough to pass up this opportunity. Hardbone Squad 1 Complete Leg Technique Manual. He tossed down a brand new thread-bound booklet to the second-place team in this hunt. The burly man caught it and clutched it tightly to his chest. Vanguard Squad Breakout Team. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the other 2 teams' Incomplete Leg Technique, 1 copy for each person. 2 noticeably thinner booklets were distributed. Though incomplete, they still drew countless covetous stares. No private transmission of the leg technique or else. Death without mercy. Zhou Ming and his enforcement team behind him stepped forward at the perfect moment, their eyes coldly sweeping over the crowd. The survivors bowed their heads, not daring to meet their gaze. For Gu Chen, the captain, they felt more reverence than fear. But for these enforcers, they felt pure dread. Especially Zhou Ming, the leader. With his perpetually cold, emotionless eyes, it was as if he would gun them down the moment they made a wrong move. Many cursed inwardly, venting their frustration on Zhou Ming and his enforcement team down to their ancestors for 18 generations. This operation, the rewards for the top 3 have been distributed. Remember this feeling. You are one step closer to mastering true power. Gu Chen paused, his gaze falling on the empty spaces. As for those who fell along the way, their sacrifice is blah blah blah. He served another bowl of motivational broth, leaving the survivors thoroughly satiated. The grief over their fallen comrades seemed to pale in the face of the sequence awakening potion. Some had even begun to wonder when the next operation would be. And how could they pry the 2 extra potions from Tai and Li? The white jade bracelet on Gu Chen's wrist stirred slightly, and Ao Li's vertical pupil cast a glance at this man. She did not understand why this human drove these ant-like ordinary people to do such dangerous and inefficient tasks. In her long life, she knew that power was one's own, no matter how many ants they were useless. Gu Chen was unaware of this young flood dragon's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would only scoff if flood dragon is but a flood dragon. I won't bother explaining, for you are not worthy of hearing it. For now, the matter of the survivors was temporarily settled. The sequence potions had been distributed. It was just a matter of time before the seeds blossomed and bore fruit. The first batch to practice the fist techniques bore many injuries, and would need considerable rest before they could engage in another hunt of this scale. By the time they healed, the later survivors who exchanged for the fist techniques would likely have mastered the basics. Then another hunt could be conducted to establish the convoy's first noble class. Thus a basic operational model would take shape. But for now, it was time for him to stretch his legs. Not long ago, Chen had sensed several anomalies with formidable auras within the city. Everyone rest here. Although this area fell within the city limits, Chen had set up a spatial barrier that completely blocked the aura of living beings, so there was no fear of attracting anomalies. As for the nearby ones, they had mostly been cleared. Chen checked the time, 2:21 p.m. I plan to venture into the city and take a look. You two are in charge of watching over the convoy. If any anomaly approaches the barrier's edge, kill it if you can. If not, lead the convoy and flee first. He instructed Hong Yuan and Ai Sierra beside him. Understood. As you command, master. Chen then walked over to Yan Shui and ruffled her cat ears. You keep an eye on that Lin Na. Don't let her pull any tricks. Okay, brother Chen. Yan Shui's cat ears twitched happily as she nodded obediently. Chen said no more, and spatial energy silently surged. The next moment his figure vanished from the top of the Doomsday Fortress. He reappeared on the edge of a rooftop hundreds of meters away. In his perception, atop a communication tower 7 kilometers to the northwest perched a flying anomaly with an astonishing wingspan. This anomaly was incredibly fast, its strength already at the peak of the third revolution, nearing the fourth. Aeoli, coiled around his wrist, seemed to sense the formidable aura from afar. The small dragon head lifted slightly, a flicker of solemnity in its vertical pupils, but more than that, a pride and disdain rooted deep in its bloodline. A mere peak of the third turn, nothing but an ant. Chen smiled wryly at the little flood dragon whose tail was practically pointing to the sky. This female flood dragon was indeed powerful, but her temperament was far too arrogant. You go to the underground of the sports venue in the north and subdue the anomaly there. Chen shook his left wrist, signaling Aeoli to begin. Inside a stadium over 10 kilometers away, there was also a third turn anomaly, but judging by its aura, it had only just stepped into the third turn. Even though Aeoli was currently injured, relying on her fifth turn strength, she could still easily crush it. The white jade bracelet, coiled around his wrist, stirred its body, beginning to stretch out. Chen felt a looseness around his wrist, then a flash of white light, and the little flood dragon flew into the distance. Remember, subdue it. Don't kill it. It'll come over after I finish with this bird here. Chen called out as Aeoli flew away. This flood dragon was probably holding a belly full of anger. He was truly afraid she might beat that anomaly to death. Oli's heart was indeed full of resentment. To think that she, a half-step divine dragon realm expert, was forced to coil around a human's wrist as an ornament while still recovering from severe injuries. And now, she had to catch a mere third-turn ant for this human. Can't kill it? Then she would make it wish it were dead. Meanwhile, in the distant stadium, a spherical anomaly that had just finished patrolling its territory felt a sudden chill run through its entire body. Hiss! What's going on? Chen withdrew his gaze, locking onto the bird-shaped anomaly with an astonishing wingspan atop the communication tower in the northwest. Space folded once more and Chen's figure drew closer to the communication tower, now clearly seeing the big bird on its top. It was a massive bird covered in cyan feathers. Its enormous head exuded ferocity, and its eyes gleamed with cruelty and brutality. What drew the most attention was its terrifyingly massive beak, which seemed capable of tearing through steel with ease. The bird-shaped anomaly also seemed to have sensed Chen's presence. The huge head abruptly turned toward Chen's location. Its crimson eyes instantly locked onto the target, and it let out a dreadful screech. A mere ant of a human dared to come to it. What gave him the nerve? In the perception of this anomaly, or indeed most anomalies, humans were an exceedingly weak species. Even the so-called sequence holders among them usually needed to fight together to pose a threat. And this human dared to come alone. It was simply courting death. It was about to step into the fourth turn and become the overlord of the sky. Moreover, Chen's aura was well concealed, making him look like nothing formidable. A mere ant, how dare you be so insolent? The big bird spread its wings, each at least 20 meters wide. Its massive body, carried by the wind, swooped down at Chen like a diving fighter jet. Seeking death. Chen's eyes sharpened and his figure vanished instantly from its spot. The next moment he appeared midair on the bird's dive path, the distance between them closing rapidly. The enormous claws gleamed coldly as they struck at Chen's head. At the same time, its beak lined with teeth opened wide, and a sonic boom condensed with high-frequency vibrations shot out invisibly. Facing this dual assault, Gu Chun remained expressionless. He simply waved his left hand in front of him, forming an invisible barrier. The deadly sonic boom upon colliding with the barrier vanished like a mud ox sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. At the same time, the giant claws were upon him. Gu Chen's figure faded and vanished again in place. The giant bird's claws only tore through the air where Gu Chun had been. Pift! A fine silver thread appeared without warning in the space above the giant bird's left head. Spatial slash. The giant bird reacted swiftly. The moment it sensed the lethal threat, it twisted its massive body at an impossible angle, completing a midair roll. The spatial thread, capable of severing its head, grazed perilously past its feathers, slicing off a few tough plumes. Damn, this human tricked me. The giant bird was terrified and attempted to flee. This human had no martial honor. With such strength, why pretend to be so weak? But before the giant bird could finish cursing inwardly, it felt the world spinning around it. It's over. Staring at its own headless bird body, the giant bird's final consciousness cursed Gu Chen's entire family. Wicked human. Ding killed a third-turn anomaly. Slaughter value 65000 points. The headless massive bird corpse, driven by inertia, surged forward for a distance. Finally, it crashed heavily into the ruined city below, producing a dull, thunderous sound and kicking up clouds of dust. Gu Chun hovered a kilometer high, his right hand, making a grasping motion toward the falling bird's head. Spatial force enveloped the massive head, pulling it instantly before him. The enormous bird head began to shrink, eventually turning into a crystal the size of a thumb. This was an anomaly object imbued with wind elements. System check it. Ding scanning. Name Windhowl Feather Crystal. Origin: the energy crystal of an anomaly, a gale falcon that had the potential to become an overlord of the sky. This bird once roamed around the communication tower of Xiangshi, tearing enemies apart with high-frequency sonic booms and sharp claws. It was beheaded by a spatial sequence holder whom it had underestimated. Quality epic. Evaluation: this object condenses the primal wind element of that sky overlord, and its energy purity is truly rare among epic-grade anomaly objects. Suggestion: it might be used with other materials to forge a symbiotic sacrifice, granting the user control over wind elements and greatly enhancing their speed. So this big bird was called a gale falcon. But forge it into a symbiotic sacrifice. He wondered what material would be suitable to fuse with this crystal. Gu Chun clenched his palm, and the Windhowl Feather crystal, flowing with cyan light, vanished instantly, stored into a dimensional space. Aoli should be just about done by now. Gu Chun was about to channel spatial power to head to the North Stadium and check on things. But as his mind stirred, the massive corpse of the big bird in the ruins below had vanished. What remained in its place was a pair of bone wings glowing faintly with a cyan-gray light. They looked identical to the bird's wings, only smaller. Gu Chen's spatial force surged, and his figure instantly appeared in the ruins below. This is another anomaly object. Looking at the pair of wings before him, Gu Chun was somewhat astonished. The drop rate of strange objects had always been a mystery. No one knew just how great the likelihood was of obtaining a strange object after slaying one. Especially for the weaker strange beings, the probability of them dropping strange objects was even lower, although the stronger the strange being, the higher the drop rate. But encountering a strange being that dropped two strange objects was, to be honest, a first for Gu Chun. His luck seemed to have improved considerably. One could only say that the source of fortune had unleashed its power. Without hesitation, Gu Chun raised his hand and activated his spatial power to envelop the peculiar wings, drawing them before him. The base bones of the grayish-blue wings were connected, and when spread out they measured over 2 meters in length. Name twin wings of the Hurricane Eagle Falcon. Origin: formed from the remains of the Supreme Strange, being the Hurricane Eagle Falcon, infused with unique energy. Quality epic. Evaluation: these wings contain powerful wind elemental energy. If made into a symbiotic sacrificial item, they can grant the user the ability to fly and enhance speed and agility while in flight. Suggestion: it can be fused with strange objects containing wind attribute energy for maximum effect. Looking at the final suggestion, Gu Chun was instantly delighted. It was as if a pillow had been sent just when he needed to sleep. He had just been contemplating what to use for fusion with that crystal, and now he had encountered this pair of wings from the Hurricane Eagle Falcon. The two were a perfect match, and being of the same lineage made it even more suitable. However, as he already possessed flying abilities, the added speed. No wind could surpass the power of space. It seemed this sacrificial item would not be of use to him. He would have to see which of his women would be suitable for this item later. Due to the dual cultivation technique, Guchan and his women could almost be regarded as one entity. As their strength increased, they would be better equipped to deal with the strange beings. As for Guchan himself, he would have more time to cultivate or attend to other matters. In short, Guchan would have more free time. With the blessing of the source of fortune, this harvest was quite substantial. As for Aoli, Guchan's thoughts shifted and his spatial perception instantly swept towards the direction of the northern gymnasium. Sensing the intense energy fluctuations and the pitiful appearance of the strange being, Gu Chen's lips twitched. I hope that little female Jiao hasn't smashed my ATM. Gu Chen shook his head helplessly as the spatial power surged again, causing his figure to vanish from the spot. Just 10 minutes earlier, inside the gymnasium of the northern district of Xiang City, the master occupying this underground space had just completed its daily patrol and feeding. It was a nearly 3-meter-high spherical strange being. Or rather, the essence of this strange being was a massive flesh ball formed by countless writhing blood and flesh tentacles. The surface of the flesh ball was covered with cracks of varying sizes, within which dark green dots of light flickered, representing its eyes. The strange being did not have a name, nor did it care to give itself one. It vaguely remembered that among the humans it had killed there was one who called it Corrupt Swamp Devourer. In this sense, it had a name of its own. At this moment, the Corrupt Swamp Devourer was digesting a few foolishly intrusive mutated creatures and remained in a state of lazy satisfaction. Its dim green eyes were half closed and the tentacles on its body rhythmically slapped the ground, producing a continuous thud-thud sound. Just as the Corrupt Swamp Devourer was enjoying this moment of peace, it suddenly felt a chill run through its body. It was as if something sinister had locked onto it. Boom! Before the Corrupt Swamp Devourer could contemplate, the ceiling, covered by a thick layer of concrete, suddenly exploded, creating a several-meter-wide hole. Rubble mixed with steel bars fell like rain. What is happening? All the laziness of the Corrupt Swamp Devourer was instantly replaced by shock. This was its territory, and although there were differences in strength among strange beings, usually they would not interfere with each other unless fighting for crucial resources. I've already hidden myself in this dark underground. Do you still want to go against me? With no human presence, the Corrupt Swamp Devourer's first reaction was the old foes it had faced before. But as the dust settled, the Corrupt Swamp Devourer finally saw the pure white figure floating in the air. It was a little white snake. No, the terrifying pressure made even the Corrupt Swamp Devourer, who had reached the third transformation, feel a surge of fear. It was a kind of oppression stemming from the level of life. I do not know who you are. Before the Corrupt Swamp Devourer could finish, it was swept away by an invisible force and slammed hard against the concrete wall behind it. The terrifying force spread spiderweb-like from the point of impact, causing several sharp steel bars to snap and twist. Simultaneously, a white light swiftly swept across the edge of the flesh ball's body. A large mass of writhing flesh was forcefully severed from the flesh ball. The countless eyes of the Corrupt Swamp Devourer were filled with disbelief, pain, and anger. It didn't even recognize this white snake. It had been peacefully staying in its territory, enjoying snacks and singing "Oh, who had it offended." Strange beings could coexist peacefully with all intelligent creatures except for humans. The strange beings would always target humans. The purpose of strange beings was to kill all humans. And for humanity to continue its civilization, it had to eliminate all strange beings. The two sides were destined to be mortal enemies, with only one side able to survive on this planet. But now, the Corrupt Swamp Devourer looked at the white little snake floating in the air. Its heart was filled with anger, resentment, and speechlessness. Which human had taken possession of this white snake? Furious, the Corrupt Swamp Devourer violently opened all its cracks, launching a frenzied mental attack directly at the white figure in the space. But its counterattack was destined to be in vain. A faint halo enveloped Aoli. The violent mental shock collided with it, dissipating without even creating a ripple. The fire in Aoli's eyes intensified. Did it dare to resist? Roar. She paused, her petite dragon mouth slightly opened. Whoosh! A concentrated stream of scorching white dragon fire erupted. Although this dragon fire was small, its temperature was terrifying. The surrounding space began to twist slightly from the heat. The dragon fire precisely avoided the critical points of the strange being, enveloping the tentacles of the flesh ball covered in suckers. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Oh! The intense pain caused the Corrupt Swamp Devourer to emit a horrifying wail. For the next few minutes, this flesh ball was tossed around like a top. The gymnasium, which had been relatively intact, was now in tatters, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Help me! The injured Corrupt Swamp Devourer lay on the ground, utterly despaired. It would rather die immediately than continue to be tormented by this white snake. An unforeseen calamity. This was undoubtedly the greatest unforeseen calamity in the entire bizarre existence of the Swamp Devourer. It only wished to lie low in its own territory, quietly biding its time. Occasionally it would snatch a human or a mutated creature to satisfy its appetite. Why had such an unreasonable harbinger of doom descended upon it? Moreover, it could neither defeat this foe nor escape. Rage, resentment, terror. A torrent of emotions flooded the Swamp Devourer's mind. "You damned white serpent, ill fucking." It let out a hysterical curse, ignoring the wounds on its body, and abruptly launched itself from the ruins. With the momentum of one seeking mutual destruction, it transformed into a high-speed death flesh sphere, hurtling fiercely toward the small white figure in the air. The eerie green energy enveloping its body seemed ready to explode at any moment. The Swamp Devourer appeared intent on using its own life and fury to brand a scar of shame upon this white serpent. But, facing the sphere charging at her least delicate claw pressed forward with seeming casualness. Boom! An invisible, overwhelming pressure descended, instantly freezing the spinning sphere in its tracks. Then Aoli's tail flicked lightly like a steel whip, lashing fiercely against the sphere. Crack! The great flesh sphere, which had charged at such high speed, was sent flying back even faster than it had come. Thud! When the dust settled, nearly 2/3 of the entire sphere's body was deeply embedded in the concrete floor, as if it could never be pried out. Foul, stinking juices splattered everywhere. The Swamp Devourer's colossal form convulsed violently, its life force wilting and feeble. Heavens above! Why must you torment me so? Let some human come and kill me. Hum! As if hearing its inner cry, the space beside it rippled faintly. A slightly slender figure materialized silently in the basement of the gymnasium. Swamp Devourer. Chen gazed at the great flesh sphere, its body covered in wounds, emitting green smoke, with its tentacles either severed or seared, its aura utterly depleted. He then glanced at Aoli, who hovered above her tail, slightly raised, her expression clearly carrying a hint of seeking praise while forcing a disdainful demeanor. "If I had been a moment later, you'd have beaten it to death." Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone inscrutable. "It won't die." Aoli snorted coldly, turning her head away, yet the tip of her tail couldn't help but flick slightly. She had indeed nearly lost control, but fortunately this human was quick enough to arrive. "Human? It really is you, damn human?" The Swamp Devourer's countless venomous eyes twisted with difficulty to face this man who had appeared from nowhere. It understood it all. This despicable human had enslaved that powerful white serpent. And this white serpent, brimming with unvented resentment, had made it, the Swamp Devourer, into the most unfortunate, most innocent punching bag. Humanity truly is the root of all disaster and chaos. Chen ignored the sphere's intense spiritual resentment and said with a touch of ruefulness, "As a third-order aberration, being beaten into such a wretched state is quite an ordeal for you. But fortunately I'm here to grant you release. In a way, you should thank me." Swamp Devourer. As Chen's words fell, his fingers clenched suddenly. The sphere's colossal body was instantly twisted into dust by the terrifying spatial force, dissolving into nothingness. Ding. Slain third-order aberration, kill value 50000. Having slain 2 third-order aberrations, the kill value had increased by 115,000 points. Chen checked his remaining kill value, 627,000 points. Originally, the remaining kill value should have been around 550,000 points. However, because he had previously exchanged for 4 bottles of Sequence Awakening potions and a physique-tempering elixir, he had spent roughly over 40,000 points of kill value. Thus, what remained before was only 512,000 points. The efficiency is not bad. Chen looked at the kill value, which had grown again, and cast his gaze over Aoli. "There are still plenty of targets waiting. Come with me." He raised his wrist, signaling the little dragon to return and resume her role as a bracelet. Aoli gave a light snort, flicking her small tail reluctantly. Yet she still transformed into a beam of white light and obediently coiled back around Chen's wrist. After the great sphere's death, only a lump of writhing flesh remained, resembling something like a slime. This should be the aberrant object that this aberration had dropped. Chen looked around again. Well, there was no second aberrant object appearing. Although the fortune origin was formidable, it didn't always grant him 2 aberrant objects each time. Name: Flesh of the Swamp Devourer. Origin: the remains of a third-order aberration that once dwelled beneath the gymnasium in the North District of Fragrant City. It appears soft and wriggling, but is in fact extremely tough, containing powerful vitality within. Quality: epic. Evaluation: a rare aberrant object material. This piece of flesh retains the formidable life force of the Swamp Devourer in life, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities. Suggestion: entrust it to the system for crafting, reshaping its form into a symbiotic relic that can replace the user's original organs or limbs. For example, reshape this flesh into an arm. The user need only sever their own arm. Then place this symbiotic relic at the wound to acquire a relic arm. This newly acquired relic arm not only possesses tremendous recovery capabilities, but will also be stronger and more enduring than the original arm, enabling the user to sustain combat more effectively. The same applies to other body parts. It recommends crafting a symbiotic relic again, but are you talking about an arm? Gu Chun found the system's suggestion a bit odd. What if he were to replace an arm with? Ahem, damn it, what was his mind thinking? Gu Chun quickly abandoned that audacious thought and continued to look at the system's second suggestion. Suggestion: fuse it with other combat relics, granting the weapon the characteristics of never wearing out, breaking, or self-repairing. During the fusion process, the living flesh will attempt to adapt and slightly enhance the weapon's attributes. However, its primary function remains to maintain the weapon's immortality and repairability. Gazing at the lump of flesh in his hand, Gu Chun fell into thought. For an ordinary sequence user, the system's first suggestion was undoubtedly excellent: to discard one's own weaker organs or limbs in favor of a more powerful symbiotic relic. But for Gu Chun, this was not advisable. He had already exchanged for the physique tempering elixir. In the future, the recovery of his own body would far surpass that of this flesh. Since he had a better option, why abandon the fundamentals for a fleeting gain? This chunk of flesh is better suited to be integrated with other sacrificial items later on. Items like Blood Curse Doomsday Fortress and the guard armor I am currently wearing are quite appropriate for merging with this strange object. Especially this guard armor, this vest. If it were to merge with it, the defensive power would definitely increase a notch, and it might even transform into a hoodie. In that case, the defensive area would also be enhanced. Gu Chun slightly retracted his fingertips and stored the writhing flesh into the dimensional space. The mall in the southern district and a 3-turn anomaly. Having spatial perception is quite advantageous. It's akin to playing a game with a wall hack, directly unlocking the entire map's visibility. With Gu Chen's current strength, the entire Xiang City was enveloped in his perception. Any anomalies inside, as long as they did not reach the 5-turn threshold, were almost completely exposed before him. Boom! Just as Gu Chun was about to set off, an extremely powerful aura emanated from the opposite end of the Xiang City. In an instant, Ao Li's petite body tensed up and the grip around Gu Chen's arm suddenly tightened. This was not fear or nervousness, but rather an instinctive ferocity stemming from deep within her bloodline. Is that Pingxi Mountain? Pingxi Mountain, a hill located in the Lin Tian district of Xiang City. Before the apocalypse, it was merely a regular tourist attraction. But now, the power emanating from within was terrifying beyond measure. It wasn't the kind of disgusting discomfort associated with anomalies, but rather a wild and primal force. Gu Chun felt this power and his brows furrowed tightly. This aura definitely reached 5 turns, or perhaps even higher than that. The reason Gu Chun reached this conclusion was simple: the pressure being emitted was stronger than Ao Li. Ao Li was already at the peak of 5 turns. Could it be that this dragon was 6 turns? No, that's not it. Gu Chun quickly dismissed this assumption. Although this aura was powerful and domineering, it had not surpassed the realm of 5-turn beings. After advancing to the 4th turn, Gu Chen's spatial perception became increasingly sharp. The transition from 5 turns to 6 turns marks an invisible threshold with a stark difference in life levels. But the presence he sensed did not feel significantly different from Ao Li or even himself. It still belonged to the realm of 5-turn beings, merely reaching the extreme of this level infinitely close to the critical point. It was as though it was half a step into 6 turns, or perhaps the pinnacle of 5 turns. Gu Chen's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. As long as it remained within the realm of 5 turns, he wouldn't need to flee. However, this creature seemed quite angry. Who provoked it? With such a presence, it must be among the strongest overlords in Xiang City. Who would be so foolish as to provoke this creature? Boom! Not again. A highly discomforting, powerful aura erupted from the same location. Sensing the innate revulsion stemming from his genes, Gu Chun could tell without thinking that this was definitely an anomaly. 2 overlord-level beings appearing in the same place. Could it be they were fighting? Gu Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Haha! At the mid-slope of Pingxi Mountain, the atmosphere was tense. Chen Yen, you have overstepped your bounds. A giant white tiger with a completely white body and a black king mark on its forehead spoke human words. Ha ha ha! Overstepped my bounds. Ridiculous. The energy fissures of this alternate space cannot be monopolized by a mere beast like you. You have occupied this hill for long enough, or your appetite is simply too great. It's time to move your position. The one speaking Chen was a grotesque existence. Why call it a mess? Because this anomaly did not have a concrete form. It resembled a constantly writhing mass of energy. It emitted a dark energy, sometimes coalescing into various indistinct human faces, and at other times swelling into irregular fleshy lumps. Just gazing at it was enough to cause mental pain, as if the soul were about to be tainted. Move your position, you think you can command me? The massive body of the white tiger leaned slightly forward, its tone carrying a hint of disdain. You were a defeated foe last time. You thought you could run away again, did you? You want me to give up this hill? Impossible. This Pingxi Mountain is no ordinary place. At the onset of the apocalypse, or rather before the apocalypse erupted, at its peak there appeared a fissure connecting to the alternate space. The energy seeping from it was highly suitable for biological absorption to enhance oneself, including anomalies. For a period before now, this mountain had been occupied by the white tiger. The reason was simple: he was the strongest being in Xiang City. Chen felt exposed, and the black energy visibly twisted violently for a moment, but it still suppressed its anger and said, "Humph, last time you had the advantage of timing and location. But now, do you think it's the same as before? You must know that Shattered Skull has also advanced to 5 turns plus my children who are eager to tear your flesh apart. How much chance do you think you have?" The white tiger's massive body noticeably paused, its large head slightly raised, as it replied, "Facing 2 opponents of the same level at once along with your cannon fodder army is indeed somewhat tricky. But, so what? It's merely a matter of putting in more effort." As he spoke, the white tiger's entire body bristled with fur, and its momentum surged suddenly. Although the two sides appeared to be on the brink of battle, neither had chosen to strike first. When the power levels were similar, rashly attacking would only lead to mutual destruction. It was akin to 2 major nations possessing nuclear weapons before the apocalypse, and neither dared to fire the first shot. Because once war broke out, the consequences were too grave for either side to bear. Furthermore, the anomaly known as Chen did not intend to directly expel the white tiger from Pingxi Mountain. Forcing the other to relinquish such a valuable territory was simply unrealistic unless they could truly kill the white tiger. Defeating a 5-turn being and killing a 5-turn being are 2 vastly different challenges. Even if they were to kill it in the end, the price paid would undoubtedly be extremely heavy. They were fighting over Pingxi Mountain for profit, to become stronger, not for needless sacrifice. All anomalies from the moment they gained intelligence have had but one ultimate goal: to eradicate all of humanity. Aside from that goal, everything else is merely serving this final purpose. This is inscribed in the genes of anomalies and cannot be altered. Thus, Qiamian's purpose is simply to flex its muscles before the white tiger, intending to settle for a piece of territory. After all, besides humans, anomalies are not mortal enemies with any other beings. Tomorrow Shattered Skull will come with me. You should think it over." After uttering these harsh words, the thousand-faced anomaly seemed to have no intention of lingering and promptly fled into the distance. Though it had settled for a lesser option, it still made sure to maintain an air of verbal intimidation. Let this tiger have a day to cool down. Surely it will make the most rational choice. After all, you wouldn't want us both to suffer losses allowing humans to reap the benefits, would you? The white tiger watched the retreating figure, its long whiskers trembling with rage. It understood perfectly the anomaly's intent: to merely split the overflowing energy of this mountain ridge equally. Yet, a profound sense of indignation churned within. "Cursed anomalies, once I ascend to the 6th turn, just wait and see how I deal with you." The white tiger felt utterly helpless, but sharing the mountain ridge seemed the most beneficial course for both parties. If they resorted to force, the consequences would be unbearable for either side. The only way to monopolize this mountain was for it to advance to the 6th turn, achieving absolute dominance through sheer power. Yet how easy was it to leap from the 5th to the 6th turn? The white tiger's strength had reached the pinnacle of the 5th turn, yet there was no sign of advancing to the 6th. Without some unforeseen event, it would remain at the 5th turn for a long time. If only it could have 2 allies. For the first time, this solitary tiger recognized the importance of alliances. Without absolute personal power, cooperation was indeed necessary. It needed just 2. No, even one more 5th-turn combatant would give it the confidence to subdue those anomalies. Sharing the mountain with one ally or sharing it with a group of anomalies. The white tiger could clearly discern which was more advantageous. Well, the math was clear. But where to find an ally? Who? The white tiger suddenly roared, its fur, which had just settled, bristling once more. Behind it, there was suddenly the presence of a human. Without a moment's hesitation, the white tiger instinctively leaped forward to create distance, then turned warily to face its rear. There, a human male clad in a black tactical jacket and yellow leather boots stood suspended in midair, gazing at it. A faint smile curled at the corner of the human's lips, yet to the white tiger it bore an air of unspoken mockery. Human, when did you arrive? The white tiger was on high alert. A human had come this close without it even noticing. Could this human strength be so terrifying? When I arrived doesn't matter. What matters is, I might be able to help you. Who else could it be but Chen? Upon sensing these two formidable auras, Chen abandoned his hunting plans and rushed over swiftly. He had anticipated a clash of titans, so he hid within the void concealment, planning to swoop in as the third party who profits. But to his surprise, neither side was foolish enough to start a fight. Yet Chen's mind was set on those two fifth-turn anomalies. Fifth-turn anomalies. He had never slain one before. Cooperative win-win mutual progress. How could that be allowed? He had to turn those anomalies into his kill count. In just a flash, an idea struck Chen. A smile still lingered on Chen's lips. At this moment, he seemed like a benevolent, great philanthropist. Human, leave this place. I don't need your help. The white tiger shook its massive head. How could it ever trust a human? If not for its wariness of the human strength, it would have attacked already. You should understand, I'm not asking for your opinion. Chen flicked his left hand and a delicate, little white snake slithered down from his wrist. At the sight of that white snake, the tiger's enormous pupils contracted sharply, its massive body tensing with muscles taut. It could clearly sense the formidable aura emanating from the white snake. Though its aura was slightly weaker than the tiger's, it was still a fifth-turn creature. I never expected that you, a human, would have a fifth-turn pet snake. The white tiger's voice carried disbelief and a hint of shock. It couldn't fathom how a human could have tamed such a being. Though the person before it felt formidable, he was far from the sixth turn. Before Chen could speak, Aoli beside him instantly flared up. Pet snake? Damn it, I'm just working under this human. I'm no damned pet. And for the record, I'm a dragon. A flood dragon. Aoli's petite form bounced angrily in the air, ready to charge at this little kitty and teach it a lesson. Had Chen not been quick enough to grab her, a fight would have already broken out. Speak, human. What exactly do you want to do? The white tiger's massive claws sank deep into the rock beneath. It now realized that this human seemed intent on using it. Otherwise, given the human's strength, he could have ambushed it earlier without wasting so many words. Chen's lips curled slightly as he gently calmed the agitated Aoli in his palm. Simple. A win-win cooperation. You help me kill those two anomalies, and once it's done, this mountain ridge will still be yours. That's it. So simple. The white tiger had expected Chen to propose something elaborate, but the result was just this. It only needed to help him slay those two repulsive anomalies. Beyond that, it didn't have to give anything. Was there really such a deal in the world? That's exactly it. Chen nodded calmly, confirming his offer. Why are you doing this? The white tiger was puzzled. Though humans and anomalies were naturally at odds, could this person truly be a great philanthropist, dedicated to doing good? Humans were far more cunning and treacherous than he had imagined. Does a human need a reason to kill anomalies? Just tell me. Will you take this deal or not? Upon hearing this, the white tiger fell silent. It didn't know what scheme this human was hatching, but the proposal struck a chord deep within it. Trust me, if I decide to meddle between you and those anomalies, you will definitely regret it. Win-win cooperation or mutual destruction. The choice is yours. Seeing the tiger still hesitating, Chen's annoying voice rang out again. Roar. Faced with Chen's threat, the white tiger let out a furious roar, but still replied in a low voice. I can agree to help you deal with those two anomalies, but how can I be sure you won't turn on me afterward? Anomalies were no good, but humans were no better. In fact, some humans were even more despicable than anomalies. What you've been contending with those aberrations for is nothing more than the energy spilling from that spatial rift on this mountain. I have little interest in such paltry energy. Chen had already surveyed the rift with his spatial perception. The energy emanating from it was indeed far denser than elsewhere. For others, it might be a rare cultivation haven. But for Chen, who possessed the system, it was utterly unremarkable. A single vial of moon erosion elixir could rival the energy spilling from this mountain many times over. Gazing at the skeptical tiger before him, Chen continued. If I intended to harm you with such a perfect opportunity just now, why would I wait until now? The white tiger fell silent again. Indeed, if this human truly wished him ill, there was no need to delay. The energy overflowing from the mountain was crucial to the white tiger. It held the key to his advancement to the 6th rank. If he had to share the mountain's energy with those aberrations, its concentration would be vastly diminished. Thus his ascension to the 6th rank would be postponed indefinitely. So if given a choice, the White Tiger absolutely did not want those aberrations to come up. But was this mysterious human truly trustworthy? The White Tiger's heart was torn with conflict. Gu Chen, observing the great beast, showed no haste. His decision to seek cooperation with this tiger was not without consideration. First, this tiger's strength was at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, just a hair's breadth from the 6th. His craving to monopolize the mountain's energy was beyond imagination. It was akin to the feeling before the apocalypse when playing a game and facing a promotion match, an irksome itch in the heart. But what the White Tiger faced was millions, even billions of times more intense than that. After all, one was merely a game while the other was a leap in absolute power in reality. Of course, the two aberrations shared this same burning desire. But Gu Chen couldn't very well ally with those two aberrations to kill this tiger. Don't be ridiculous. If even their mere aura made one nauseous, how could one expect a calm negotiation between humans and aberrations? Second, if he wanted to take on two 5th-rank aberrations, then relying solely on his own 4th-rank strength and the injured Aoli would undoubtedly be overreaching. If battle ensued with comparable combat power, it would drag on endlessly. Thus all the aberrations in Xiangshi would be roused. If it were just Gu Chen alone, he would have nothing to fear. But he had a convoy in Xiangshi. If all the aberrations were stirred besides himself, Aoli and Hong Yuan and the others, the ordinary survivors would hardly escape Xiangshi alive. The great love convoy had only just reached its current scale. How could Gu Chen abandon it so easily? So the battle had to be swift, precise, and ruthless. As for why he chose cooperation instead of subduing the tiger like he did Aoli, well, Gu Chen did think about it. But this White Tiger situation was entirely different from Aoli's. Gu Chen had managed to subdue the Flood Dragon purely due to favorable circumstances. Simply put, he had taken advantage of her weakness. If Aoli had been at her peak, Gu Chen could at most hold his ground with his spatial sequence ability. As for taming her as his contract beast, that was pure fantasy. They would have been in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. And now this White Tiger was in a similar position. After all, Gu Chen had only just advanced to the 4th rank of the sequence. But this tiger had clearly reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Attempting to overpower him with brute force was clearly unrealistic. With the injured Aoli's help, they could certainly defeat the tiger. But again, the commotion would be too great. A battle among 3 5th-rank combatants couldn't be completely concealed even with a spatial barrier. And Gu Chen's target wasn't this tiger. Roar! A low growl rumbled from deep within the White Tiger's throat. Not in anger, but as a release of pressure before making a critical decision. Finally, the mountain-like head slowly lifted, meeting Gu Chen's gaze. Human, remember your words. Your target is those two aberrations. This mountain's energy is none of your concern. The White Tiger's massive front paw stomped forward, shattering the rock beneath. If you go back on your word and covet this energy, I am not one to be trifled with. The tiger did not trust Gu Chen, but under the circumstances he had to take it one step at a time. Moreover, he had long wished to eliminate those two aberrations, but had never had the chance. A battle between him and the two aberrations was inevitable. The only reason it hadn't happened was their comparable strength. If one side held a clear advantage, they would strike without hesitation. And now was an opportunity. Besides, the White Tiger had his own scheme. He observed that the human's pet snake seemed injured far from its full strength. On one side, 2 5th-rank aberrations at their peak along with their horde of cannon fodder. On the other side, an injured 5th-rank pet snake, and a mysterious human of unknown strength whose combat power likely did not exceed the 5th rank. No matter how he looked at it, this duo posed less of a threat than the two aberrations. So, the White Tiger decided to gamble. Go all and kill the greater threat first. The White Tiger only hoped this human had no other allies. But judging by the current situation, the human seemed to have no other powerful support, or he wouldn't have sought cooperation. Clear and correct reasoning. Thus the advantage was his. Pleasure doing business. Gu Chen paid little heed to the White Tiger's verbal threat. Mutual benefit would be a happy outcome. But if the tiger tried anything after, it was all over. Human, what is your name? Or rather, how should I address you? Since they were temporary allies, the White Tiger asked for Gu Chen's name. Or perhaps he sought to pry out more useful information. No need to know my name. Just call me human. There's no other human around here anyway. Gu Chen shook his head calmly and cut straight to the point. What matters now is that we need a plan of action. How to kill 2 5th-rank aberrations in the shortest time with the least disturbance at the fastest speed. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in Xiang City's central commercial plaza, So did that little kitty make a move on you? A colossal humanoid mound of flesh crudely stitched together from countless grotesque limbs addressed a swirling mass of distorted black mist. This fleshy behemoth stood nearly 3 meters tall with 7 or 8 grotesque heads, sprouting from various parts of its body, occasionally letting out an unintelligible roar. Make a move! The energy black mist coalesced into a hand covered in eyes waving dismissively through the air with profound contempt. I stood right there. Would it dare? It still remembers the lesson I taught it last time when I tore off a few of its whiskers. Besides, this time I'll have to face both of us. This arrogant black mist was none other than Thousand Faces, who had just returned from Pingxi Mountain. The identity of the terrifying flesh mountain opposite him was also clear. It was Skull Crusher, whom Thousand Faces had mentioned earlier. Thousand Faces used the black mist around him to simulate a shrugging motion. I gave it a day to calm down. By this time tomorrow, we should be able to share the energy on Pingxi Mountain with that kitty. At the mention of Pingxi Mountain, several heads on Skullcrusher's Flesh Mountain began to roar with excitement. Roar. The mountain. The energy. It's important. I need more nourishment. A powerful spiritual force brimming with intense greed erupted invisibly. Hey old friend, don't get too excited. Tomorrow we'll get to enjoy the energy of that mountain. Seeing Skullcrusher's unstable emotions, Thousand Faces quickly conjured 2 pairs of arms to step forward and calm him down. Tomorrow. Good. Energy. Tomorrow I like it. An even more brutal and bloodthirsty spiritual force suddenly radiated outward. The 2 powerful aberrations reached an agreement, utterly convinced that the white tiger occupying Pingxi Mountain could no longer cause any trouble. In their view, when strength was evenly matched, going to war was an extremely irrational move. That little kitty. Wasn't that foolish? As for whether it might seek allies, that possibility never even crossed Thousand Faces' mind. What allies could that white tiger find? There were only so many 5th-rank beings in Xiang City, and none from the aberration camp would ever side with it. Aberrations from other cities. Powerful aberrations usually had their own territories and rarely provoked others of equal rank. There were wandering aberrations, but could the tiger really encounter a 5th-rank aberration or being willing to cooperate with it within just 1 day? This wasn't some scripted play. How could such a coincidence happen? So the possibility of outside help could be ruled out. What else could the tiger do? Seek cooperation with humans. Ha ha ha. Setting aside how absurd that was, even if it found willing human allies, what could their weakling power possibly achieve? In Thousand Faces' eyes, humanity's so-called sequence holders were nothing but a joke. Merely slightly larger ants. Thousand Faces was already scheming, plotting how to use the nourishment of new energy to boost his power faster and expand his hunting grounds among humans. That energy filth, Thousand Faces specializes in mental pollution and creating illusions capable of corrupting the mind without detection. It has no fixed form, making ordinary physical attacks nearly useless. Only pure energy blasts or powerful mental countermeasures can harm its core. On the other side of Pingxi Mountain, the white tiger lowered its massive body, slightly recounting its knowledge of the aberration Thousand Faces. Gu Chun listened quietly, an invisible spatial barrier already enveloping the surroundings. Knowing oneself and the enemy was key to victory. Even Aoli on his wrist perked up her small dragon head. Her beautiful vertical pupils darted around, lost in thought. What about the other one? That thing called Skullcrusher? After hearing the description of Thousand Faces, Gu Chun pressed on about the other aberration. Skullcrusher is a purely violent monster. A flicker of disdain passed through the white tiger's pupils, as if it held this aberration named Skullcrusher in utter contempt. It's formed from countless remnants. Those chaotic heads on its body each have their own attack methods. Some can spew energy attacks, others fire bone spikes, and some. Its weakness is relatively slow movement. And those stitched joints are vulnerable under heavy assault. They could easily be torn apart. Listening to the white tiger's account, Gu Chen gained a rough understanding of the 2 aberrations' abilities. One feared energy blasts and mental countermeasures, while the other was slow and vulnerable to powerful frontal assaults. This operation hinged on whether the tiger could claim the mountain. Given the stakes, the tiger likely wouldn't withhold such basic information. Even if it had ulterior motives, those would only surface after the 2 aberrations were dealt with. Human, what do you plan to do? Those 2 aberrations won't be easy to handle. The white tiger spoke, then turned its massive gaze to Gu Chun, as if curious about his insights. Gu Chun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. You're already aware of one of my abilities. Concealment. Our advantage lies in this information gap. Those 2 aberrations know you fear their alliance and might even suspect you'll seek allies. But they'll never expect us to act this fast. a feeble human forcing a fifth rank being into cooperation. Even if Thousand Faces learned of this, it would likely be skeptical. How could a human possess such strength? It defied all logic. The white tiger nodded slightly, its massive head bobbing. Skullcrusher is too stupid to factor into our plans. Even if Thousand Faces is paranoid, it won't see this coming. Watching the nodding tiger, Chen continued, "My plan is for you to approach them, first saying you've made your decision. Rather than fight them, it's better to split the mountain's energy equally." Back at Xiang City's commercial plaza, Thousand Faces stared at the white tiger, before him the black mist energy forming a puzzled expression. Has Mountain Lord come to his senses in just an hour? Moments ago, the white tiger had shown up offering to give up half the mountain's energy. You win. I concede part of the mountain, but... The white tiger paused as if suppressing rage. Boundaries must be set. No interference with each other. Gazing upon the white tiger's slightly hunched figure, Chen sensed something deeply amiss. From all he knew of this feline, this so-called cat, even in surrender it would have lingered until the very last moment before reluctantly appearing. Beside him, Sui Lu paid no heed to such subtleties. At the white tiger's appearance, several of its grotesque heads simultaneously drooled thick viscous saliva. Excellent energy. The mountain peak shared. Its massive stitched-together body trembled with frenzied excitement, as though already tasting an endless torrent of extra-dimensional energy surging into its being, fueling its ascension to greater power. I grant you half the mountain peak's energy. That is the utmost concession I can offer. Do not overreach. The white tiger roared, its fury mounting as Chen still hesitated, perhaps emboldened by confidence in its own faction's strength, and consumed by hunger for the peak's latent energy. Chen ultimately yielded. "Aha, Mountain Lord, you misunderstand. I was simply overwhelmed with delight." Momentarily speechless, a sly mocking smile coalesced from the rippling black mist, its voice laced with quiet amusement. The white tiger lowered its head and bellowed, a roar thick with humiliation and helplessness. Its tiger eyes swept across the two anomalies, laying bare with brutal clarity the searing shame of forced submission. "Enough talk. Let us go. I'll show you the demarcated territory." With impatient claws, the great tiger scraped violently at the earth, sending shards of stone flying. This display eased Chenyan's wariness, though lingering doubt remained. It resolved for now to follow the white tiger and see for itself. A wise choice, Sui Lu. Before Chenyan's words fully faded, the humiliation blazing in the white tiger's eyes vanished, replaced in an instant by glacial murderous intent. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar erupted from its maw, manifesting as an invisible wave of spiritual assault, aimed squarely at the anomaly Chen. Confronted by this overwhelming psychic strike, Chenyan's entire shroud of black mist stiffened, froze, for a fleeting instant. Fortunately, it had anticipated the tiger's treachery. Having learned from its prior defeat at the tiger's claws, it knew its own vulnerability all too well, and thus long before this moment had secretly erected an energy barrier around itself. That accursed tiger, so it truly meant to strike. Lucky I exercised caution, otherwise... Huh! Before Chen could even react, it felt a vast, overwhelming force descend upon its entire being. This was no mere pressure of raw energy. It felt as though the very dimensional fabric enclosing it had been forcibly sealed. Ong! Muunn. Hard on the heels of spatial imprisonment came a soul-piercing dragon's cry. Ah! First the tiger's roar, then the dragon's cry. Two successive devastating psychic assaults, even with preparation, wrenched a pained wail from Chen. Simultaneously, the white tiger lunged. Its pent-up ferocity exploded outward. Its colossal form became a streak of white lightning, hurtling straight toward Sui Lu, who like Chen stood momentarily stunned. Massive tiger claws rent the air, not with flourish but with pure unadulterated speed and force, aimed precisely at the fragile sutured joints binding Sui Lu's monstrous limbs. SSHHK. SSHHK. A rapid wet chorus of tearing flesh echoed. Sui Lu's proud gnarled heads hadn't even begun to muster counterattacks. The enormous arms anchoring its torso, and the thick pillar-like legs supporting its bulk, were torn asunder, severed outright by tiger claws infused with the essence of Gungjin force. No! Every single head on Sui Lu's body shrieked in terror and rage. Its immense frame, deprived of one leg's support, crashed sideways with thunderous finality. Its vaunted might crumbled like parchment before the white tiger's long-simmering catastrophic onslaught. Meanwhile, Chen, trapped within spatial stasis and battered by dual psychic barrages, attempted to dissipate into pure energy and flee. Yet against the invisible prison of compressed space, even energy form offered no escape. Chen tried to summon its underlings, only to recoil in horror at the chilling realization all mental links had been severed. It did not know that Gu Chen had already enveloped the surrounding 3-kilometer radius in an impermeable spatial barrier, far beyond the reach of those low-tier lackeys to breach or re-establish contact. Sure, cornered and desperate Chen Mian unleashed every ounce of its stored energy outward in a violent, uncontrolled surge. It abandoned defense. It abandoned form, even sacrificed its latent potential to ascend to the 6th transformation. It channeled unprecedented spiritual energy, launching indiscriminate wide-area attacks against the surrounding space. Though it could not identify its captor, it knew, beyond doubt, that the enemy lurked nearby. Faced with such overwhelming psychic force, or rather the primordial essence of a 5th transformation anomaly, the white tiger abandoned its assault on Sui Lu and clutched its head in agony. Grr. Even Gu Chen, concealed deep within the veiled realm, felt a sharp searing pain pierce his brow. His spiritual perception faltered, for a mere tenth of a second. In that infinitesimal gap, the dying mass of black mist detonated its final reserve of power, its dark energy flaring outward in a blinding burst, wrenching itself free from spatial confinement. Ignoring Ao Li's scorching dragon flame, surging in pursuit, Chen Mian twisted into a distorted afterimage and fled. Desperate, reckless, vanishing into the distance. Truly worthy of a 5th transformation anomaly. Its death throes are fearsome indeed. Watching Chen Mian, spiritually wounded yet still capable of striking back. Gu Chen suppressed a chill of genuine Ong! Aoli roared, preparing to give chase, until Gu Chen raised a hand, halting her. Then, with a swift reverse grip, he summoned his weapon. A time-worn, straight-bladed long sword materialized in his palm, its blade shimmering faintly with a sinister crimson aura. This was Xue Sha, the blood-devouring blade long nurtured and refined. Since sheathing it, the blade had remained unsheathed, until now. The moment had come to test its true might. Where blade met scabbard, barely perceptible threads of grudge energy spiraled inward, absorbed and tempered by the scabbard itself. VVVVRR. The instant Xue Sha cleared its sheath, an inaudible wail of tormented souls rippled outward. Gu Chen flicked his wrist. Xue Sha pointed unerringly toward the fleeing shadow. Blood erosion gaze activated. An intangible edict of sovereign will bridged the void, locking irrevocably onto Chen Mian's fleeing form. The mark required 3 seconds. Stepping upon folded space, Gu Chen closed the distance. Relentlessly, unstoppably. 3 to 1. Mark complete. Gu Chen's spatial energy erupted anew, reimposing absolute stasis upon the shadow. And in the same breath, his own form appeared, directly blocking Chen Mian's path of escape. First strike. Where the blade passed, it seemed as if invisible, vengeful spirits wailed upon its edge. Damage increased by 25. Ordinary physical damage naturally would have little effect on this aberrant entity. But the Blood Fiend was no ordinary blade. Moreover, the strike appeared physical, yet it was also imbued with Gu Chen's spatial power, making it a hybrid of physical and magical damage. Peft! A dark red blade light struck precisely into the black mist. Ah! A shrill cry echoed around. The mass of black mist energy was cleaved open with a large gash by the Blood Fiend. Countless jets of pitch-black mist gushed out wildly like a deflating balloon. Just these foul energies alone were enough to instantly corrode the spirit of any sequence below the 3rd turn, leading to their demise. Whoosh! Aoli's small dragon mouth opened slightly, spewing forth a stream of dragon flame far more concentrated and dazzling than when she had faced the rotting swamp devourer earlier. Sizzle! Crackle! The moment the overflowing black mist touched the dragon flame, it emitted a piercing sound of evaporation like snow melting under the sun. The true body of 1,000 Faces still struggled incessantly, but to break free from the spatial confinement earlier, it had already expended all its strength, compounded by its pre-existing spiritual trauma. Now how could it possibly break free again? It was nothing more than a deathbed struggle. The second strike. Gu Chen twisted his wrist, changing the Blood Fiend's motion from a cleave to a slash, its trajectory cunning and vicious. The damage amplification abruptly surged to 66. Ryup! The blade light swept across, cleaving the mass of black mist cleanly in two. As vast amounts of vital energy were plundered, the energy around the black mist visibly thinned and dissipated. The third strike. This ends it. Gu Chen's gaze was sharp. His figure vanished again, reappearing above 1,000 Faces. He unleashed a supreme blade radiance upon the 2 halves of the black mist. This strike contained the inherent properties of the Blood Fiend, the sharpness nurtured by the scabbard and Gu Chen's own spatial energy. With a triple-layered amplification, its damage was far more than a mere 121 increase. There was no earth-shattering explosion, as one might imagine, only a crisp sound like shattering glass. The two struggling masses of black mist collapsed utterly before this terrifying blade radiance. They then dissolved into countless black motes of light, swiftly fading into the air. Ding. Killed sequence 5th turn aberrant, 1,000 faces. Slaughter value 300,000 points. 300,000. He hadn't expected to gain a full 300,000 slaughter value. But now was not the time for celebration. Gu Chen turned his gaze to the nearby battlefield, where the White Tiger was locked in fierce combat with the Skullcrusher aberrant. That aberrant, having previously lost a thigh and half a shoulder, could now only lie on the ground, constantly defending against the White Tiger's attacks. The tiger's claws struck with precision, wounding the aberrant but refraining from a killing blow. This was exactly what Gu Chen had demanded of the beast earlier. It must not slay the aberrant directly. Both aberrants had to be killed by his own hand. Had it not been for this requirement, the aberrant Skullcrusher would have long been finished off by the White Tiger. After all, it had only just ascended to the 5th turn, and its strength was inherently inferior to the White Tiger's. Coupled with the earlier ambush that had severely weakened its combat power, it would have been a miracle if it could still put up a fight. Gu Chen's form flickered. Spatial energy flowed silently, and he instantly appeared between the White Tiger and the prostrate Skullcrusher. Gazing at the human before it, the White Tiger's massive body retreated a few silent steps. Its tiger eyes fixed on Gu Chen's movements, holding a hint of scrutiny and a trace of wariness. The energy radiating from Gu Chen's 3 strikes that had slain 1,000 faces had already informed the White Tiger of this human strength. 4th turn. If it were merely the 4th turn, it would not have startled this 5th turn tiger. But this human had also mastered spatial power. Well, though there had been earlier suspicions, the truth laid bare was still hard to believe. At this moment, Skullcrusher had long lost its former ferocious menace. Deprived of a thigh and half a shoulder, its massive twisted mass of stitched flesh could only writhe futilely on the ground. The various wounds of varying sizes on its body were coated with a faint white light. This was the White Tiger's Gangjin force, embodying ultimate slaughter and offense. Of the 7 or 8 heads of different shapes adorning Skullcrusher, most were dead or had fallen off, leaving only 2 still breathing on its body. These 2 heads roared madly at Gu Chen, each spitting out a motley beam of energy. But due to its severe injuries and the erosion of the Gangjin force, their power was truly limited. Gu Chen swept his hand, and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared before him. The 2 energy beams vanished into it without causing the slightest ripple. Gu Chen moved with ghostly agility, dodging another haphazardly spat corrosive ray. He reversed his grip on the blood fiend, slashing upward from below. The dark red blade light swelled, condensing into an extremely concentrated streak. Its target, the last 2 heads of Skullcrusher. Crack! Ryup! A terrible tearing sound rang out. Skullcrusher's massive body completely lost its balance. It crashed sideways to the ground, kicking up a towering cloud of dust. SSS. The colossal mountain of flesh rapidly disintegrated into specks of light, dissolving swiftly under the sunlight, and finally vanished completely into the air. Ding. Killed sequence 5th turn aberrant, Skullcrusher. Slaughter value 280,000 points. The earlier 300,000 plus this 280,000 meant another 580,000 points in a short span. Gu Chen's slaughter value had now reached 1,200,000. Enough! More than enough! A surge of excitement filled Gu Chen's heart. This slaughter value should be sufficient to train him all the way to sequence 6th turn. After striving for so long, he could finally enjoy himself. Gu Chen landed lightly. The blood fiend's blade shimmered with dark red light, emitting a satisfied hum. Ha ha ha! How dare a puny aberrant act arrogant before your blood fiend grandpa? My great master, are you satisfied with blood fiend's performance this time? If you are, please grant blood fiend a little encouragement. The long blade in his hand trembled slightly, eagerly awaiting its master's evaluation. Looking at this slightly flamboyant blade, Gu Chen's mouth twitched. He simply said, "Well done," then sheathed it and tossed it into his dimensional space. On his wrist, Ao Li's small dragon head lifted slightly, wearing a displeased expression. She had originally wanted to show this human a display of true dragon majesty. But in the end, she hadn't gotten to showcase her real power in this operation. She gave a soft snort, tightening her coiled form around Gu Chen's wrist. Gu Chen turned to the White Tiger, still wearing that faint, calm smile. "A pleasant cooperation, Great Tiger. That mountain peak is yours." Apart from nearly 600,000 slaughter points, the harvest this time also included 2 anomalous items dropped by 5-turned aberrations. However, due to time constraints, Gu Chen had yet to pick them up. To trade a mountain peak of little use to himself for a massive amount of slaughter points and 2 high-quality anomalous items. This deal was an absolute steal. The great tiger before him shared the same sentiment. By merely assisting this human in eliminating its longtime rival, it had gained a mountain peak of utmost importance to itself. This exchange was incredibly lucrative. The white tiger cast a profound glance at Gu Chen and rumbled in a low voice, "Human, keep the promise you made earlier." With that, it made to leave. "Wait!" Gu Chen's words instantly tensed the atmosphere between them. Aoli, who had been curled obediently around his wrist, opened her eyes once more. Could this master of hers be planning to start a fight? The white tiger's fur bristled slightly, its heart on high alert against this mysterious and powerful human. Human, is there something else? The tiger's massive claws had already dug deep into the ground, every muscle taut. Could it be that this human truly intended to attack it? "Remember my face. Perhaps we will cooperate again in the future." Gu Chen paid no heed to the white tiger's tension, merely stating his purpose calmly. "Apologies, this is my first and last cooperation with a human." Seeing that Gu Chen had no intention of breaking their pact, the white tiger turned its colossal frame toward Mount Pingxi. Without another word, it transformed into a streak of white lightning and vanished at the edge of the ruins. As a proud tiger, how could it ever cooperate with a human again? Absolutely impossible. This reluctant compromise was merely for better cultivation resources. Watching the departing tiger, Gu Chen simply smiled faintly. Everything is either 0 or infinite times. This tiger had great potential and might soon advance to the 6th turn. Reaching such a level required more than just effort. Gu Chen's ultimate goal was to unify the entire Blue Star. To unify the world, the Sun and Moon Radiant Society was an unavoidable obstacle that must be eradicated. To destroy an organization of that caliber, high-end combat power was essential. Directly cultivating a 6-turned combatant would consume a vast amount of slaughter points. Instead, it was better to lure one over. Although this tiger was wary of him, it bore no strong malice. With Gu Chen's current spatial perception, he couldn't yet perceive the inner emotions of beings like Yan Shui, an emotional mentalist. But he could still distinguish basic good from evil. Gu Chen wasn't worried the white tiger would refuse. As long as they weren't mortal enemies, interest would always be the eternal theme. This great tiger was willing to risk cooperating with a human like Gu Chen for a mountain peak rich in energy, showing how scarce its cultivation resources were. For Gu Chen, who possessed the system, a mere trickle of cultivation resources would be enough to tempt the white tiger. "I thought you were going to make a move." A faint voice came from his arm. Aoli blinked her draconic vertical pupils and raised her little head to look at Gu Chen. She had thought she would have a chance to shine, but "Stay coiled properly and don't move recklessly." Hearing this, Gu Chen gently flicked the small dragon horns on Aoli's head. "Aoli, Ao." Ignoring the furious little flood dragon, Gu Chen turned and walked toward where the 2 5-turned aberrations had fallen. What anomalous items would a 5-turned aberration drop? Gu Chen first arrived at the spot where the aberration Thousand Faces had died, scanning the ground. A fist-sized mass of liquid energy floated half a foot above the ground. Its surface constantly refracted dizzying complex light patterns. A few more glances would leave one mentally dazed, as if countless distracting whispers echoed in one's ears. Name Thousand Faces. Bodily fluid origin dropped by the 5-turned aberration Thousand Faces upon death. Thousand Faces was a formless, qualityless conglomerate of mental pollution, one of the overlords of Xiang City's central commercial plaza. It was ultimately severely wounded by a dual mental shock above the plaza and completely annihilated by a triple blood fiend slash. Quality epic. Evaluation. This core inherits the mental distortion and illusion properties of Thousand Faces. It contains extremely unstable mental pollution energy, constantly emitting intangible mental radiation. Suggestion. Exchange for a specially made crown from the system. Inject the bodily fluid into it, and then have the system forge it to obtain the sacrificial item. Crown of Mental Domination. Bodily fluid. Truly befitting a mental type aberration, even its deathly anomalous item was so unique. But what kind of sacrificial item is this Crown of Mental Domination? Gu Chen inquired with the system, which provided a flood of information roughly as follows. Trait: the wearer can unleash Thousand Faces illusion, forcibly distorting the 5-sense perception of enemies within range. It can alter memories with absolute effect on targets below the 4th turn. Trait: greatly enhances mind control type sequence abilities, allows extraction of the target's mental energy to nourish oneself, and grants immunity to mental pollution attacks below the 5th turn. Trait: glancing at the long list of traits, Gu Chen smacked his lips. This thing looked incredibly expensive. Gu Chen calculated inwardly. The Crown of Mental Domination was indeed a fine item, but forging it would surely cost a considerable amount of slaughter points. He decided to store it for now. The next moment, Gu Chen appeared where the colossal meat mountain of Skull Crusher had completely disintegrated. A fist-sized pulsating ball of flesh lay quietly on the ground. It was a deep brown hue, its surface covered in thick throbbing blood vessels. Was this a heart? Named Skull Crusher's heart. Origin: the aberration Skull Crusher once dominated Xiang City's central commercial plaza, a terrifying meat mountain formed from countless remains and violent flesh exuding immense ferocity. Unfortunately, it encountered a five-turned white tiger, which used metal essence force to sever its limbs, and it was finally slain by the spatial sequence user Chen. Quality epic. Evaluation: this heart carries Skull Crusher's insatiable devouring desire and stitching properties, containing immense physical power, brutality, and surging vitality. Suggestion: implant the heart into the chest cavity to replace the original organ, granting the following abilities: greatly enhanced strength, nearly limitless muscular endurance, and stamina, rapid regeneration by consuming energy. When injured, though, it requires regular feeding of flesh and blood. Almost infinite stamina. One must admit that even Chen was tempted when he saw this ability. After all, this is a heart of a perpetual motion machine. However, when he saw that it required the consumption of flesh and blood, Chen immediately lost interest. A bizarre heart that requires flesh and blood. Then what could this flesh and blood possibly be? It can't be pork or lamb. Those kinds of meat, right? Chen truly couldn't bring himself to eat that. If there is no other choice, why take this path? It's better to rely on the system to enhance his strength. As for the rest, they're merely side roads. Thinking this way, Chen continued to look at the second suggestion provided by the system. Suggestion: integrate it into the target weapon's ritual item, granting the weapon the brutal devour attribute. This would allow the weapon to unleash the frenzied tearing power of Shatterskull upon attack, triggering a flesh and blood disintegration effect upon hitting the target, significantly weakening the enemy's recovery ability. The weapon can absorb the flesh and blood energy of slain enemies, converting it into a temporary power boost. When the user is engaged in intense battle, the weapon will release a brutal battle intent to stimulate the user's nerves. In this state, strength will receive a certain enhancement, pain perception will be reduced by 50, and the desire to attack will increase by 100. This is indeed feasible and quite suitable for Bloodshah. Moreover, this brutal devour attribute aligns very well with Bloodshah's original essence extraction attribute. If the two are combined, they might unleash even more powerful effects. As a ritual item ranked just over 1,000, Bloodshah is already quite formidable. If it were to merge with this heart, I wonder how much it could elevate its ranking. System: how much slaughter value is needed to upgrade Bloodshah with this heart? Ding, 350000 points of slaughter value required. 350,000 points is still acceptable for Chen at this moment. After all, this is an unusual item that has emerged from a 5-turn anomaly. Chen stored the heart in the dimensional space and did not choose to upgrade it directly. He had gained quite a lot from this operation and needed to plan carefully. Currently, his slaughter value is not lacking. What Chen needs now is waiting for himself to transform all the slaughter value into his own power, waiting for that batch of survivors in the convoy to grow. It's time to go back. Chen's figure swayed as the space folding activated, rapidly returning toward the direction where the convoy was camped. The white jade bracelet on his wrist sensed the spatial fluctuations and tightened slightly. Sister Hongyuan, why hasn't the master returned yet? On the platform of the top floor of the Doomsday Fortress, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. In the short hours since Chen left, this was the 9th time Aisier had asked. Her delicate face was filled with anxiety. Just a few hours ago, they had also heard those two chilling pressures. Even with some distance and the spatial barrier left by Chen for protection, it still caused their hearts to tremble. But it still made them feel a sense of dread. As for the ordinary people in the convoy, it goes without saying that they were so scared they fell to the ground, with some even wetting themselves. It's not that they are afraid of death or timid. It's a reaction rooted in their genetic instincts. Just like before the apocalypse, many small animals would tremble and be unable to move upon hearing a tiger's roar. After the initial fear, Aisier became very worried about Chen. She wanted to go look for him but was stopped by Hongyuan. Although Hongyuan was a bit dim-witted at times, she understood that looking for Chen at this moment would undoubtedly add to his troubles. After all, if they were to encounter a bazaar that even that stinky man couldn't handle, then charging in would be useless. Better to wait calmly for him to return. Don't worry, that stinky man has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. When it comes to survival methods, hardly anyone can compare to him. Besides, isn't there that 5-turn flood dragon by his side? Hongyuan walked over to Aisier's side, gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. Although she was also worried about Chen at this moment, she could only pretend to be calm and reassure Aisier. Yan Shui, who sat quietly in the corner, said nothing, but the two gray-white cat ears atop her head drooped listlessly, losing the vitality they had when in Chen's presence. In the camp below, everyone fell into a strange silence. The survivors wore various expressions, occasionally looking up at the top of the fortress, or in the direction Chen had departed. "Captain, why hasn't he returned after such a long time?" A burly man holding a modified crossbow asked his companion in a somewhat hoarse voice. If it were normal times, he wouldn't have brought up such a trivial topic. But now, recalling the previous two terrifying pressures, the person beside him quickly covered the burly man's mouth in panic while cautiously looking around at the enforcement team. Seeing they had not noticed the commotion over here, he whispered, "Is the captain's matter something you can casually discuss? If the enforcement team hears this, we definitely won't have a good outcome." Upon hearing the three words enforcement team, the burly man immediately trembled in fright, no longer daring to say another word. If you were to ask who the ordinary survivors in the convoy feared the most, it would undoubtedly be that group from the enforcement team. Usually, if they mistakenly said something wrong, they would be accused of disloyalty to the convoy and disrespect to Captain Chen. Then they would be dragged away and taught a lesson. While there is no real danger to life, who wants to go searching for supplies with injuries in this apocalypse? The most critical part is, "It hurts. What are you two talking about?" Just when the two thought they had not been discovered, Wang Meng's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Wang, Manager Wang, we're discussing martial arts insights." The burly man holding the modified crossbow stammered. The burly man's companion was also sweating profusely. "Martial arts insights." Wang Meng looked at them coldly, his gaze carrying a hint of sharpness. Since becoming the manager of the convoy, Wang Meng's entire demeanor had undergone subtle changes. In the eyes of these ordinary survivors, he emanated a strong sense of pressure. Perhaps this is the effect of power, enough to transform a once pitiful individual into someone with a hint of intimidation. You better be discussing martial arts. Some things are not something you can casually speculate about. Stay put, and don't cause any trouble. Wang Meng did not plan to delve deeper into these two. Firstly, they had not committed any fundamental errors. They had merely uttered, "Why hasn't the captain returned yet?" Moreover, the atmosphere within the convoy was already tense and oppressive. If they continued to fixate on these two individuals, it would only lead to chaos. Wang Meng scanned the camp and, seeing everyone behaving themselves, turned to leave. As Chen's most loyal subordinate, he too was filled with concern. However, the responsibilities and powers entrusted to him by Chen compelled him to stabilize this group of survivors. Tai Mubai and Li Mi were curled up in their respective vehicles, tightly clutching the last remaining vial of awakening agent. The two waves of pressure made these ordinary people experience for the first time what true heavenly might felt like. This only deepened their yearning for the awakening process. But according to the captain's account, even if one injected the awakening agent, there was no guarantee of 100% success in awakening. They could only hope they weren't among the 20%. Both of them prayed internally while also worrying about Chen's safety. This was not out of some deep loyalty to him. They simply understood that following this captain would undoubtedly allow them to live better in this apocalypse. He Chuan observed the subtle changes spreading through the camp, pondering deeply. The intimidation brought by the unknown enemy tightened everyone's nerves like an invisible string. The recently ignited flames of greed and struggle among the survivors seemed to have been doused with cold water. Although the spark had not died out, the momentum of their burning desire had clearly weakened. If the captain doesn't return for an extended period, then the wolfishness that the convoy just managed to cultivate will likely collapse in an instant. The entire Great Love Convoy was composed of survivors from multiple smaller teams. While it seemed like a solid unit, in reality Chen had transformed all their negative emotions and conflicts into a single greedy desire, a desire to enhance their own strength and gain extraordinary power. To fulfill this desire, it was essential to have Chen as their captain. After all, he was the one capable of creating the awakening agents, which was the key to sustaining the operation of the convoy. Just as the atmosphere in the camp grew unbearably oppressive, subtle spatial ripples unexpectedly began to surface at the top of the Doomsday Fortress. AI Sierra's eyes instantly lit up, and Hong Yuan's tense body suddenly relaxed. Yan Shui's cat ears perked up, and they all turned in the same direction with excitement. A familiar figure landed steadily on the platform. "Master." AI Sierra rushed forward, first her voice filled with joy. "Brother Chen." Yan Shui also jogged over her cat ears, playfully twitching her face, once again radiating with delight. "Are you okay? What about those two powerful auras we sensed earlier?" Hong Yuan approached, her previously tense shoulders now noticeably relaxed. Chen swept his gaze over the three girls, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It's fine. I encountered two fifth-tier anomalies. The sounds you heard earlier came from them." "Fifth-tier anomalies? Two of them?" The three girls exchanged wide-eyed glances. Encountering anomalies of this level would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome if they faced off. Master, did you kill those two anomalies? Seeing Gu Chen's relaxed demeanor as if he had no fear of those two anomalies, AI Sierra cautiously inquired. Although Gu Chen had previously achieved victories over 5th-tier creatures, those were opportunistic wins. But now facing normal 5th-tier anomalies, especially two at once. Killed them. Gu Chen nodded briefly, recounting the events. Master, when your strength becomes greater, you can tame that big tiger and turn it into your pet cat. AI Sierra and Yen Shuyi were filled with excitement, proud of their formidable man. Gu Chen's wrist ornament Aoli tilted its small head, feeling that something about that statement sounded a bit strange. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan felt rather complex emotions. While genuinely happy for Gu Chen, she also felt a touch of helplessness. She had awakened even before this obnoxious man, yet now she couldn't even catch a glimpse of his tail light. Gu Chen naturally noticed Hong Yuan's downcast mood. This woman's cultivation speed was no longer slow. But what could be done? After all, she was measuring herself against him. However, this time's harvest was significant, and it could be exchanged for some cultivation resources to enhance the strength of the three women. These three women shared a common goal with Gu Chen, so helping them improve was perfectly reasonable. Captain, is that the captain returning? With Gu Chen's arrival, the oppressive atmosphere in the camp seemed to be instantly erased by an unseen hand. The survivors all looked up, their faces showing relief and exhilaration. Gu Chen was their hope for awakening. As long as this hope remained, they had the courage to continue struggling. Captain, it really is you back. That's wonderful. I knew the captain would be fine. The survivors spoke in a cacophony, erupting into thunderous cheers as they waved at Gu Chen. Now the scene in the Great Love Convoy resembled the arrival of a general. It didn't matter whether the cheers were genuine or not, they had to shout it out loud. He Chuan watched the camp come back to life in an instant, marveling at how terrifying his captain's prestige had become. Gu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the fervent crowd below, raising his hand to signal everyone to calm down. What's with all this excitement? I don't want to be a general. Gu Chen glanced at the time 1806. It was getting dark and it was time to leave Xiang City. He had just killed two 5th-tier anomalies. The entire Xiang City would surely plunge into madness. After all, that was the death of two 5th-tier creatures. Even though there was a spatial barrier in place, it only blocked the breath of living beings. If the anomalies caught sight of them, this group of survivors would be in grave danger. As his personal resources, how could they simply perish? Moreover, Gu Chen had no intention of staying in Xiang City any longer. His kill points were sufficient, and these ordinary survivors needed to recover. Therefore, for the time being, it was best to settle down a bit. Wang Meng, notify everyone to pack up immediately and leave Xiang City in 10 minutes. Gu Chen instructed his top underling located beneath the Doomsday Fortress. Targeting the southwest direction, we will seek a safe area to camp for the night. Understood. Wang Meng did not hesitate and immediately turned to organize the survivors. Under Wang Meng's command, the entire camp began to move quickly. The survivors who had made it this far were no fools. If the leader of the convoy said it was time to leave, it most likely meant danger was approaching. The survivors of the convoy were all too familiar with the act of fleeing. After all, in the nearly 4 months since the apocalypse began, they had experienced this situation countless times. Those who were not adept at or familiar with fleeing had mostly perished. Those who remained were the elite echelon. Rigorously selected by the anomalies, their track record spoke for itself. With seasoned experience and effective organization, the survivors packed everything up in just 6 minutes. All right, let's move out. With Gu Chen's command, the Doomsday Fortress beneath them stirred to life. The massive tracks began to churn, heading toward the outskirts of Xiang City. Behind this colossal fortress trailed dozens of vehicles of various sizes. The setting sun cast long shadows of the entire convoy, silhouetting the anomaly-shrouded city behind them. The entire Dai convoy, led by Gu Chen, sped southwestward. After an unknown duration, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. The convoy halted in an unfamiliar landscape, surrounded by hills and trees, mingled with the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth. They were now a considerable distance from Xiang City, so there was no need to worry about the anomalies from the city approaching. As for wandering anomalies, Gu Chen's spatial perception and barrier rendered them no threat. Well, camp here tonight. Heighten vigilance. Gu Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the convoy. With the order given, the camp began to operate in an orderly fashion once more. Bonfires were lit, dispelling some of the chill and the fear brought by darkness. The survivors retrieved supplies and began replenishing their energy. This time in Xiang City, they had found many valuable items, and it was time to enjoy them. The camp buzzed with discussions of the day's perils and hopes for the future. Almost everyone's conversation revolved around one phrase, sequence bearer. They fantasized about what sequence they would awaken if they obtained a sequence awakening potion. Many had already set their sights on Tai Mubai and Li Mi. They didn't know if Captain Guchan still had any sequence potions, nor did they dare to hope. It was as if mortals dared not discuss the gods. But these two, they had personally witnessed them possessing potions. Many survivors had already approached them trying to curry favor and pledge loyalty. Brother Tai. A man with a sycophantic smile edged closer to Tai Mubai, lowering his voice. You and Brother Li were the ones the captain asked by name. When you awaken your sequence later, don't forget to give us little brothers a hand. Yeah. Others immediately chimed in eagerly, offering a cigarette collected from Xiang City and lighting it for him. From now on, we'll be following you, Brother Tai. Tai Mubai took a stiff drag of the cigarette and smiled wryly. It's not even certain yet. Whether he'll awaken a sequence is still unknown. He understood these people's motives, but he hadn't even awakened himself yet. How could he possibly look after them? The situation was similar for Li Mi, surrounded by a throng of acquaintances. Around them were various rare supplies, including cigarettes and meat. Some sought their sequence potions, while most merely wanted to get on their good side. Now they could still approach and ingratiate themselves, but once the two awakened their sequences, they would be on a completely different level. By then, even if they wanted to curry favor, they wouldn't have the chance. Aboard the Doomsday Fortress, Guchan watched Tai Mubai and Li Mi surrounded by the crowd. As the first two survivors in the convoy to taste the forbidden fruit, he could only hope they both awakened successfully. Only their success would fuel the others' craving for the potions. If they failed, it would likely be a significant blow to the survivors. Guchan would then have to waste his breath, giving them a morale boost. 7 or 8 hours had passed since the two injected the potion. By tomorrow morning, the results should be visible. Ignoring the camp's clamor, Guchan turned and entered the interior of the Doomsday Fortress. The white jade bracelet on his wrist slipped off, and Aoli's petite form landed on a soft cushion in the corner of the vehicle. Curled up in a coil, she gave a distant oomph in Guchen's direction before resuming her breathing exercises to heal her injuries. Guchen paid little heed to this proud little flood dragon. He sat cross-legged and began to calculate how to spend the kill points he had earned. First, regarding his own strength, he must exchange for Eclipsed Moon Nectar, a sequence potion that accelerated cultivation. Next, he couldn't neglect the body-tempering potions. Based on the cultivation speed of sequence 4th turn, Guchen would need approximately 5 bottles of Eclipsed Moon Nectar energy to advance to the 5th turn. At 80,000 points per bottle, that would consume 400,000 kill points. For body-tempering auxiliary medicines, Guchen planned to use both conservative and aggressive methods. Combine the Blood Moon Marrow and body-tempering magic liquid would cost 23,000 kill points per week, amounting to nearly 92,000 points per month. Subtracting roughly 500,000 from 1,200,000, Guchen would have approximately 700,000 kill points remaining at his disposal. Aside from his own cultivation medicines, there were also Hong Yuan and the others. Guchen's plan was to give each of the 3 women a sequence capsule costing 30,000 points. As for the convoy survivors, he would need to exchange for sequence awakening potions during the next hunting operation. Guchen intended to exchange for 4 more bottles costing another 20,000 kill points. These were all essential needs, leaving Guchen with approximately 650,000 kill points for free use. The system's upgrade had also been idle for some time. This operation had yielded 5 anomalous objects, 2 of which came from 5th turn anomalies. If he chose to forge sacrificial items, which one should he use first? Should he use the heart from Skullcrusher to upgrade Blood Fiend, or first forge the fluid from Thousand Faces into a crown? After a moment's thought, Guchen decided to postpone upgrading Blood Fiend. He was not lacking in offensive means at the moment. Moreover, with Blood Fiend's current power, it was sufficient for Guchen's needs. No matter how good a piece of equipment was, the user must possess enough strength to unleash its true potential. Guchen's combat prowess was already formidable, and with Aoli, a 5th turn Flood Dragon, those below the 6th turn could hardly threaten him. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't handle, upgrading Blood Fiend might not turn the tide. So, he would first forge that Spirit Domination Crown sacrificial item. According to the system's suggestion, this item could alter others' memories. It would take absolute effect on targets below the 4th turn. What did that mean? Currently, most human convoys had combat strength at the sequence 2nd turn. 3rd turn transcendence were rare, let alone the 4th turn. If he encountered an enemy and directly altered their memory, turning himself into their father, wouldn't that be? Guchen could already imagine the scene. It would be absolutely amusing. Beyond assisting in combat, this ability could also greatly enhance Guchen's absolute control over the convoy. He could uniformly alter the memories of survivors who received the awakening potion, ensuring their absolute loyalty to him. This would guarantee they would never harbor rebellious thoughts in the future. Of course, there would inevitably be some natural-born traitors who, no matter how their memories were altered, would still develop treacherous intentions. But Gu Chen would never allow such people to obtain the awakening potion from the start. After all, he still had Yan Shui, the emotional psychic. Gu Chen let out a long breath. That was roughly the plan. As for the rest, he would wait until the crown was forged. After all, it was a fifth-turn anomaly. The forging time wouldn't be short. Regarding this crown, the system suggested first exchanging a special headpiece, then injecting the body fluid to forge it. System, how many slaughter points are needed to forge this crown sacrifice according to this suggestion? Ding, 380000 slaughter points required. 380,000. This price was within expectations. Gu Chen immediately clicked to confirm the forging. Sacrifice forging 1675958 168 hours, meaning a week's time. This was the perfect opportunity to settle down properly. She knew. Gu Chen's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, broke the fortress' internal silence. Almost the moment the sound fell, a small head popped out from the staircase on the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress. Master. Ai Sierra hurried over her eyes, gazing affectionately at Gu Chen. It was so late, what else could the master want from her? Take these. Just as Ai Sierra thought Gu Chen was about to favor her, the man opened his palm to reveal 3 small green capsules. Master, what are these? Ai Sierra obediently took them, curiously examining the green powder flowing inside the pills. Sequence energy concentrate capsules, which can greatly enhance the speed and purity of sequence energy accumulation. 1 for you, 1 for Hong Yuan, and 1 for Shui. Gu Chen briefly explained the capsule's effects. Master, this is too precious. Ai Sierra's voice trembled with disbelief as she carefully cradled them in her hands. Take them as soon as possible. The convoy plans to rest temporarily. This is a good time to boost our strength. Yes, Master. Ai Sierra nodded, firmly clutching the capsules tightly. This weighty trust and gift filled her heart with a warm current and resolve. All right, deliver them to the others. Gu Chen waved his hand, signaling Ai Sierra to leave. Hong Yuan was cultivating in her SUV, while Yan Shui was watching over Lin Na, the woman from Sakura. He himself needed to cultivate too. With a flicker of thought, Gu Chen took out 2 portions of body-tempering magic potions he had previously exchanged from the dimensional space. One was the Blood Moon Jade Marrow for external application, and the other was the body-tempering magic liquid for internal consumption. Start with the external one. Without hesitation, Gu Chen quickly removed his upper garments. He scooped out a piece of the paste-like Blood Moon Jade Marrow and evenly applied it to every inch of his skin. Chest, arms, thighs, and back. The moment the Jade Marrow touched his skin, a strange icy sensation spread. But this coldness lasted only an instant, soon replaced by a fiery, burning feeling. This heat didn't stay on the skin surface but wildly penetrated deep into the muscle and fascia. It felt like countless tiny fire needles were burning and prickling within his flesh. Gu Chen looked down at the skin coated with Jade Marrow, quickly turned bright red like a boiled shrimp. Was this the conservative body-tempering plan? Though the sensation was somewhat uncomfortable, it was far from unbearable. Enduring this intense burning, Gu Chen began to channel the energy within his body to guide and resist it. The power of space flowed through him. As time passed, the bone-deep heat began to gradually diminish. In its place, a deep sense of toughness emerged. Gu Chen could clearly feel his skin being compressed and solidified by the domineering medicinal power. The skin's defense seemed to have increased slightly. The reddened skin didn't completely fade, but instead took on a faint luster. Once the burning sensation on his body surface eased slightly, Gu Chen picked up the bottle of body-tempering magic liquid. This stuff needed to be taken internally, just a small sip at a time, and this bottle was a week's supply. Looking at its slightly violent aura, Gu Chen took a sip directly. A pungent, spicy odor shot straight up his nasal cavity, making Gu Chen's brow furrow. As the magic liquid went down his throat, it felt like swallowing a mouthful of boiling magma. An energy far more violent than the Blood Moon Jade Marrow suddenly exploded inside Gu Chen's body. This torrent of energy, like a wild horse breaking its reins, instantly surged into his internal organs, and then into the bones, joints, and sinews of his limbs. Gu Chen could even clearly hear a dense series of crackling sounds from within his body. It felt as if every bone in his body was being repeatedly hammered by an invisible giant mallet. Ugh! Gu Chen's body trembled violently, and fine cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. The pain was excruciating. Who could understand the feeling of being forcibly torn apart and then instantly reassembled? Besides the pain, there was also an itch. a bone-deep itch as if thousands of ants were crawling through the crevices of his bones. Despite this, Gu Chen gritted his teeth, activated the void breathing method, and guided this energy to circulate throughout his entire body. Each guidance brought even more intense pain and tingling, but in its wake came a marked increase in bone density and muscle strength, and even his internal organs were strengthened. In the corner, Ao Li seemed startled by the violent energy emanating from Gu Chen. Her small dragon head lifted slightly, and a flash of surprise crossed her vertical pupils. She could sense that this human was tempering his physical body in an extremely dangerous and domineering manner. Humph, asking for trouble. Ao Li muttered softly, but the usual contempt in her eyes had lessened, somewhat replaced by a hint of seriousness. This almost self-torturing method of body tempering would likely yield astonishing results. Time flowed silently in Gu Chen's suffering. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the windows of the Doomsday Fortress, landing on him. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The layer of skin that had turned crimson due to the blood moon jade essence had completely faded, restoring its normal hue. Gu Chen could clearly perceive that the surface of his skin and the entire subcutaneous tissue, both the cellular vitality and toughness, had been greatly enhanced. But even more astonishing were the changes occurring within his body. After a night of torment, the small sip of the body-refining demon liquid he had consumed was finally refined. Consequently, his muscles had become denser and his bones harder. His tendons were stretched and reinforced, achieving a new height of elasticity and toughness. Even his organs, under the wash of energy, had become more vigorous. In terms of pure physical strength and explosive power, it had increased by at least 20% compared to before he practiced last night. Truly, the body-refining demon liquid, valued at 15,000 kill points, had astonishingly good effects. However, this was also partly due to it being Gu Chen's first experience with such cultivation. No matter what it is, the first use always yields the best results. Ha! Gu Chen stood up, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, which surprisingly carried a hint of heat, forming a white mist in the cool air. I never expected that this human would possess such a miraculous item. In the corner, the coiled Ao Li blinked, her beautiful vertical pupils, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes as she looked at Gu Chen. She could clearly sense that the blood and chi power within this human had become significantly stronger. Moreover, the enhancement was not slight, it was remarkably evident. Ao Li was certain that this item was definitely not a product of natural generation in the apocalypse. Instead, it resembled some kind of rule-based creation. If only I could obtain such a body-tempering item. She was unaware of how this human had acquired such a means to rapidly strengthen the body. But this did not hinder Ao Li's desire for the item. She was stuck at the 5th transformation, and the critical step to truly transforming into a divine dragon was to reshape her dragon body. This step was extremely perilous and tested the strength of the physical body. If she could obtain such a magical potion, even a few vials would increase her chances of advancing to the 6th transformation by at least 30%. No, it might even be as high as 50%. Thinking of the overwhelming vitality and blood power that this human had after applying and consuming the potion, Ao Li's heart raced at the thought. This was practically tailor-made assistance for her breakthrough to the 6th transformation. Once she advanced to the 6th transformation, it would truly be a rebirth, completely freeing herself from the serpentine lineage and soaring through the realms. But to approach this human and ask for it? No way, absolutely not. This thought quickly got vetoed by Ao Li. She was a dignified half-step divine dragon realm Jiao dragon. How could she bow her head to a human she regarded as a temporary shelter and seek something from them? Even though she was currently coiled around this human's wrist as an ornament, it was out of necessity a stopgap measure. To actively seek something, wouldn't that mean losing her last shred of dignity? Moreover, this human was quite cunning. He would not act without benefit. Even if she were to ask, he might not even give her this precious body-tempering potion. Humph, it's just some obscure potion anyway. Such forced stimulation of the physical body must have hidden dangers. Our dragon bloodline has its own path to growth. Why rely on external substances? Ao Li scoffed coldly in her heart, forcibly suppressing her desire, trying to persuade herself. The petite dragon head proudly turned away, as if looking down on the magical potion. Gu Chen moved his neck, his peripheral vision sweeping over the white jade on the soft cushion in the corner, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How could he not see through the thoughts of this little female Jiao? The energy fluctuations from last night's magical potion were so intense that they could not escape her perception. It seemed this body-refining potion was immensely appealing to her, who was eager to undergo a transformation. This white Jiao, as Gu Chen's golden enforcer, certainly needed to be stronger. After all, when he advanced to the 5th sequence, having a 6th transformation Jiao Dragon would help him acquire kill points more effectively. But right now this Jiao Dragon was still injured, and using the body refining potion would only cause harm. It was not yet time to give her the potion. At this moment Hong Yuan was feeling anxious. As Gu Chen's primary wife, her strength should be the strongest among his women. But now, she looked at Ai Sierra and Yan Shui, who had both advanced. These two young girls had received the sequence capsules from Gu Chen last night. After a night of cultivation, they had finally reached the 2nd sequence. This was good news. After all, the stronger they were, the more they could assist Gu Chen. This was originally something to be happy about. So Yan and Ai came to share their joy with Hong Yuan at the first opportunity. But now there was bad news. Hong Yuan herself was still at the 2nd sequence. Hong Yuan did not know what to say. Could it be that her talent was truly that poor? It was one thing to be outdone by Gu Chen, but now she couldn't even catch up with her two younger sisters who awakened months after her. Even though the gap between the 2nd and 3rd sequences was not comparable to that between the 1st and 2nd, Hong Yuan still felt very disappointed. Sister Hong Yuan Yu. As the emotional healer, Yan Shui felt the anxiety and disappointment in Hong Yuan's heart, and was about to ask when a voice interrupted. How did you all fare in your cultivation yesterday? Gu Chen looked at the 3 girls with great interest. With the assistance of the sequence capsules, they should have made significant progress. Ai Sierra and Yan Shui exchanged glances, their faces instantly blooming with bright smiles. The little pill given by our master was incredibly effective. Shui and I both directly advanced to the 2nd sequence. They had originally wanted to tell Gu Chen immediately. However, sensing that Gu Chen was cultivating, they chose not to disturb him, and instead ran over to share their joy with Hong Yuan. Gu Chen nodded. It had been almost a month since the 2 girls awakened to their sequence. Over the past 20 days, Gu Chen had practiced dual cultivation with them almost every day. They were already only one step away from the 2nd to the 3rd sequence, and now with the sequence capsules their advancement was within reason. What about you, silly girl? I still need a little more, but it should be soon. Hong Yuan slightly lowered her head, her voice a bit softer than usual. Looking at the red kite in front of him, who appeared to be downcast yet stubbornly putting on a brave face, Gu Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. This silly girl had a strong sense of competition. It was one thing to be unable to surpass him. However, witnessing both younger sisters smoothly advance while he remained stuck must have been hard on her. The transition from 2nd sequence to 3rd is a significant hurdle. It's not so easy to cross. Gu Chen stepped forward, gently lifting the woman's chin, gazing at her exquisite face as he spoke. The transition from 2nd to 3rd sequence is the first crucial watershed in the path of a sequencer. It cannot merely be crossed by the accumulation of energy. A sequencer requires a deeper level of comprehension of their own sequence. Otherwise, even if the energy is sufficient, one cannot advance. This is also one of the reasons why the 3rd sequence is so rare. Make sure to refine that capsule of energy well. It can save you at least a month or 2 of hard work. A capsule of the sequence is enough for them to cultivate for nearly half a month. Gu Chen paused, slightly hinting at the red kite as he said, in the coming nights, I will help you with some extra training. The red kite naturally understood what this man's extra training entailed, and a blush swept across her face. Ai Sierra and Yan Shui gathered around, sharing their insights into their new realms and the fresh sensations of mastering their powers. Seeing the harmonious scene among the 3 women, Gu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Sometimes a man's happiness is just that simple. Today, every survivor in the camp woke up early. The reason for this was not due to the convoy encountering danger requiring a hasty escape. Rather, they all wanted to see if Tai Mubai and Li Mi had awakened their sequences. Alas, do you think Brother Tai and Brother Li can successfully awaken their sequences? A young man looking youthful quietly asked several nearby survivors. Who knows about this? The captain has said it depends on individual fortune. The person next to him said this, but their eyes were scanning the car doors of Tai Mubai and Li Mi. I believe they will definitely succeed. A tall, thin guy immediately chimed in, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Just look at Brother Tai's build. He's clearly cut out to be a sequencer. Don't say it like that. A relatively rational middle-aged man shook his head and said the captain mentioned that the potion has a chance of failure. It seems there's a 20% chance of failure. What if? Pooh, why bring up such ominous words so early in the morning? The tall, thin guy immediately interrupted him with a few puhs. If there's a 20% chance of failure, then there's an 80% chance of success. Brother Tai and Brother Li must be among that 80%. Actually, I studied fortune-telling before the apocalypse, and Brother Li and Brother Tai are definitely not the type to have bad luck. Most of the survivors internally hoped that Tai and Li would be able to awaken their sequences. This wasn't merely out of genuine concern for the two, but because Tai Mubai and Li Mi were among the first in the convoy to eat the crab. As long as the two succeeded, they would become living examples. They would prove that the path of awakening through the potion was viable, and that the little bottle of potion wasn't just a figment of legend. It would mean that even ordinary people like them could access this power. Only then would everyone have the motivation to continue striving and hope for the future. Their fawning over Tai Mubai and Li Mi was not just about wanting to bask in their glory, but also a desire to see hope become reality. Those who were skeptical were not fools. They wouldn't stand up and sing against the crowd at this moment. Arguing with others was one thing, but if Tai Mubai and Li Mi heard them, if they didn't awaken it would be fine, but if they did, wouldn't that be disastrous? Alas, Brother Tai is coming out. A survivor who had been watching Tai Mubai excitedly pointed at a van with its door open. Almost everyone's gaze in the camp was drawn to this statement. They saw Tai Mubai suddenly burst out of the vehicle, fists clenched, and looking up to the sky he howled, "Ha ha ha, I did it. I succeeded. Ha ha ha. I've awakened my sequence." By the end, the stout man was even sobbing with joy. The surrounding survivors were momentarily stunned before erupting into even louder cheers. He really awakened. Oh my god, I knew it. What sequence did Brother Tai awaken? Brother Tai, what does it feel like to have extraordinary power flowing within you? Envy, jealousy, desire. Various emotions intertwined in the hearts of the survivors. After all, he was a sequencer. They had witnessed the birth of a sequencer. Facing the crowd's inquiries, Tai Mubai couldn't care less about them. His mind was solely focused on one thought: to see Captain Chen immediately. Ignoring the crowd trying to get close, Tai Mubai excitedly ran towards the Apocalypse Fortress. However, just 20 meters away from it, he was stopped by a law enforcement team. "Stop. You are prohibited from approaching within 20 meters of the captain's living area." The team leader, expressionless, crossed his arms and spoke coldly. The enforcement team of the Great Love Convoy isolated the area near Chen's Apocalypse Fortress from the entire camp. In between was an empty space that prohibited all survivors from entering or getting close. This was to prevent this group from disturbing Chen's cultivation. I am Tai Mubai. I have awakened my sequence and want to see the captain immediately." Tai Mubai's voice, tinged with excitement, was somewhat strained, but he still patiently explained to the law enforcement team. Even though he had awakened his sequence, he did not dare underestimate this group of ordinary people. After all, this enforcement team was directly under Chen. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when hitting a dog. If he offended this group, wouldn't that be slapping Chen's face? Tai Mubai had just awakened his sequence. He had a whole life ahead of him to enjoy. He didn't want to end his life so soon. Rest assured, someone has already gone to report to the captain. The enforcement team had witnessed the commotion in the camp. They were also polite to Tai Mubai, who had awakened his sequence. Inside the Apocalypse Fortress, Chen sensed Tai Mubai's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He had noticed Tai Mubai's awakening at the very first moment. The reason he hadn't gone over immediately was to see how the other would react after awakening. It seemed that the other had not been overwhelmed by power. He did not feel that becoming a sequencer made him superior. "Captain, that Tai Mubai claims to have awakened his sequence and wants to see you." Wang Meng's voice rang out outside the fortress, carrying a hint of envy. Once an ordinary survivor, he had now become someone to look up to. "Bring him over." "Yes." Wang Meng replied respectfully, then turned and departed. Though he had not obtained the sequence awakening potion, as long as he remained faithfully by Captain Chen's side, that was more than enough. Moments later, Tai Mubai arrived outside the armored vehicle at the lowest level of the Doomsday Fortress. Never before had he been this close to the mobile stronghold that symbolized the convoy's supreme authority and power. Even though he had now awakened his sequence, the overwhelming pressure still made it difficult for him to breathe. With a click, the door opened automatically, revealing a figure standing with hands clasped behind their back before Tai Mubai's eyes. Gazing at Chen, whose aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, all of Tai Mubai's excitement instantly transformed into profound reverence. Only after awakening his sequence could one truly comprehend the terrifying nature of this captain. Merely standing there, he exuded a suffocating presence. His calm gaze seemed capable of piercing through a person's very soul. "Captain!" Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Mubai dropped heavily to his knees, the sound echoing as they struck the cold, muddy ground. "Captain, Tai Mubai has not failed your trust. I have awakened." His voice trembled with a mix of excitement and tension, having transformed from an ordinary survivor into an awakened being. All of this was made possible solely through the captain before him. If not for Chen, Tai Mubai would have forever remained nothing more than a common survivor. "Rise and speak." Gu Chun nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. This loyal follower had indeed proven dependable, not turning on him after receiving his due. Tell me, what sequence ability have you awakened? Tai Mubai scrambled to his feet, still bowing respectfully, not daring to meet Gu Chen's gaze. Captain, I have awakened the magnetic sequence. He struggled to calm his surging energy, raising his slightly trembling right hand. As he focused his mind, an invisible surge of sequence energy erupted from his palm. A hum filled the air as several metal cans and a wrench left in the distant camp abruptly levitated. They drifted as if pulled by an unseen thread, hovering half a meter before Tai Mubai, vibrating with a low hum. Though his control over the ability was still rough, it was undeniably a manipulation of magnetic fields. Captain, my ability is to control the magnetic field within a certain range around me, allowing me to levitate metallic objects and move them at will. Tai Mubai's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. This was the first time in his life he had truly grasped a supernatural power. Watching the floating metal, Gu Chun raised an eyebrow. This ability felt oddly reminiscent of Magneto from the movies. Control over magnetic fields. Surely it's not limited to just metal, is it? Gu Chun stepped forward, his invisible pressure causing Tai Mubai to instinctively hold his breath. Indeed, it's not just metal. It seems to affect other things as well, but I can't quite grasp it yet. Tai Mubai's voice carried a note of unease and confusion as he struggled to articulate the elusive sensation. It feels like a pulling force, or perhaps some kind of field. He fumbled for words, fearing that an inadequate answer might displease Gu Chun, causing his speech to become hesitant and stammering. Gu Chun fell silent for a few seconds. The magnetic sequence was certainly not merely about controlling metal. If one could truly grasp the essence of magnetism, the potential upper limit of this ability could be immense. After all, magnetic force was one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Every living organism, even the planet beneath their feet, possessed its own magnetic field. If one could truly control that, how far does your control range extend? Show me your limits. Directly manipulating magnetic fields was still far beyond Tai Mubai's current capabilities, and Gu Chun had no intention of delving too deeply into the finer points of his ability. As long as the power remained in his hands, no matter how great its potential, it would ultimately serve him. Yes. Tai Mubai's heart tightened, and he dared not slack off, immediately concentrating his focus. His eyes sharpened as he fully channeled the nascent sequence energy within him. The humming intensified, and the floating cans and wrench began to tremble violently. A dilapidated bread van in the distant camp started to rock slightly, as if trying to lift off the ground. Though it failed to do so, the violent shaking and deformation of its body were clearly visible. Panting heavily after just over 20 seconds of all-out effort, the newly awakened Tai Mubai was already gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. A clear sign of immense exhaustion. Watching this, Gu Chen's mouth twitched in exasperation. Seriously, that's short and weak. Less than half a minute and he's already spent. Though even a modest display was acceptable. This. Sensing Gu Chen's disdain, Tai Mubai said helplessly, Captain, my perception is clearest and control strongest within about 20 meters. Beyond that, it becomes very taxing. He wished he weren't so weak, but such matters were beyond his will. If possible, Tai Mubai would naturally prefer to be more enduring. Gu Chun looked at the dented bread van in the distance. Being able to deform a vehicle from that far using magnetic force was indeed impressive. After all, he had just awakened. Being a bit short-lived was normal. All right, I have a general idea of your ability now. Gu Chun finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Your ability has great potential, but it's still too weak for now. Go back and cultivate diligently. Without further ado, Gu Chun fed Tai Mubai a hearty dose of encouragement, leaving him thoroughly inspired. As one of his workhorses, morale and spirit could not be neglected. A qualified workhorse would perk itself up when tired and motivate itself when downcast. Tai Mubai was clearly still falling short. When the opportunity arises, find some cultivation resources suitable for enhancing your ability. Gu Chun patted Tai Mubai on the shoulder, his voice filled with encouragement. But until then, you need to lay a solid foundation. Sequence advancement. With a bowl of encouragement followed by a promise of future rewards, he fired up the young man completely. Tai Mubai nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Captain, I will cultivate with all my might. Tai Mubai turned and left his steps carrying an unprecedented lightness. From this moment onward, his entire life had been irrevocably transformed. Watching Tai Mubai merge back into the camp, instantly surrounded by ecstatic and envious survivors, Gu Chen's gaze had already shifted elsewhere. Would that one named Li Mi manage to awaken his sequence? It had been quite some time since the sequence awakening potion was administered and Tai Mubai had already awakened. But There was still no sign of progress from Li Mi. In Gu Chen's perception, Li Mi's body still lacked the flow of sequence energy. His aura remained that of an ordinary person devoid of the unique fluctuations of a sequence bearer. Could it be that the awakening failed? Sequence awakening was an unpredictable affair, and failure was only to be expected. 5,000 kill points were nothing to Gu Chen now, for he was already worth millions. The only thing that disappointed Gu Chen slightly was that he might have to pump up the survivors with another dose of motivation. Fortunately, with Tai Mubai's successful awakening, their enthusiasm shouldn't wane too much. Brother Tai, did you just see the captain? Mr. Tai, what sequence did you awaken? Brother Tai, now that you're a sequence bearer, can you trade that awakening potion? The survivors in the camp crowded around Tai Mubai, firing off questions. Yet most were eyeing the sequence potion in his hand. I never thought he'd actually awaken. He Chuan, standing at the edge of the crowd, marveled at Tai Mubai's transformed demeanor. The captain truly could mass-produce sequence bearers. Did this mean he could truly lead humanity to reclaim cities and rebuild civilization? In his heart, He Chuan deeply wished to preserve the flame of humanity. After all, aside from a few, most loathed this nomadic existence. If they could live in peace, few would choose to keep fleeing. Humanity now had no choice, but He Chuan had glimpsed the hope of humanity returning to the top of the food chain. Hiss! He Chuan suddenly gasped as if struck by a revelation. Mass-producing sequence bearers. His mind raced, connecting Gu Chen's recent actions, first boosting the survivors' strength, then sending them to hunt aberrations. Next came the sequence awakening potions to empower them further. Could the captain be aiming to cleanse the world of all aberrations, restoring a pure world? He Chuan shuddered at his own deduction. It all made sense. Why else would the captain empower these ordinary survivors? Why go to such lengths to hunt aberrations and grant them awakening potions? Ordinary folk, even sequence bearers, avoided aberrations when possible. Only the captain was different. He faced aberrations heed, even sought them out. A seemingly foolish act in others' eyes. If not for this near-impossible grand goal, why would the captain bother arming and motivating these common survivors? He had produced 4 precious sequence awakening potions. Every sequence and sacrifice came at a cost. What price had the captain paid for these potions? It must have been a harrowing ordeal. Tears welled in He Chuan's eyes. The captain was secretly pursuing such a noble cause, striving for humanity's revival. The captain was truly magnificent. Earlier He Chuan had feared him, but now he felt genuine admiration. He Chuan had only wanted to survive in the convoy, but now he saw a purpose for his existence. To be a cog in the captain's grand plan, fighting for humanity's rebirth. Compared to the captain's ambition, what were his personal gains? He was about to witness humanity standing tall once more on this ravaged land. Truly, He Chuan was quite the imaginative soul. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Gu Chen, now riding AI Sierra, was unaware he had gained another fanatic follower. Having trained his body last night, he needed to unwind. Li Mi sat in his vehicle staring hollowly at Tai Mubai, surrounded by the crowd. Since injecting the sequence potion yesterday, he had checked his body every 10 minutes or so. He carefully sensed his body for any rumored strange sensations. He had barely slept, constantly fantasizing about awakening his sequence. He even considered injecting the remaining potion. But injecting 2 at once might cause issues. What if he could have awakened originally, but his improper operation caused failure? Wouldn't that be a loss? What to do? What to do? The captain said the potion took 18 to 24 hours. But 18 had already passed. He had less than 6 hours left. If he didn't awaken in that time, he might remain a commoner forever. Even if Li Mi had a second potion, if the first failed, what good would another do? Li Mi felt he was going mad, especially after seeing Tai Mubai awaken. They had injected together and the other had become a lofty sequence bearer. Yet he remained an ordinary man. This cruel contrast made him feel like a total failure. Was I never meant to be a sequence bearer? Damn it! In sheer frustration, he slammed his fist into the car door. Bang! The expected pain didn't come. Instead, the door was deeply dented. Li Mi froze, staring at his hand in disbelief. This strength. Even with his martial training, he couldn't dent a car door so easily. He calmed down and sensed a faint, unfamiliar energy flowing within him. I made it. I made it. Ha ha. I've awakened. I've awakened my sequence. Li Mi shouted ecstatically, pushing open the door and rushing out. Overcome with excitement, his legs tangled and he tripped, falling flat on his face. It worked. Ha ha ha. I've done it too. Even covered head to toe in mud from his fall, Li Mi's voice cracked with exhilaration. The crowd erupted instantly, like water splashed into boiling oil, far more frenzied than during Tai Mu Bei's awakening. Brother Li has awakened too. I told you so. Brother Li was bound to succeed. Wonderful. Our convoy now gains another sequence awakened. Gazing at Li Mi's disheveled, mud-splattered form, the survivors dared not utter a single mocking word. Instead they swarmed him, eyes gleaming with envy, curiosity, and even a hint of obsequiousness. Tai Mu Bai watched Li Mi, his heart stirred by a complex tide of emotion. Truth be told, deep down, he had never truly wished for Li Mi's sequence awakening. Though the two had hunted anomalies together, that was one matter, and this quite another. Their prior cooperation had only been a reluctant alliance forged under duress. Human nature thrives on comparison, especially among peers. Only when one's life surpasses another's does true inner satisfaction bloom. Otherwise, even extraordinary prosperity loses its luster. If everyone lives the same life, what meaning remains? Yet though Tai Mu Bai harbored such thoughts, he would never betray them outwardly. Brother Li, tell us. What sequence did you awaken? Yes, what power do you wield? Surrounded by eager faces, Li Mi felt the surging tide of newfound strength within him. His earlier despair utterly swept away. He too had become a sequence awakened. But which sequence exactly? Li Mi strained inwardly, searching his mind for the name, the very designation of his sequence. Beside him, Tai Mu Bai watched Li Mi with quiet puzzlement. Upon awakening, every sequence awakened instinctively receives a cascade of innate knowledge, embedded as if etched into their very being. This knowledge flows like genetic memory, effortless, immediate, undeniable. Yet Li Mi stood there, brow furrowed, still straining to recall, still searching. He Chuan unexpectedly pushed his way into the circle, wearing congratulations upon his face. But beneath his gaze flickered a subtle, sharp uncertainty. The aura emanating from Li Mi. Yes, there was sequence energy stirring within him. Yet, why did it feel subtly different from his own? Though sequences vary wildly in ability, their fundamental resonance, their core aura, is universally consistent. He Chuan, though merely a second-tier sequence awakened and an auxiliary type at that, possessed keen enough perception to discern this. He was certain the energy pulsing within Li Mi bore no resemblance to his own, or to Tai Mu Bai's beside him. After long hesitation, Li Mi finally spoke. The strength sequence. I've awakened the strength sequence. At those words, cheers and flattery exploded anew. The strength sequence? Wow! A close combat powerhouse. Brother Li is unstoppable now. Will he crush anomalies with a single punch? Congratulations, Brother Li. Strength sequence. Simple, direct, and among the most intuitively desirable abilities for any survivor. Basking in the adulation, Li Mi felt raw power surge through his veins. His excitement swelling to intoxicating heights. He clenched his fist to sinews, bulged muscles coiled like steel springs, radiating sheer explosive might. He even believed in that moment that his bare fists could flatten the dented minivan into scrap metal. Li Mi, are you certain you awakened the strength sequence? He Chuan stepped forward, unable to contain his doubt. Li Mi nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. I am the strength sequence. He held He Chuan, the second-tier sequence awakened, in genuine respect. When you awakened, did the core information about your sequence appear instantly in your mind? At that question, Li Mi's elation dimmed, replaced by faint bewilderment. Information? No distinct name or explanation came to me. Just a sensation that my strength had surged beyond measure, that my body brimmed with inexhaustible vitality. My vision sharpened. My hearing grew acutely precise. So I assumed it must be the pure strength sequence. Tai Mu Bai drew nearer, his brow deeply furrowed as he scrutinized Li Mi. In theory, foundational sequence names and abilities imprint themselves upon the mind at awakening. Indelible, instantaneous, absolute. That had been Tai Mu Bai's own experience. Yet Li Mi clearly lacked even basic comprehension of his supposed sequence. I believe yours is not the strength sequence. A voice cut through the air. Calm, resonant, unexpected. All turned as one. There, standing silently at the edge of the crowd, loomed a tall, commanding figure. Captain? Greetings, Captain. It was Gu Chen. The crowd hushed instantly, and parted, clearing a path between him and Li Mi. Gu Chen could not have missed the commotion outside the camp, yet his senses detected no trace of sequence awakening within Li Mi. That left only one conclusion: the awakening had failed. Yet, perhaps due to the sequence serum he'd taken or sheer improbable fortune, a sliver of sequence energy had stirred within him, elevating him irrevocably above ordinary humanity. Even without true awakening, that faint resonance could fuel relentless physical cultivation. Such individuals rarely exceed the peak of first-tier sequence awakened, yet later with bodies hardened beyond measure, and armed with instincts sharper than newly promoted second-tiers who hadn't yet chosen their sequence branch. They might even trade blows with them. Why did Gu Chen know this so precisely? Because he possessed a system, and this was its unerring verdict. Viewed thus, perhaps Li Mi's outcome wasn't failure after all. Captain, you mean what? Li Mi instinctively tightened his fist, a cold dread rising in his chest. Gu Chen strode forward, halting a few paces before Li Mi. His tone carried quiet regret. There is no trace of sequence awakening within you. His voice, soft yet crystalline, reached every ear. What? Li Mi staggered as if struck by lightning. His face bleaching bone white. Impossible, Captain. I felt it. My strength soared. I dented the iron door of that van with my bare hands. He thrust out his arm, pointing desperately at the crumpled minivan, as if proof lay in twisted metal. That was the sequence serum, stimulating latent physical potential, not true awakening. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the stunned survivors as he explained, calm and measured. Put simply, you are far stronger than any ordinary human, yet you lack the unique ability inherent to true sequence awakened, and therefore cannot ascend further. Li Mi's legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees, vision swimming black with crushing disillusionment. He had believed himself triumphant, elevated to the ranks of the sequence awakened. Yet reality delivered a crueler truth. He was nothing but a half-awakened anomaly. The plunge from paradise to abyss could scarcely feel more absolute. See, Captain, I failed. Then, what of the second serum? His lips trembled as he clung desperate to one last thread of hope. The other serum is already ineffective for you. Gu Chen shook his head, raising his hand to cut off his words. If you hadn't activated that trace of sequence energy within you, perhaps you could still gamble on that serum. But for you now, injecting it again will only cause the sequence energy in your body to reject it. In the end, your genes will collapse and you'll die. The probability is 100%. The entire camp fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the breathing sounds of the survivors. The envy and congratulations from everyone instantly transformed into a myriad of complex gazes. Some showed sympathy, some relief, and even a hint of schadenfreude. No one expected to witness such a reversal scene within just a few minutes. The inherent love for spectacle among people remains the same no matter where they are. Tai Mubai looked at the disheartened Li Mi, feeling not only regret for him but also a sense of relief and an inexplicable superiority. After all, he was a legitimate sequence user, far superior to such a half-baked one. Gu Chen's gaze fell on the crestfallen Li Mi, then swept across Yichuan and the surrounding crowd. For the next 7 days, the convoy will stay here to rest. Everyone go about your own business. With that, Gu Chen paid no further heed to the camp and turned to leave. He didn't care much whether Li Mi would inject the remaining sequence serum or not. What a superior gives is given. Taking it back midway would only hinder control over the subordinates. Moreover, if Li Mi couldn't withstand the blow of failed awakening, he was practically finished. If he died, he died. At most, it was a loss of one sequence serum. But if he managed to pull through, there might still be a use for him later. To Gu Chen, ordinary people and sequence users each had their own uses, and now Li Mi as an enhanced human was no different. As long as one possessed sequence energy, even just a trace, they could use sacrificial artifacts. Among sequence users of equal strength, the combat gap between those with and without sacrificial artifacts was immense. In the future, opportunities for sequence awakening would only become more frequent. Among them, there would surely be those who failed awakening. If someone could be as lucky as Li Mi, perhaps they could be formed into a squad wielding sacrificial artifacts. Then, using the mind crown to alter their memories, they could still unleash formidable combat power. Sacrificial artifacts might be precious to other sequence users, but to Gu Chen, they were hardly a problem. If that were the case, Li Mi would become a model, a case that could rekindle hope for them. Of course, all this depended on Li Mi surviving, and he had to achieve some success on this path akin to enhanced humans. Only after Gu Chen's figure disappeared through the door of the Doomsday Fortress did the camp's atmosphere ease slightly. The crowd looked at Li Mi, still kneeling on the ground. A thin man couldn't help but step forward. "Old Li, don't be so pessimistic. At least, you're already better off than most of us. You can even punch a hole through a car door." This was one of the people who had praised Li Mi the most the night before. His address instantly shifted from Brother Li last night to Old Li now. His tone changed from flattery and caution to a slight tease. Truly, how fickle the world is. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Li Mi stood up numbly. He ignored the source of the voice, slowly patted the dirt off his pants, and dragged his heavy steps toward his vehicle. Tai Mubai watched Lima's hunched back, his lips twitching as if to say something, but in the end he only let out a heavy sigh. Lima's failed awakening was not taken to heart by the camp. A failure was not worth remembering. Instead, the remaining sequence awakening serum in Lima's hand made everyone drool with envy. For ordinary people like them, there were currently only 3 ways to obtain the sequence awakening serum. The first was to seek Captain Guchan, which everyone immediately dismissed. No reason, they just didn't want to die. The remaining 2 paths were to approach Tai Mubai or Li Mi, and between the 2, Li Mi, who was not a sequence user, was clearly easier to manipulate. Now everyone just hoped that Li Mi wouldn't risk his life and use the remaining serum. In a pitch-black space, Gu Chen's figure appeared abruptly. Roar, damn human. Hearing this roar, Gu Chen looked over with interest. Oh, still full of spirit, huh? Before him was a pile of flesh mountain, and the roar just now came from it. Gu Chen was currently in a space he had created, one that could store living things. As Gu Chen's strength reached sequence for this space had expanded several times compared to before. Roughly estimated it was at least several thousand cubic meters. And this flesh mountain was the Yamada no Orochi he encountered in E-City. The creature once had 8 heads, but now only 4 remained. The other 4 heads had never grown back after the previous harvests. Sigh, I wonder how much longer you can stay with me. To be honest, if you were to leave me, I'd really miss you. Saying such cheesy words to an abomination. If anyone saw this, they would definitely think Gu Chen was a pervert. This man even has a thing for abominations. Of course, Gu Chen wasn't in love with the Yamada no Orochi. He just couldn't bear to lose the daily kill count. Lately, the kill value contributed by this abomination had been decreasing, and its recovery speed was slowing down. Probably couldn't hold on much longer. Time flowed in this pitch-black space. After an unknown period, the Yamada no Orochi had only 3 heads left, and Gu Chen's kill count had increased by 15000 points. Looking at the 3 heads that were now barely alive on the ground, Gu Chen cast a spatial confinement to prevent the creature from killing itself. Then he gathered the severed limbs and pieces on the ground. Today's harvest was complete. As sunlight once again fell on his shoulders, Gu Chen's figure reappeared on the top floor of the Doomsday Fortress. He tossed a piece of the Yamada no Orochi's flesh to the mycelium-nourishing soil in the corner. Since upgrading the Doomsday Fortress, Gu Chen had placed this soil on the top of the vehicle. This not only allowed for better sunlight, but also accelerated the soil's expansion. Over this period, the mycelium-nourishing soil had undergone significant changes. The moment the flesh touched the soil, it was swiftly enveloped and entwined by countless hyphae. Those tiny tentacles ceaselessly decomposed and absorbed the flesh, transforming it into nourishment for the soil's expansion. The fertile soil obtained from the Great Wall base had already been devoured by more than half. Now the area of this soil had reached 25 square meters with a thickness of over 10 centimeters. What was once a mere patch of land had now stretched out extensively, occupying a considerable area on the top floor of the Doomsday Fortress. The texture of the soil appeared much more compact, and the hyphae within were crystalline and translucent. A sign that its fertility had reached its peak. Gu Chen did not leave this patch of soil idle. Over these days, he had Yen Shui plant some vegetable seeds on it. The soil's acceleration effect did not disappoint Gu Chen. The planted vegetables could be harvested in 3 to 5 days. This greatly ensured a steady supply of fresh vegetables for Gu Chen and the women around him. Fresh vegetables were still extremely precious in the apocalypse. Without a source of production, even with formidable strength, one would not know where to gather them. Besides helping Gu Chen achieve vegetable self-sufficiency, this soil also nurtured the locust tree root he had obtained in Fairtown into a sapling. Speaking of this sapling, when Gu Chen first acquired it, it was merely a thumb-sized emerald-colored branch. Moreover, it was severely depleted of energy and on the verge of death. But now, nourished by the fertile soil and flesh, the root was no longer as frail as before. The upright stem had grown thicker and tougher, with a subtle luster flowing faintly across its surface. The buds and stem at the top had now differentiated into several slender branches. On those branches, a few verdant young leaves had sprouted. Gazing at the adorable green leaves, Gu Chen couldn't resist stepping forward and gently touching them. Perhaps sensing the human touch, the sapling's leaves lightly brushed against Gu Chen's finger in response. Is this consciousness? Gu Chen was startled. Had the sapling already developed a faint awareness? Yet it was merely a newly grown seedling. However, Gu Chen reconsidered. This was a root from the mysterious locust tree. Though it was a mere offcut from that entity, plants were fundamentally different from animals. Perhaps Even the most ordinary branch would inherit some traits from the mother locust tree. With this thought, Gu Chen gently stroked the sapling's tender leaves again. Little one, you must grow quickly. Gu Chen murmured softly, a hint of anticipation in his tone. If it truly grew to the size of the locust tree in Fairtown, what kind of abilities might it possess? However, to reach that level, even with the aid of the hyphen-rich spirit soil, a considerable amount of time would still be required. But even if it only grew to half or even a third of that locust tree size, the role it could play would likely be far from negligible. And that tender leaf seemed to understand Gu Chen's words. The entire sapling gently swayed with effort, and the newly grown leaves unfurled even more, as if responding to him in silent acknowledgement. 7 days passed quickly. The entire Great Love Convoy rested here for a week. The days were warm and peaceful. Protected by Gu Chen's spatial barrier, no trace of the living aura of the group leaked out, naturally avoiding the attraction of anomalies. Perhaps due to their enhanced physical constitution, the injuries of the convoy survivors had mostly healed. Notably, Li Mi did not choose to act rashly and inject the remaining sequence potion into himself. Instead, yesterday he traded that potion to another survivor. As for the specifics of the trade, Gu Chen was cultivating at the time and did not perceive it clearly. However, these were trivial details and not a major issue. The important thing was that Li Mi's sequence awakening potion had been traded away. Gu Chen was pleased to see the sequence potion circulate within the convoy. What's your name? Standing before Gu Chen now was a tall, slender figure with an exceptionally handsome face. A male, perhaps. Why the questioning tone? Because judging solely by appearance, Gu Chen couldn't tell if this person was male or female. If one were to say male, their features were unusually bewitching. They also had flowing long hair, which men could have, but not like this, surely. Yet if one were to say female, an Adam's apple was visible on their neck. Could it be a Southern Liang? This was the person who traded with Li Mi yesterday. After injecting the awakening potion, they were fortunate enough to be among the 80%. Now, they had become a sequencer. Reporting to the captain, people call me Meng Te, you can call me Meng Te Jiao. Meng Te made a delicate gesture with a raised pinky, speaking in a sweet and coquettish tone. The voice was enough to give one goosebumps. Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and he involuntarily stepped back, frowning, as he continued to ask, what sequence did you awaken? Meng Te slightly bowed, twirling a strand of hair around his finger. People awakened the Poison Master sequence. Poison Master. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The name sounded rather unfriendly. Meng Te extended his right hand, and the fingernail of his index finger gleamed with an unnatural greenish-gray sheen in the sunlight. He pointed at the nearby cement road, and a wisp of extremely fine green mist drifted from his fingertip, landing on the cement block. Sizzle. A faint corrosive sound arose, and the hard cement surface visibly eroded into a small pit. Captain, this is my sequence ability. I can consume sequence energy to generate green toxic mist with strong corrosive or nerve-paralyzing properties. Additionally, my body now possesses strong resistance to other toxins. Unless it's a poison master of a higher rank or a similar alchemy-based sequence, I cannot be killed by poison. Meng Te withdrew his finger, producing a handkerchief from somewhere to gently wipe the finger that had just released the toxic mist. Besides generating toxic mist, I can also concentrate it and attach it to the surface of weapons. Or attach it to various parts of my body. If an enemy makes contact, then they can. Meng Te finished his report and stood respectfully to the side, awaiting Gu Chen's next instructions. What about the sequence cost? It couldn't be turning into this hideous state, could it? The Poison Master sequence could indeed unleash unexpected power in ambushes, crowd control, and other such matters. He alone might not amount to much, but if his poison could be equipped to every member of the convoy, it would undoubtedly be a formidable force. High-end combat power was scarce no matter where you went. Whether it was a faction or a convoy, the vast majority still consisted of ordinary low-level fighters. Strength at the first or second stage of transcendence was the norm for most sequence users. Even the weird faction, which was generally far stronger than humanity, couldn't have all its members at the third stage or above. So this Poison Master sequence was indeed quite decent, capable of elevating the upper limit of strength for most people in the convoy. The only question was whether the price of this sequence was to turn into this effeminate form. Hee. Captain, your insight is truly remarkable. Meng Te's voice carried an irrepressible excitement, and an unnatural flush spread across his face. The sequence's price does affect a certain balance within my body. He pursed his lips shyly, his fingers twisting together. It will slowly alter my hormone secretion, and eventually it will completely turn me into a real girl. Wait, why are you happy about this? Gu Chen's mind was reeling. A grown man about to become a woman, and he was this thrilled. Meng Te took a deep breath as if announcing a momentous piece of good news, his tone brimming with anticipation. This is absolutely fantastic. Captain, you know. As he recounted his story, Gu Chen finally understood why this guy was so ecstatic. Before the apocalypse broke out, Meng Te had already decided to give up his identity as a man. He had even booked a flight abroad to undergo gender reassignment surgery. But as luck would have it, the apocalypse erupted before that day ever arrived. Meng Te thought he would never have that chance again. After all, surviving was the priority in this apocalyptic world. He couldn't just throw his life away to become a girl. Undergoing surgery in these conditions was nothing short of suicide. But now the sequence has made it happen for me. This isn't a price, it's a blessing, a gift from heaven. I love this sequence. With that, Meng Te began to giggle softly, covering his mouth. Gu Chen, all of this I owe to you, Captain. Meng Te's voice was utterly devout, trembling with excitement. His goodwill toward Gu Chen had reached an entirely new level. Although he had obtained the potion from Li Mi by paying a certain price, it was Gu Chen who had created it. Without Gu Chen as their captain, how could he have become what he was now? Without the potion you bestowed, there would be no me today. You are my... Stop! Gu Chen's scalp crawled with unease, and he quickly raised a hand to cut him off. He looked at the almost overflowing affection in Meng Te's eyes, and a wave of revulsion shot straight to his crown. All right, I know about your ability. And the price. I understand. Not bad, fall back into formation. Go do what you need to do. The convoy is about to set off again. Gu Chen took a large step backward, without hesitation, speaking rapidly. Startled by the abrupt interruption, a flicker of grievance crossed Meng Te's face, but he obediently nodded. Yes, Captain. I'll go prepare right away. With that, he departed with steps even lighter than when he arrived. Gu Chen rubbed his arms vigorously, the goosebumps so thick they could have made a whole pot of chicken stew. Damn! Watching that swaying figure, he cursed under his breath. Not only was he a crossdresser, but he was also a homosexual. Gu Chen decided that from now on he would maintain a safe distance of at least 3 meters when speaking with this so-called poison master. Wait, a crossdresser and a homosexual, so what about Li Mi? Half an hour later, the great love convoy set off once more. Though the survivors felt a pang of reluctance to leave this place, they had no choice but to move on. After all, there were still more precious things waiting for them to strive for. Li Mi had given that bottle of sequence awakening potion to a sissy. What was he thinking? If not for the intimidation of the enforcement team, the survivors would have swarmed in yesterday to snatch that potion away. But now that the sissy had become a sequence user, they could only swallow their resentment. As the convoy's captain, Gu Chen, after planning a safe route, turned his attention to the crown the system had forged. The system's crafting had been completed earlier. This offering, which had cost 380,000 kill points and an entire week to forge, was now held in Gu Chen's hand. It was a golden crown. Embedded in the front of the crown was a black gem, the size of a pigeon's egg. The interior of the gem gave a strong sense of rotation, as if it could captivate one's soul. Name: Crown of Mental Domination, offering rank 501. Description: forged from the bodily fluids of the 5th stage, weird thousand faces, and a special headpiece. It will automatically conform to the wearer's head when worn. Do not stare at the distorted light spots on its surface for more than 3 seconds, as it may induce mental confusion. Trait 1: a memory alteration. The wearer can unleash a thousand faces illusion, forcibly distorting the 5-sense cognition of enemies within range. Alter their memories. Absolutely effective against targets below the 4th stage of transcendence. Trait 2: mental amplification, significantly enhances mind control type sequence abilities. It can also extract the mental strength of controlled subjects to nourish the wearer and grants immunity to mental pollution attacks below the 5th stage of transcendence. Trait 3: corruption feedback. When the wearer suffers a mental attack, the crown will automatically absorb the attack energy and erode the caster in reverse along the attack path. At a minimum, it will cause sustained mental corrosion and brief insanity. At worst, it will directly extinguish the target's mind, turning them into an idiot. Trait 4: array thousand faces. The wearer can briefly simulate the identity of a target through physical or mental contact. During the simulation, the wearer can perfectly disguise themselves as the target individual, including appearance, aura, and some basic memory fragments. Taboo 1: each use of trait 1 or 2 requires devouring the complete mental strength of at least one intelligent life form, human or weird. If the devouring requirement is not met within 24 hours, the crown will extract the wearer's mental strength until death or until the requirement is fulfilled. Taboo 2: after each use, the wearer will feel profound fatigue. Overuse may even damage the core of their spirit. Taboo 3: once worn, it cannot be voluntarily removed. It requires at least the energy of a 6th stage transcendence to forcibly detach. Taboo 4. After using trait 4, the wearer will suffer from the target's memory fragment impact, leading to personality confusion. The more frequently it is used, the more severe the effect. Eventually, the wearer may even be replaced by the target's memories. At that point, you will no longer be yourself. The sacrificial item ranking had reached 501. Although this ranking did not represent absolute strength or practicality, Gu Chen's heart was still stirred with excitement. This was a sacrificial item ranked 501, after all. One must know that the Doom Fortress had already been fused with several pieces of anomalous material. Even though they were mostly first or second tier, their sheer number could not be ignored. Despite this, the Doom Fortress sacrificial ranking had only risen by 6 places, reaching 990. As for this crown, one could only say that it lived up to its reputation as a 5th-tier anomalous material. Its effects were truly remarkable. These 380000 slaughter points were well spent. The first 2 traits needed no mention. Even the ability to modify memories alone was enough to justify Gu Chen's decision to create it. After all, the convoy's personnel would only continue to grow. Even though Gu Chen could rely on Yan Shi, the emotional psychic, to weed out some traitors at the start, the human heart is the most complex thing. No one could guarantee they wouldn't betray him later. Although the little Blackie's contract sequence could also control targets, it was a mere drop in the bucket when faced with a large number of people. With this memory-modifying ability, Gu Chen could better control the convoy. Beyond that, the crown also possessed mental amplification, attack reflection, and the 4th trait, 1,000 faces for 1,000 people. At first glance, trait seemed similar to the mist mimicry of the mist charge jacket. However, the two were fundamentally different. The mist charge jacket's ability could only simulate the target's appearance, and it only possessed 50 of the target's aura. But the crown's 1,000 faces for 1,000 people could perfectly disguise itself as the target individual, including appearance, aura, and even some basic memory fragments. Not only aura and appearance, but it could even steal the other's memories. Any covert operative knew that the greatest fear when impersonating a target was being seen through by those close to them. And memories along with small habits were the easiest things to give away. Gu Chen didn't need to be a spy, but this ability was still incredibly overpowered. However, the cost was indeed significant. Each time a memory was modified, it required devouring the mental energy of a sentient being. Moreover, according to the final taboo, if trait was overused, one's own memories might be replaced by those of others. But for Gu Chen, this was nothing. No reason, simply because he possessed the system. Fingering the icy crown, Gu Chen began to ponder who his first target should be. Tai Mubai Li Mi or the newly promoted Meng Te. Modifying memories also required understanding the other's inner thoughts and desires to apply the right remedy. For instance, if someone harbored deep resentment towards their original family, and you tried to imprint yourself as their father. If that were the case, it might not only fail to strengthen control but could also backfire. Trait only ensured that the implanted memories took effect forcibly, but it couldn't guarantee that the memories would develop in the desired direction. Gu Chen knew nothing of the 3 men's pasts. 2 methods lay before him. The first was to fabricate. Directly weave a large piece of false memories into their minds, making them utterly devoted to him. For example, crafting a memory where he once saved them and they followed him out of gratitude. However, if not well-crafted, such memories would seem forced. Unless Gu Chen had an extremely powerful template that could flawlessly integrate into the other's life logic. The second method was to first use trait to understand their past, to know what they truly cared about deep inside. Then, based on these fundamental memory fragments, modify the memories accordingly. However, this approach would be rather troublesome. With few people in the early stages, it was manageable. But when the number of those needing memory modification grew, Gu Chen would surely become very burdened. System, can you provide me with a guide on precautions for memory modification and a template on how to enhance its effectiveness? When in doubt, ask the system. After all, Gu Chen had never modified memories before, nor was he particularly interested in peeking into others' pasts. He'd rather spend that time cultivating to improve his strength or being intimate with his women. Why bother snooping through others' histories? Such an endeavor was nothing but a thankless task. Ding, detecting host's request. Generating plan. Plan as follows: memory implantation module, universal version template core. Construct a memory framework with the host Gu Chen as the absolute core. A framework of faith redemption, source of power. Effectively strengthens the cognition that the host is the sole source of their sequence abilities. Simultaneously, it can individually enhance the target's sense of mission and belonging towards the host. Theoretically, the universal template can be simultaneously injected into multiple targets with spiritual markers. Exchange cost 10000 slaughter points. Special statement: this fee includes stability guarantee of the universal memory framework, conflict memory blurring algorithm, and underlying logic encryption services to prevent easy detection by high-level spiritual sequence users. Excellent value for money, no deception. As if fearing Gu Chen might find it expensive, the system directly listed a series of services. Gu Chen glanced at his slaughter point balance, 872000 points. In the past 7 days, aside from the 380000 spent on upgrading the crown and the sequence capsules given to his 3 women, Gu Chen hadn't used much. On the contrary, thanks to the Yamada no Orochi, a veritable goldmine that contributed a steady excellent income every day, Gu Chen's slaughter points had even seen some replenishment. Exchange it. 10,000 slaughter points was indeed a bit pricey, but one had to admit this plan solved some truly troublesome issues. No need to painstakingly craft stories. Just apply the universal formula of savior power, give her absolute loyalty. Ding. Deducting 10000 slaughter points. Constructing universal memory framework. Framework injecting. A few seconds later, an invisible force descended directly into the crown's black gemstone. The entire crown trembled slightly, then fell still. Had it directly injected this template ability into the psychic domination crown? Not bad as expected of a system product. Gu Chen moved to the Doom Fortress window, his gaze locking onto Tai Mubai below in the camp, who was driving, while familiarizing himself with his magnetic field ability. Since he had a template, there was no need for choice paralysis. He would proceed in the order of their awakening. Just as Gu Chen was about to modify Tai Mubai's memory, his spatial perception detected an anomaly. On a highway over 100 kilometers from the Great Love Convoy, a massive number of vehicles were fleeing for their lives. Is this a survivor convoy? With Gu Chen's current strength under full perception, he could clearly detect everything within a radius of 200 kilometers. In his perception, aside from this group of human survivors, there seemed to be a faint, elusive, eerie presence trailing behind them. This convoy appeared to be fleeing from some eerie pursuer, yet it seemed they had already escaped, now merely shifting toward a safer location. They sought to put enough distance between themselves and that eerie entity. Most of the eerie creatures encountered in the wild were not particularly powerful. Unless one was exceptionally unlucky, they could still escape if detected early enough by the perception sequence. At most, they would have to sacrifice a few tails. Perhaps this was the last sliver of survival hope left for humanity in this world. Otherwise, with indescribably powerful eerie beings everywhere, humans could not have endured for months. They would likely have gone extinct within the first few days of the apocalypse. This convoy must have come from Chong City. Chong City was a provincial capital on the border of Xia Kingdom and one of Gu Chen's targets. For ordinary people and even most sequence users, it was an absolute extreme danger zone. Could this convoy have taken a spin through Chong City? If so, their strength could not be underestimated. Gu Chen carefully sensed the strength of the opposing convoy again. While not even a single sequence transcendent, the 3 sequence users were all at the second turn. They must have come from the same direction, not actually visited Chong City. Gu Chen did not intend to pass by this convoy. In such an eerie apocalypse, the human population would only dwindle. He needed to take in as many survivors as possible while there were still enough humans. That way his Great Love Convoy could grow stronger. In Gu Chen's perception, the convoy's numbers were not large, around 70 people. He wondered if that was the original count or if they had cut off some as tails during their recent escape. The 2 convoys were still over 100 kilometers apart. Even heading toward each other at an average speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, it would take at least half an hour. Gu Chen shifted his gaze back to Tai Mubai. He might as well use this free time to modify the memories of his few underlings. With a wave of his hand, the golden crown settled onto his head, adjusting its size to perfectly fit his skull. As Gu Chen focused his will, a condensed mental fluctuation shot from the crown's black gemstone, instantly traversing space and plunging into the back of Tai Mubai's head. Tai Mubai's body stiffened momentarily, his eyes flickering with confusion before regaining clarity. He shook his head, feeling as if something in his mind had become clearer. Tai Mubai instinctively looked up toward the Apocalypse Fortress at the front of the convoy. His gaze burned with even greater devotion and sense of belonging than before. He had never felt his mind so sharp. To grow stronger and fight for the captain. That was the entire meaning of his existence. Everything else had become insignificant. Inside the Apocalypse Fortress, Gu Chen, wearing the Crown of Spirit, sensed the shift in Tai Mubai's mental fluctuations. The fervent loyalty radiating from the other was almost palpable. It worked. The effect seemed even better than he had imagined. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the others in the camp. Li Mi, Meng Te, He Chuan. Names flashing through his mind. He intended to modify the memories of all sequence users in the convoy. These were the core members of the convoy. He could not afford any trouble later. My consumables, it's time your hearts truly belong to me. Gu Chun murmured a cringe-worthy melodramatic line to himself, then began altering their memories one by one. About 80 kilometers away from the Great Love Convoy, a modified off-road vehicle led a dozen cars along the highway. Inside the lead vehicle, a weather-beaten middle-aged woman wore a stern expression. As the captain of the Happiness Convoy and a standard second-turn perception sequence user, Zhao Suzhen's perceptual abilities were formidable. No mistake, the convoy ahead has at least 300 people. The woman picked up the walkie-talkie and reported her findings. 300 people, good heavens. What strength does that convoy have to shelter so many survivors? A male voice exclaimed over the walkie-talkie. Sister Zhao, what do you think? Should we meet them? A young woman's voice followed, tinged with inquiry. I think we should forget it. They're definitely stronger than us. We'd better make a run for it. Before Zhao Suzhen could answer, the male voice cut in again, directly dismissing the young woman's suggestion. Encountering a kindred spirit stronger than you in the apocalypse was never a good thing. You said they're stronger than us. Since we've spotted them, do you think they haven't spotted us? Zhao Suzhen's tone was grave. Having survived the apocalypse for months, she knew well that some kindred spirits could be as dangerous as eerie beings. In fact, they could be even worse. But given the situation, their information was likely already known to the other side. If they turned back now, Zhao Suzhen glanced at the fuel gauge. Enough for only 90 kilometers. How far can your vehicles go on fuel? Silence followed on the walkie-talkie. They had fled from Chong City and encountered a wandering eerie creature in the wilderness, unable to linger. The fuel they had was from a gas station beside the national highway long ago. Now, for 100 miles around, all was barren forest. Only this highway showed faint traces of human civilization. If fuel couldn't be replenished, Sister Zhao, let's meet them. The young woman's voice rang out again. This time the male voice offered no rebuttal. Sigh. No choice. We'll have to take the gamble. Zhao Suzhen knew well that given the current state of the Happiness Convoy, escape was out of the question. She could only hope that upon meeting they might be able to trade some fuel with the other convoy. After all, her convoy could produce fresh meat which should pique their interest. Of course, this was contingent on the other side being willing to engage in peaceful trade. Otherwise, Zhao Suzhen gazed at the winding road ahead, as if she could see that massive convoy bearing down upon them. For the 4 months since the apocalypse began, every day had been like walking on thin ice. Could she make it to the other side this time? Within the Great Love Convoy in the Doomsday Fortress, Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples. Modifying memories was far more draining than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had exchanged a template in advance, otherwise rewriting the memories of 4 people in one go would have exhausted him to death. Sensing the mental recovery properties of the Doomsday Fortress, which was full of vigor and vitality, a smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. In the camp below, he had already used the crown of mental domination to alter the memories of Li Mi and other core members. Their mental fluctuations now revolved around Gu Chun, the sun, like stars in the sky. Wait, the sun. A chubby kid with slicked-back hair instantly flashed through Gu Chen's mind, startling him so much that he shook his head to dispel the thought. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the people in the rear convoy, planning his next steps. Once they met the other convoy, his own convoy's population was bound to increase significantly. After all, few could resist the allure of the Great Love Convoy's treatment. For this encounter, Gu Chun still adhered to the principle of peaceful negotiation over wanton slaughter. When it came to killing, Gu Chun always refrained unless absolutely necessary, only if the person had borne a grudge against him or infringed upon his interests. As seen from the initial founding of the convoy, even when Gu Chun needed survivors as his first members, he did not resort to violent methods when dealing with the survivors of the former peace convoy. This was not only because indiscriminate slaughter failed to win hearts, but also for other reasons. In the end, Gu Chun chose a more gentle approach. He did not revel in pure killing except for eliminating the aberrations. After driving for about 10 more minutes, the distance between the 2 convoys was less than 30 kilometers.
Pay attention.
There's a small survivor convoy not far ahead, about 20 vehicles. Gu Chun picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice clear to the few sequence users in the convoy. Speaking of the current sequence users and combat power of the Great Love Convoy, they were truly numerous. First, there was Gu Chun himself and his 3, well counting Lin Na 4 women. That made 5 sequence users, with Hong Yuan having advanced to sequence 3 and the rest at sequence 2, along with a sequence 2 mouse, a sequence 2 skeleton, and a sequence 5 flood dragon. There was also He Chuan, the strongest logistics, followed by Tai Mubai and Meng Te, the newly promoted sequence users, and finally Li Mi, a half-finished enhanced human. Even the most ordinary survivors empowered by martial arts sequences of boxing and leg techniques far surpassed normal humans. From this perspective, the Great Love Convoy was now terrifyingly powerful. Unless they encountered a rule-based world-ending aberration, they could dominate any human convoy with ease. And the convoy had gone from zero to this in just 1 month. It seemed. The mission to save all humanity still fell to him. Chen thought to himself. As the owner of a killing system, exterminating all aberrations was his divine duty. After all, 30 kilometers was not far for vehicles, and the two convoys soon came into sight of each other. The people of the Happiness Convoy had now stopped. Inside the leading off-road vehicle, Zhao Suzhen's hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. Staring at the massive steel beast, the Doomsday Fortress ahead, along with the various vehicles behind it, her heart trembled with fear. The perception sequence could only roughly distinguish between humans and aberrations. Could not see things clearly like Chen's spatial perception, which resembled divine sense. Before this, Zhao Suzhen had known the other convoy might be powerful, but... Hiss! Sister Zhao, what is that thing? A vehicle or a sacrificial object? The walkie-talkie crackled with a sharp intake of breath, followed by a stuttering exclamation from the male voice. The Doomsday Fortress wide tracks, massive size and thick armor, along with the aura of a sacrificial object emanating from it, all assaulted his nerves. I don't know. Zhao Suzhen was also stunned. She herself was only a Sequence 2 user. How could she have ever witnessed such an extravagant creation? The resources and strength needed to build something like this were beyond her comprehension. Sister Zhao, we have to move closer. The young woman's voice rang out, seemingly calmer now. Move in slowly, and whatever you do, do not show any intention to attack. Zhao Suzhen struggled to steady herself before giving the order. This was no ordinary convoy. To possess and control such a sacrificial vehicle, the strength of its leader must be unimaginable. In the presence of such an entity, fleeing was a joke. Their only chance of survival was to show maximum harmlessness and submission, hoping the other side bore no ill will. Soon, under the direction of Tai Mubai and Wang Meng, the Happiness Convoy parked on an open patch of ground. As they disembarked, the survivors of the Great Love Convoy began to murmur, "Another convoy has arrived. What do you think the captain will do this time?" "What else? Take them all in, of course. Our captain is a rare great philanthropist in the apocalypse, can't bear to see suffering. Their clothes and vehicles look a bit shabby. Seems like they haven't been doing well." "No kidding. Do you think every Sequence user is as strong as the captain? Think back to our old convoy. We weren't much better off." Almost all the survivors of the Happiness Convoy were dressed in tattered clothes, their expressions numb and haggard. This formed a stark contrast with the survivors of the Great Love Convoy. The only relatively decent-looking ones were the 3 Sequence users. But their so-called decency was only relative to the ordinary survivors. Compared to the Sequence users of the Great Love Convoy, they looked like country bumpkins from the boonies. It is no wonder that the survivors of the Great Love Team would feel this way for the appearance of the 3 individuals. Except for the young female seeker, whose clothing fit relatively well, the other middle-aged woman and man were dressed in a manner difficult to describe. The middle-aged woman's top was as large as a burlap sack, giving her upper body a saggy appearance. However, the pant legs were tightly cinched, accentuating her robust calf muscles. The only man among the 3 fared no better. His pants were cut short, exposing his hairy calves, while the sleeves of his outer garment extended beyond his fingers, making him look somewhat comical. If it weren't for the powerful aura they exuded, one might think they were just 3 ordinary individuals. Zhao Suzhen and the others as seekers found it hard to bear being pointed at by a group of ordinary people. Had this been any other time, would an ordinary person dare to discuss them with such disdainful looks and tones? However, given the current circumstances, the 3 could only silently chant in their hearts' huff. "Hold it in, must hold it in. Stay calm. Stay calm. If one's mind is not calm, then the body will forever remain calm. The most important thing in life is to learn to endure. If one were to lose control and act out, one might very well lose their life. Get away, discussing seekers. Do you all wish to live too long?" At this moment, Zhou Ming approached with the law enforcement team, harshly scolding the chattering survivors. For ordinary people to dare discuss seekers was in itself a crime. If today they dare to discuss another team, will they dare to discuss the captain tomorrow? Zhou Ming had to nip such behavior in the bud. As the law enforcement team, the strictest father of the Great Love Team, their deterrent power was absolutely formidable. The crowd anxiously fell silent and dispersed, heads bowed. Zhao Suzhen and the others' expressions also softened slightly. As seekers, being pointed at by these ordinary people was intolerable for anyone. Zhao Suzhen was just about to say something to Zhou Ming, but he had already left with the team clearing the space in between. This spot happened to be directly facing Gu Chen's doomsday fortress. As ripples spread through the air, Gu Chen's figure suddenly appeared not far in front of Zhao Suzhen and the others. Yan Shui and Aicier stood on either side behind him. Hong Yuan quickly jumped down from her vehicle and strode over to Gu Chen's side. Even the skeletal being little He Hichuan and Li Mi, who lacked combat power, approached the front of the team. Upon seeing Gu Chen's arrival, Tai Mu Bai and Meng immediately stepped forward. Tai Mu Bai stood straight and was the first to speak. Captain, the opposing team has stopped as instructed, totaling 76 personnel. Meng twisted his waist, pinching his fingers delicately, and added in a charming tone, "Yes, Captain, they sensed it too. All 3 seekers are at the 2nd transition level. Compared to you, Captain, they seem rather weak. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my goodness! Seeing so many seekers in a row caused the minds of the happiness team to short-circuit. How many seekers are there in total? Where did they come from, and what level of power do they possess? Is this even reasonable? Are we truly in the same power hierarchy? Zhao! Sister Zhao! Why are there so many? We, the 3 members of the happiness team, had never thought they would encounter so many seekers in a single team. Isn't this approaching double digits?" Hong Yuan crossed her arms, raising an elegant eyebrow, her gaze lingering on Zhao Suzhen, the middle-aged woman. "What are your names? What are your respective seeker types, and where did you escape from?" Zhao Suzhen felt her heart tighten under Hong Yuan's gaze, and quickly stepped forward to answer. We are from the happiness team, coming from Yuanan County. While passing near Chong City, we encountered a strange occurrence, which is how we ended up here. I am their captain, Zhao Suzhen, seeker of the 2nd transition." After speaking, Zhao Suzhen raised her hand to pat her dazed teammates, signaling them to quickly introduce themselves. The young woman snapped back to reality by Zhao Suzhen's pat, took a deep breath, and said, "I am Deng Ruhan, seeker of the 2nd transition, a musician." As soon as her voice fell, the comically dressed male seeker beside her quickly spoke up, "Lu Xing, I am Lu Xing. Seeker of the 2nd transition, I can control some small insects." Lu Xing spoke rapidly, as if fearing that delaying even a moment would lead to disaster. Musician seeker. Those who awaken in this category can serve as support or combatants. The soothing music not only enhances the mental strength of teammates, but also has certain healing effects. However, if the music enters a frenzied mode, the previous enhancement effects will turn into negative mental attacks. And that insect control seeker. Controlling small insects. To be honest, Gu Chen had never heard of this seeker type. Only after inquiring with the system did he learn of its abilities. This is an extremely rare seeker, nurturing and controlling insects. These are not ordinary insects or pests, nor some other mutated creatures. The insects nurtured by the insect control seeker are a unique life form. They can assist their master in combat, help in cultivation, or aid in tracking targets. In short, those who awaken in this category must cultivate their abilities to be strong enough. In theory, one could rely on these insects to become a versatile fighter. If humans are the spirits of all things, then the insects are the essence of heaven and earth. According to the system's response, the seeker can even nurture a type of insect that increases one's lifespan when cultivated to a later stage. Gu Chun was taken aback. For other seekers to increase their lifespan, they must continuously cultivate to enhance their seeker level, thus achieving a leap in the level of life to increase longevity. But you, on the other hand, can simply nurture a bug. How can anyone accept this? However, for an insect control seeker to cultivate a bug that is useful to themselves or their team is undoubtedly an exceptionally challenging task. I wonder how many insects this young man named Lu Xing has cultivated. Among them, are there any that are particularly unique? Captain of the great love team Gu Chen. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on Zhao Suzhen and the other two for a moment before sweeping over the emaciated, vacanted survivors behind them. With them looking like this, it seemed that anything could easily draw them in. No matter what, Gu Chen had already set his sights on the one named Lu Xing. The two groups of people and vehicles set up camp and rested in the open space beside the highway. Among them, the sequence wielders formed a small circle, while the ordinary survivors gathered in dozens of large circles. Most of those who had survived the apocalypse until now were young people. The two sides directly opened up conversations, recounting the dangers and narrow escapes they had encountered during their migration. Others huddled together, tearfully mourning their deceased friends and family. With over 400 people conversing, the entire camp was exceptionally lively. In this bizarre and sideways world, a moment of warmth unique to humanity was forged. On the sequence wielder side, after another round of simple introductions, the two parties, or rather the three members of the Happiness Convoy, unilaterally learned the basic situation of the Great Love Convoy sequence wielders. Before them stood 8 sequence wielders plus one enhanced human who had seemingly failed in sequence awakening. Among them, the Captain Gu Chen had reached sequence 4 turn. Zhao Suzhen and the others couldn't help but sneak curious glances at Gu Chen. They seemed eager to see what made the legendary sequence 4 different from ordinary sequence wielders. Before this, the Happiness Convoy had never even encountered a survivor convoy with sequence 3 turn. They had sensed many 3-turn anomalies, but no one dared to stop for a closer look. After all, one more glance and it would explode. The trio's perception of the Great Love Convoy's strength was elevated to a new level, and this was only what they had revealed. Was there more hidden? Now, even if someone told Zhao Suzhen that the Great Love Convoy had a 5-turn combatant, she wouldn't doubt it. See, Captain Gu, our fuel is nearly depleted. Would it be possible to trade other supplies with your convoy for some gasoline? Looking at the man who claimed to be sequence 4 turn, who seemed to harbor no ill intentions, Zhao Suzhen mustered her courage to voice her request. At the same time, she carefully observed Gu Chen's expression, fearing that an inadvertent word might displease him. What other supplies? Be specific. Gu Chen's plan for the Happiness Convoy was to directly absorb them all into the Great Love Convoy. After all, the convoy's combat strength was far too weak. Currently, it seemed that a woman named Deng Ruhan was maintaining 80% of the convoy's combat power. As for Lu Xing, his Gu Worm sequence, though theoretically powerful, remained just that, theory. Before cultivating a powerful Gu Worm capable of enhancing his own combat strength, this sequence's fighting capability was pitifully low. The 3 members of the Happiness Convoy had survived this long in the apocalypse largely due to good luck, rather than letting them fall victim to scheming fellow sequence wielders or powerful anomalies. It would be better to directly merge them into the Great Love Convoy and contribute a modest effort to the revival of all humanity. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't outright refuse, Zhao Suzhen felt a surge of joy. She quickly signaled Lu Xing with a glance, urging him to step forward and showcase the specialty of their convoy. Witnessing this, Lu Xing's initially reserved face lit up with excitement as he stepped forward and said, "Captain Gu, I have used my sequence ability to cultivate an edible Gu worm." With that, Lu Xing reached into the bulging pouch he carried and pulled out a plump white and yellow grub. Round and chubby, just by looking at its size, the worm must have weighed 7 or 8 gene. This Gu worm contains a faint energy that, compared to ordinary meat, can better provide nutrition for the human body and effectively nourish blood and qi. A worm, fresh meat, better nutrition. He hadn't expected the Gu worm sequence to produce such a thing. How does your worm taste? As soon as he heard edible, He Chuan immediately became interested. After all, his own sequence ability allowed him to materialize any non-living object into food. But the food made this way was unsightly and terrible in taste. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would willingly eat it. And this big fat worm before him, what might it taste like? Gu worms are the essence of heaven and earth. The one I'm holding is called the Jade Fat Gu, a worm I cultivated with great effort. Don't let its plain appearance fool you. Its meat is absolutely delicious. It's even tastier than pre-apocalyptic animals like pigs, cows, and sheep. And it's quite substantial. This one hasn't fully grown yet. If I let it grow a bit longer, it could reach about 10 gene. In this doomsday, it can serve as fresh meat. Lu Xing spoke at length, and as he mentioned the Gu worm, he seemed to exude a newfound confidence. His words left He Chuan utterly stunned. Dude, was this Gu worm really that amazing? Not only was it edible and tasty, but it also nourished blood and qi. From this perspective, didn't it make his own sequence ability seem useless? Oh dear handsome, how long does it take to cultivate such an amazing worm? And what special conditions or feed are needed? Meng Tai then minced over to Lu Xing with a coquettish air, pinching his fingers in a feminine gesture. Lu Xing, seeing the seductive prize before him, quickly stepped back several paces, clearly startled. Meng Tai, get back here. Li Mi stepped forward and pulled the flirt back. Strangely, Li Mi, an enhanced human, could easily pull Meng Tai, a genuine sequence wielder. Meng Tai pouted in dissatisfaction in Li Mi's arms, wriggling symbolically a few times before obediently returning to his seat. Everyone present. Ahem, that's one of his sequence costs, you know. Now let's get back to the previous question. After this small interlude, Gu Chen spoke again to break the awkward atmosphere. Although Meng Tai's behavior was somewhat eccentric, the question he raised was on everyone's mind. Gu Chen, relying on the mycelium-nourishing soil, had already achieved vegetable self-sufficiency. If he could also secure fresh meat through these Gu worms, it would surely be more satisfying than eating dry canned meat. The growth cycle of this Gu worm is about a week. It only needs a stable supply of organic food to keep growing. Feeling Gu Chen's gaze, Lu Xing restrained his pride a little and answered earnestly. Organic food? Gu Chen glanced at He Chuan, who was shrinking at the edge of the crowd. This guy seemed to be utterly disheartened by the effect of the Gu worm. Exactly. Things like decaying animal or plant remains, even certain fungi will do. As long as they provide basic energy, they can be used to feed it. As Lu Xing finished speaking, everyone in the Great Love Convoy turned their gazes sharply toward He Chuan. As long as it provided basic energy, it could feed this giant grub. In other words, wasn't He Chuan's sequence ability practically tailor-made for this goo worm? He would first use the touch of Midas sequence ability to transform stones and wood into food. Then he would use this unpalatable food to nurture the giant grub, finally harvesting delicious fresh meat. This was practically a perfect closed loop. After all, this goo worm could even eat rotting food, so the peculiar things He Chuan materialized probably wouldn't be a problem either. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, He Chuan was dazed. Why? Why are they all staring at me? But then, as if a realization struck him, he suddenly perked up. So this worm only needs food with energy and basic nutrients. Of course, this is the jade fat goo I painstakingly cultivated at great cost. It was designed specifically to thrive in this apocalyptic environment. Lu Xing gently cradled the giant grub in his hand, a hint of pride returning to his face. Only he knew the immense effort he had poured into cultivating this goo worm. Having figured it out, He Chuan hesitated no longer. He picked up a stone from the ground and under everyone's watchful eyes materialized it into a piece of food emitting a strange odor. This is your sequence ability? He Chuan had just introduced himself, but the three members of the Happiness Convoy only knew the name of his sequence. As for what this sequence could actually do, they were completely in the dark. After all, the name Touch of Midas was far too misleading. One might think He Chuan could turn stones into gold. What he had just picked up was a stone, right? But now, it had turned into food, even if the food didn't look quite right. But it was undeniably food. This is my sequence ability. I can, blah blah blah. As He Chuan finished explaining his ability, the three from the Happiness Convoy exchanged glances. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? His ability was a perfect match for this jade fat goo. Although this goo worm wasn't particularly picky about food, even accepting rotten matter, having a sequence user like He Chuan to provide for it would definitely yield far better results. Lu Xing quickly pulled a small piece of cardboard from his bag. He set down the jade fat goo and then signaled He Chuan with a look to place the materialized food on it as well. Once He Chuan tossed the food onto the cardboard, everyone present stared intently at the box, eager to see if the goo worm would eat it. The goo worm wriggled over to the piece of food, then lunged onto it, beginning to nibble away in small bites. It seemed unfazed by the food's odor, and within moments it had devoured the entire portion. After finishing, it lazily stretched its plump worm-like body before coiling up into a circle head to tail. It works, it really works. He Chuan was ecstatic. Ever since the apocalypse began, his sequence ability finally had a real purpose. A tangible purpose, not some illusory promise. Things like, when food runs out, He Chuan's ability will be useful had been said before. But under a powerful leader like Chen, food shortages were almost impossible. Even the worst-off survivors could at least manage to fill their stomachs. So whether in the former Lan Can Convoy or the current Great Love Convoy, He Chuan had always been fed empty promises from his leader. And now a real pie had appeared before him. The food he materialized had finally found a creature willing to eat it. Even if it was just a tiny worm, it still filled him with a sense of accomplishment. What's the reproductive capacity of your goo worm? After listening to Lu Xing's lengthy explanation, Chen had grown quite fond of the little creature. If it also had decent reproductive abilities, it would be a god-tier tool for survival in the apocalypse. The jade fat goo I cultivated with my sequence ability only produces offspring during its breeding season. A pair of jade fat goo lays about 10 to 20 eggs each time, with breeding occurring roughly once a month. However, only the first 3 generations of hatched larvae retain reproductive capabilities, which diminishes with each generation. By the 4th generation, they almost entirely lose the ability to reproduce, leaving only the original pair to continue production. After saying this, Lu Xing, fearing Chen might find the yield too low, quickly added, "But this is just my inference. With enough organic food, the breeding frequency might even increase. 10 to 20 eggs per month, a growth cycle of about 7 days, each reaching over 10 pounds. Taking the median of 15, that's 150 pounds of fresh meat per week. And that's just counting the original pair, factoring in the next 3 generations of offspring. While this goo worm couldn't produce endless generations, the yield was still quite impressive. The people from the Great Love Convoy had a gleam in their eyes. Even though they didn't lack food under Chen's leadership, being full and eating well were 2 entirely different things. It had been ages since they'd tasted fresh meat. Humanity's desire for a better life never truly ceases. Chen nodded to himself. Such a fine treasure. was fated to belong to the Great Love Convoy. Captain Gu, what do you think about us trading this Gu worm for some gasoline and other supplies? Zhao Suzhen, seeing the satisfied expressions on the Great Love Convoy members, cautiously voiced her proposal. Trading this Gu worm for gasoline was undoubtedly a losing deal, and a very steep one at that. Moreover, if such a treasure was revealed without enough strength to protect it, the consequences would be dire. But the Happiness Convoy had no choice left. From the moment they encountered, or rather discovered, the Great Love Convoy, the initiative was no longer in their hands. Zhao Suzhen let out a silent sigh. This feeling of being manipulated was truly unbearable. She wondered when it would ever end. Sometimes she thought death might even bring some relief. Gu Chen nodded slightly in response without any hesitation. All right, your jade fat Gu is indeed valuable. Hey, race the deal. I'll trade you 200 liters of gasoline for a pair of jade fat Gu adult insects capable of stable breeding along with 15 first-generation larvae. Also, Lu Xing needs to teach He Chuan the basic feeding and observation methods. He Chuan was undoubtedly the ideal person for raising these Gu insects. Once these Gu insects were successfully cultivated, He Chuan would become the indisputable head of the convoy's logistics support department. The three members of the Happiness Convoy, Zhao Suzhen, and the others quickly exchanged glances. 200 liters of gasoline might not sound like much, but for a 1.5T sedan, the fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is at most 8 to 10 liters. In other words, 100 liters of gasoline could support a sedan for at least 1000 to 1200 kilometers. With 200 liters, the maximum driving range would be 2400 kilometers. The Happiness Convoy had 12 vehicles in total, most of which were sedans driven by the survivors. Only one small truck for storing supplies and an extended minivan consumed slightly more fuel. Calculating this way, 200 liters of gasoline would be enough for them to travel over 200 kilometers again. This estimate might not be entirely accurate, but it was close enough. This amount of gasoline was sufficient to sustain them for a while and allow them to find new supply points. Gu Chen's demands were also reasonable, not the exorbitant price they had feared. Far better than they had anticipated. It even exceeded their expectations after all. His strength far surpassed theirs. If Gu Chen had wanted to, he could have simply demanded they hand over the Gu insects for free, and the three of them would have had no choice but to comply obediently. Now he was still willing to trade with them. This was already an immense fortune for the Happiness Convoy. We completely agree. Thank you, Captain Gu. Zhao Suzhen nodded in agreement, almost without hesitation, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude and relief. No matter what, the Happiness Convoy under her leadership could hold on for a little longer. Lu Xing also quickly nodded and spoke rapidly. No problem. Leave it to me. Brother He Chuan, I'll teach you in a moment. Wang Meng. Gu Chen raised his voice and called out behind him. Wang Meng, who had been waiting nearby, immediately trotted over. Captain, take some men to check our gasoline reserves and prepare 200 liters for the Happiness Convoy as agreed. Zhao Suzhen quickly called over a sharp-looking man and instructed him, go with Manager Wang to confirm the transfer of supplies. Yes, Captain. The two convoy managers took their orders. Without any unnecessary words, Wang Meng simply gestured for the other to follow. Lu Xing didn't idle either. He stepped forward and proactively greeted He Chuan. Brother He Chuan, come with me to the vehicle to get the insects, and I'll tell you how to take care of them. He Chuan's face lit up with anticipation as he quickly followed. As a sequencer with little combat prowess and seemingly limited utility, he was now filled with immense interest and passion for these plump, fat worms. Zhao Suzhen and Deng Ruhan stayed where they were, watching Wang Meng and Lu Xing lead their respective teams into action, feeling a great weight lift from their hearts. This Captain Gu, whose strength was unfathomable, actually seemed quite approachable. No, he was practically a great benefactor in this apocalypse. Gu Chen glanced at his wristwatch. The time was 1648. Observing the relaxed expressions of Zhao Suzhen and Deng Ruhan across from him, a plan had already formed in his mind. To absorb the entire Happiness Convoy into his ranks, handling these three sequencers was easy. Just use the Spirit Domination Crown to modify their memories, and it would be done. The key was the group of ordinary survivors. Gu Chen couldn't possibly modify all their memories. A bunch of commoners weren't worth that much effort. He had no reason to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Subduing these survivors was simple. Just one meal would suffice, just as he had done with the peace convoy back then. It was the same old trick, not because Gu Chen couldn't think of other methods, but because this one was just too effective. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, if you could keep people wealthy, you would never lack followers. The word eating had always held a sacred place in the hearts of the Chinese people. This was evident in everyday language. The most common greeting was, "Have you eaten?" This fully demonstrated the significance of eating in the national psyche. Throughout the entire history of human civilization, the era where everyone could eat their fill had not lasted long. In the apocalypse, food was even more precious. Although the happiness convoy had the jade fat goo cultivated by Lu Xing, it seemed to have been recently developed. The limited yield of these large fatty worms was partly reserved for breeding. As for the rest, Zhao Suzhen and her two companions probably couldn't even get enough for themselves, let alone share with the ordinary people. The survivors of the happiness convoy had not experienced a trace of happiness. Each one of them was gaunt, sallow, and pale, classic symptoms of malnutrition. Of course, this situation was already considered decent in the apocalypse. After all, most sequencers could barely survive themselves, let alone these ordinary people. So, rather than letting them die painfully at the hands of anomalies, it was better for them to become consumables under his command. At least a small portion of them could truly defy fate and change their destiny. As for the majority, they would live better than now before their deaths. From this perspective, Gu Chun seemed quite benevolent. The exchange of gasoline for goo insects was quickly completed, and the time had passed 5 in the afternoon. Gu Chun directly proposed that both sides have a meal together to briefly exchange information about the anomalies they had encountered. Zhao Suzhen and Deng Ruhan were both somewhat surprised. This Captain Gu, whose strength was unfathomable, was not only willing to trade, but also proactively offered to share information. In the apocalypse, apart from certain special sequences capable of void communication, the flow of most information relied on word of mouth, making it extremely precious. A little more intelligence on anomalies meant a greater chance of survival. Although the happiness convoy usually ate only 1 meal a day, how could they possibly refuse this offer? Of course. Thank you so much, Captain Gu. Zhao Suzhen quickly accepted, and Deng Ruhan nodded in agreement. Gu Chun smiled faintly. You see, she even had to thank him. The news that the convoy was about to set up camp here soon spread through both camps. After all, the sun was already nearing the horizon. There were no anomalies nearby, making it a perfect spot for a proper rest. The happiness convoy, on the other hand, seemed rather numb. When people are starving, they have no energy for anything else. The only thing that could stir their hearts now was food. Unfortunately, they had already consumed today's rations by noon. If they ate now, there would be nothing left for later. In contrast, among the Great Love Convoy, several veteran members exchanged knowing glances. This scene felt strangely familiar. Both convoys provided their own food for meals, a tacit rule established in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, the disparity in their provisions was painfully obvious. For the Great Love Convoy, even the most ordinary survivors could produce decent portions of rice flour or biscuits. Those with slightly more supplies even had a can of meat. Though meager in quantity, it was still genuine meat. In the bowls of managers like Wang Mengwan could even spot vibrant green vegetables. Those fresh, dewy leaves were a dreamlike sight in this apocalypse. These vegetables naturally came from the miraculous mycelium-enriched soil on the top floor of the Doomsday Fortress. The meals for the sequence holders were even more exquisite. Fresh vegetables were standard, and upon Gu Chen's orders, the canned beef was stir-fried in oil, a second layer of preparation. Now served on a large platter, it emanated a rich aroma glistening with golden oil. Each person also received a small portion of canned fruit as a garnish. This display left the trio from the happiness convoy staring wide-eyed. What astonished them was not that Gu Chun and his sequence holders ate so well. Their own fare wasn't too shabby. Before Zhao Suzhen and her companions lay 3 palm-sized pieces of grilled jade fat goo meat. The meat was pale as jade, its fat translucent and glistening, accompanied by a few stale pieces of bread. A balanced meal of carbs and protein. What truly shocked them was that even the ordinary survivors of the Great Love Convoy ate this well. In this apocalypse, ensuring the sequence holders ate well versus feeding the entire convoy were 2 entirely different concepts. Especially since the Great Love Convoy had over 300 people. And there were even vegetables. It had been over 4 months since the apocalypse began. Where had they found them? Could they have grown them themselves? The happiness convoy had tried planting vegetables within their convoy. But invariably, the seeds couldn't withstand the nomadic lifestyle, or not a single one sprouted. And now, could this be an offering? Or perhaps an Asiaton-revealed sequence ability? As for the ordinary survivors of the happiness convoy, most could only stare fixedly at the opposite camp, drooling and swallowing the cold wind. A few with slightly better supplies carefully retrieved from their bundles something resembling a fingernail-sized piece of meat. They tore at it cautiously, bite by bite, fantasizing about the white rice and canned meat in the hands of the Great Love Convoy members. Watching the reactions of her convoy members, Zhao Suzhen finally realized she might have made a grave mistake. Tell me about the anomaly you encountered earlier. Gu Chun picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and looked at Zhao Suzhen and the others. Chong City was one of the targets of this operation, and the anomaly the happiness convoy had faced was in that direction, making it essential to understand. Zhao Suzhen snapped back to reality, her expression turning grave. Captain Gu, we encountered it on an abandoned road at the edge of Chong City. How should I put it? The anomaly had no fixed form, like an indescribable humanoid shadow. Her words were vague, as if she couldn't find suitable adjectives for it. Her demeanor immediately put everyone on high alert. Hong Yuan and Ai Xier both furrowed their delicate brows. Tai Mubai and He Chuan set down their chopsticks and stopped eating. Even Meng Te retracted his effeminate gesture, ceasing his playful banter with Li Mi. Hard to describe, impossible to define. Could this be a rule-based anomaly? To be honest, even though Guchan was now Sequence 4 and possessed strength equivalent to Sequence 5, he had no desire to tangle with rule-based anomalies. The most terrifying thing is its mimicry. Deng Ruhan interjected, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Mimicry? Yes, it seems capable of reading a creature's memories and then transforming into that creature's likeness. Both in appearance and tone of voice and even secret events, it matches the memories perfectly. Over a dozen survivors from our convoy were lured close by it, and ultimately, Deng Ruhan didn't finish, but the fate of those people was obvious. The likeness it mimics is incredibly vivid, Lu Xing added, then continued. Its attack method is to simulate someone you know or care about to tempt you closer. Cannot actively approach or attack. It can only wait for people to come within a certain range, then use the surrounding shadows to devour them. As for the exact range, we were too busy fleeing to notice. My scout wind detection Gu got close to it and was instantly dissolved by the shadows, not even transmitting any information. After hearing all this, Guchan and the others from the Great Love Convoy understood. The anomaly's abilities were roughly form, mimicry, memory reading, and devouring. However, due to some rule-based constraint, its attack range was limited. It required the target to actively enter its range before it could act. Many anomalies possessed the ability to transform into familiar faces. Back when traversing the tunnel from Cross Ridge Mountains to Fair Town, there was a rule-based anomaly. A face-hungry wraith. But that wraith wasn't as formidable as this anomaly. Based on the Happiness Convoy Trio's account, this one could not only mimic appearances but also steal memories. In a sense, this was no longer mimicry but replication. It could directly recreate a person, even those who had already died, as a copy. This entirely new person possesses everything of the original naturally, including their memories. If it weren't for the rules restricting this uncanny ability, the consequences. The mere thought is terrifyingly chilling. The reason the Happiness Convoy managed to escape with their lives was mostly thanks to the dozen or so tails who held the rear. After all, the eerie entity's attack range was limited by its strange rules. As long as some stepped forward to actively stall for time, the others could easily flee. Where are you planning to go now? Do you have a destination? Having grasped enough about that eerie entity, Guchan finally continued to inquire. Yes, we're heading to Santoria. Zhao Suzhen nodded, a glimmer of eager anticipation flashing across her face as she mentioned the name. In this wasteland overrun by anomalies, most people had no clear goal, often fleeing like headless flies chased by the uncanny. Guchan had only asked casually, without expecting much from the Happiness Convoy's reply. But to his surprise, this trio actually had a destination. And from the sound of it, it was a foreign place. Santoria is. Most people couldn't even name all the cities in their own country, let alone those abroad. Without a doubt, everyone in the Great Love Convoy fell into that most people category. It's a city not far from Xia Kingdom's border, located in the Federal Republic of Colonia. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Zhao Suzhen continued to explain. Colonia, one of Xia Kingdom's dozen or so neighbors, lay to the northwest. Before the apocalypse, it was an insignificant little country. Its land area wasn't large, only about 500,000 square kilometers. Its population was also limited, with the total national population estimated at no more than 60 million. That was the pre-apocalypse statistic. Now there would only be fewer living people over there. Having more than 500,000 survivors would already be a mercy from the anomalies. Are you planning to go there because fewer people abroad make it easier to survive? Red Kite's tone held some confusion. Fewer people meant less attraction for anomalies. And the Federal Republic of Colonia fit that sparse population characteristic. But with fewer people, resources would also shrink accordingly. In terms of scavenging supplies, it might even be harder than staying within the country. Zhao Suzhen and her two companions exchanged glances. Then they nodded slightly to each other as if making a decision before speaking. Not entirely. We're going to Santoria. To be precise, to join the Sun Moon Lighthouse. The Sun Moon Lighthouse. Hearing this name, Tai Mubai and the others who joined the Great Love Convoy later were bewildered. But Guchan and the women like Red Kite felt a chill. Earlier, when leaving the Great Wall Base, Lin Taifeng had mentioned this Sun Moon Lighthouse. Unexpectedly, this lighthouse was just outside the border. According to rumors, it was an incredibly wonderful place. Not only did it have ample supplies and various foods, but it also boasted a self-sufficient industrial system. It almost possessed everything from before the apocalypse. And there was no need to worry about safety, as the lighthouse could mass-produce sequence awakening serums. It housed over 100 sequence bearers. Over 100 sequence bearers. That was enough to face any anomaly. It was hard to imagine what anomaly could survive an assault from so many sequence bearers. Captain Gu, have you heard of this organization too? Seeing Gu Chen lost in thought, Deng Ruhan boldly ventured to ask. I heard about it during the migration journey. Gu Chen nodded. There was no need to hide such matters. Go on. I've only heard a little about this Sun Moon Lighthouse. Not much in detail. Feeling the intangible pressure rising, Zhao Suzhen's pace quickened. The information we got is that the lighthouse not only offers shelter, but also recruits promising sequence bearers. What's more, they can even provide sequence awakening serums. That miraculous drug that when injected into ordinary people allows them to awaken their sequence. Hearing the word sequence awakening serum, Tai Mubai and the others' pupils contracted slightly. They all knew Gu Chen could produce sequence awakening serums. And now this so-called Sun Moon Lighthouse could do the same. Did their captain have some connection to this lighthouse? Though doubts lingered in their minds, their memories had all been altered by Gu Chen using the crown of spiritual domination. Now they were utterly loyal to Gu Chen and would never voice anything that might harm him. As for the Happiness Convoy trio, they were lost in their daydreams of boarding the Sun Moon Lighthouse and didn't notice the subtle changes in the others' pupils. Lu Xing couldn't help but add, his tone also filled with longing. But to join you have to pass their trial and possess a token they recognize. A token? What token? Gu Chen quickly pressed. Lin Taifeng's account hadn't mentioned needing any token. Had the lighthouse already reached near full capacity, raising the entry threshold? After all, the conditions at this Sun Moon Lighthouse were simply too good. Hardly anyone in this apocalypse could resist such temptation. As word spread, an endless stream of convoys and survivors would surely head there. Even if the lighthouse were a miraculous artifact, it couldn't hold an infinite number of survivors. There would always be an upper limit. Specifically, we don't know either. Zhao Suzhen shook her head regretfully. We heard about it from another convoy. They didn't know much either. They only said that those with a specific token would find it easier to gain the lighthouse's trust. And the city of Santoria is their key stronghold within Colonia. That's the only place we currently know of where we might contact and join them. A key stronghold. Meaning, there was more than one lighthouse. But recalling the aerial carrier he encountered in the transverse mountain range, Gu Chen felt relieved. Behind this thing lay the Sun Moon Harmony Society. Or perhaps the Sun Moon Harmony Society was the combination of all lighthouses. Or was their relationship akin to a parent company and its subsidiaries? So, you plan to drive through the frontier province all the way to join this Sun Moon Lighthouse? Gu Chen looked at the trio's previously weary faces, now tinged with hope. Yes. Zhao Suzhen nodded emphatically, her voice laced with emotion. This is the clearest hope we have right now. Even if we don't know if it's real, it's still better than aimlessly struggling in this apocalypse. Few fools survived in this apocalypse. The three members of the Happiness Convoy were naturally wary of the Sun Moon Lighthouse. Yet it was the only lifeline they could grasp at this moment. A person needed a reason to live, even if that reason was but an illusory bubble. Zhao Suzhen and her companions seemed inclined toward tranquility and stability. They were not the type to kill for pleasure or completely unleash their primal instincts in this apocalyptic world. At least Yan Shi, the emotional psychotherapist, sensed no violence or malice within them. For people of such temperament, a stable shelter where they could simply lie low was far preferable to ceaseless wandering across this wasteland. In the following hours, the Great Love Convoy shared their encounters with typical anomalies in the Fragrant City, as well as the attack patterns of common aberrations. Zhao Suzhen and her team listened intently, for this information was equally vital to them. Their planned route to cross the border province necessitated passing through the Fragrant City region. Detouring elsewhere would multiply the journey several times over, leading them through roadless no-man's lands. Those places might harbor fewer anomalies. But resources were so scarce that their convoy could never survive the crossing. Captain Gu, thank you for this. Dinner concluded amid their exchange, and the aroma of food gradually faded. Both parties rose and retreated to their vehicles or tents for rest. Yet the survivors of the Happiness Convoy could not conceal the envy and longing in their eyes as they gazed upon the Great Love Convoy members. Gu Chen took in the scene. After listening to Zhao Suzhen's account of the Sun Moon Lighthouse, a new idea had taken root in his mind. The Great Love Convoy now boasted over 300 members. Perhaps a sizable convoy in this apocalypse. But in Gu Chen's eyes it was far from sufficient. To annihilate the Sun Moon Radiant Society and unify the entire Blue Star would require a staggering number of personnel. Simply wandering the world and absorbing every convoy he encountered was far too inefficient. Instead of seeking out convoys, it was better to make the convoys come to him. Like those pyramid schemes, Gu Chen only needed to spread the advantages and benefits of the Great Love Convoy through various channels. Countless survivor convoys would then come to investigate, just as with the Sun Moon Lighthouse. However, that would also make the Great Love Convoy a target for all. What if an overwhelmingly powerful force arrived? The Sun Moon Lighthouse dared such a move because it relied on the absolute might of the Sun Moon Radiant Society behind it. But they had their backing and he had his system. With the system's virtually limitless cultivation resources, Gu Chen was confident in his current strength. Among the human faction, he undoubtedly stood at the apex of the pyramid. Even those who had awakened their sequences before the apocalypse, Gu Chen believed the vast majority had not surpassed sequence 6. Even if someone had reached the 6th rank, such a human would likely only appear within the Sun Moon Radiant Society. In this wasteland, let alone the 6th rank, even 3rd rank transcendents were rare. In other words, the Great Love Convoy only needed a single sequence 6 combatant to execute this plan on a small scale. Gu Chen's first thought was of Ao Li. This 5th rank flood dragon was already on the verge of ascension. Within the Great Love Convoy, she would likely be the first to reach the 6th rank. After this period of recuperation, the flood dragon's injuries had mostly healed. With his assistance and her previous failed attempt at ascension, this transformation of the dragon body should not prove difficult. With one 6th rank guardian and Gu Chen's own spatial sequence ability, as long as a sequence 9 did not appear, they could certainly flee if they could not win. Thus the plan was feasible. As for how to spread the news, Gu Chen trusted the system could forge a suitable sacrificial artifact. Watching Zhao Suzhen and her team planning tomorrow's route in the distance, Gu Chen had made up his mind. Let these people from the Happiness Convoy become the first survivors to join the new Great Love Convoy. Since he intended to establish a proper faction, the name Great Love Convoy would have to change. After all, the word convoy sounded rather mediocre. A more resounding name was needed. What new name should the Great Love Convoy adopt? Hey, have you taken a fancy to that dang girl? Hong Yuan, noticing Gu Chen's fixed gaze on the Happiness Convoy's side, assumed the old lecher had set his sights on another woman. Nonsense. I'm not that desperate. Gu Chen snapped back to reality and shot Hong Yuan a helpless glare. Deng Ruhan was merely young and not unattractive, but he wasn't that indiscriminate. Humph, who knows? Maybe your taste is just that peculiar. Hong Yuan pursed her lips, her expression one of disbelief. You're asking for it again, aren't you? Gu Chen finally understood this woman's intent. To provoke him into fulfilling her desire for procreation. The first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon and the camp began to stir with activity. Survivors from both the Great Love Convoy and the Happiness Convoy rose one after another. In this apocalypse, there was no time for sleeping in. The morning mist still clung to the camp as Gu Chen instructed Wang Meng to summon Zhao Suzhen and her companions. He told them he had business with them and asked them to come to the Doomsday Fortress. Shortly after, the three arrived before Gu Chen, looking somewhat apprehensive. Captain Gu, you wanted to see us? Zhao Suzhen was puzzled. Their transaction had already been completed. Logically, there should be no further connection. But now, yesterday's deal is done, but today there is another transaction. I wonder if you are still interested. After a moment, having heard Gu Chen's proposed transaction, Zhao Suzhen and her companions were taken aback. Captain Gu, do you mean for us to merge into the Great Love Convoy? Not entirely. Gu Chen shook his head with a smile and announced with solemnity, the Great Love Convoy is now a thing of the past. You may call it by its new name, the Heaven-Earth One Family Great Love Alliance. After a night of battles, Gu Chen came up with a new name for the convoy. It is the Great Love Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth need no further explanation, representing the entire Blue Star. One family signifies the unification of all survivors into one big family. The Great Love Alliance represents the principle of great love, sheltering all humans who join. Not bad, very spirited. However, in response to Gu Chen's invitation, Zhao Suzhen and the others were somewhat bewildered. After all, they had already expressed their intentions yesterday. But now, Captain Gu, we do not like this nomadic lifestyle, so. Zhao Suzhen's words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. The reason they sought the Sun and Moon Lighthouse was precisely because they did not want to live a life of running around the world chased by strange phenomena every day. But if they were to join the Great Love Convoy now, it would necessitate continuing this wandering life. In response, Gu Chun merely smiled slightly and slowly raised his left hand. This startled the trio, thinking that Gu Chun was about to take action if he couldn't persuade them. However, before Zhao Suzhen and the others could react, a beam of white light shot skyward from Gu Chen's arm. The light moved with incredible speed, reaching a height of 100 meters above the camp in an instant. The glowing orb expanded rapidly, eventually transforming into a 100-meter-long white dragon quietly coiling in the sky above the camp. The massive white shadow in the sky had sharp scales, and its dragon eyes burned brightly. Just a glance was enough to send shivers through one's very soul. With a thunderous dragon roar, the pressure of a 5-turn being surged forth. Zhao Suzhen and the others felt their minds go blank, their bodies uncontrollably trembling. This was the terror of a 5-turn being. Even though the pressure was not directed at them, just its aura was enough to render them immobile. Is this a dragon? Among the three, Deng Ruhan with the highest mental strength was the first to react. What the hell is going on? The survivors in the camp were even more terrified, instantly collapsing to the ground. Their pants, which had not been washed in the fragrant city, became wet once more. Looking at the stunned crowd, Gu Chun waved at the white dragon in the sky. Immediately, in the gaze of the awestruck onlookers, the dragon's body began to shrink. Finally, it transformed into an unassuming white jade bracelet wrapping around Gu Chen's left arm. The entire camp fell silent, and Zhao Suzhen, Deng Ruhan, and Lu Xing turned pale. You all saw that dragon just now. It was merely my pet, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of the great love alliance of heaven and earth. Before he could continue speaking, he felt the little dragon Aoli coiling around his arm tighten. It seemed very displeased with the term pet. Gu Chun could even sense the heavy breathing from its nostrils. He felt somewhat helpless, but now was not the time to comfort the little dragon. Gently stroking the little female dragon on his wrist, Gu Chun continued to address Zhao Suzhen and the others. Will we continue crossing thousands of kilometers to search for the uncertain sun and moon lighthouse? Or will you join my great love alliance of heaven and earth now? I believe this is not a difficult choice. Gu Chen did not choose to use the crown of mental control to modify their memories directly. The best way to modify memories is to enhance them based on the original memories. The crown's feature ensures that as long as the target does not exceed the 4-turn sequence, the modified memories will absolutely take effect. However, it had been previously stated that it was merely effective. This does not guarantee a positive effect. Therefore, it is necessary to have a segment of voluntary joining memories. This way, it would not seem too abrupt, and the modified memory would feel more natural to the person. Zhao Suzhen swallowed hard, her throat dry, but mustered the courage to ask Captain Guyor. Your strength is undoubtedly powerful, as we just witnessed. But what exactly is this great love alliance of heaven and earth? For some reason, she felt that this name was somewhat strange. Clearly, it is a very friendly name, but why does it feel this way? Good question. Gu Chun nodded slightly. The act of asking meant that their psychological defenses were beginning to loosen. And this was exactly the reaction he wanted. The Great Love Alliance of Heaven and Earth is a new organization I established after integrating the Great Love Convoy. The goal is simple: to establish a force capable of sheltering all humanity in this apocalypse, able to resist the strange and ultimately reclaim our world. The core principle is great love, to shelter our kind and survive together. Now Gu Chun was no longer the naive youth who had just awakened. He could spout the bureaucratic language effortlessly. He pointed towards the direction of the Great Love Convoy. What you saw yesterday was merely a drop in the bucket of the Great Love Alliance. Here we can stably produce fresh vegetables. There is powerful protection, and we even have pathways to awaken sequences. As Gu Chun spoke, the trio's expressions began to shift to shock and clarity. A stable and safe environment, ample food supply, and the protection of the strong. Isn't this the place they have long dreamed of? Although they didn't know if what Gu Chun said was true, his words were compelling. Moreover, yesterday they indeed saw that even ordinary survivors had a few green leaves in their bowls. At the same time, there were those sequence awakeners far exceeding ordinary proportions. This further strengthened their belief in Gu Chen's claim of having pathways to awaken sequences. Zhao Suzhen and the others suppressed their complicated emotions and quickly exchanged glances. No words were needed, the three saw the determination in each other's eyes. On one side was the ethereal and uncertain sun and moon lighthouse. On the other was the tangible, touchable, low-budget version of their fantasy world. How to choose? Is there even a question? Moreover, it seems they no longer had the luxury of choice. Zhao Suzhen took a step forward representing the trio and the entire Happy Convoy and deeply bowed to Gu Chun. Captain Guno, Alliance Leader, we the Happy Convoy are willing to join the Great Love Alliance of Heaven and Earth. From now on we will follow the alliance leader. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Faced with the cup of respect offered by a strong individual, Zhao Suzhen wisely chose to drink it. After all, you wouldn't want to refuse a toast and end up suffering a penalty drink leading to the destruction of the entire convoy, would you? The Happiness Convoy was named to symbolize the meaning of a happy and fulfilling life. However, contrary to their wishes, in this apocalyptic world, happiness is elusive and even survival is a daunting challenge. As the captain of a convoy, without even sacrificial offerings, Zhao Suzhen has done her utmost. She strives to ensure that every survivor in the convoy can continue to live in this brutal apocalypse. Yet, during the previous bizarre attack, they still paid with the lives of over 10 survivors to allow the entire convoy to escape. This was actually one of the few significant casualties the Happiness Convoy had ever encountered. Previously, the convoy had her perceptive sequence and Lu Xing's probing worm sequence, which allowed them to largely evade such powerful anomalies. After this bizarre attack, by the rules, the members of the Happiness Convoy came to understand a principle. Relying solely on their own strength would inevitably lead to their demise in this apocalypse. Humanity can only find more hope for survival by banding together for warmth. Whether it's the dubious Sun and Moon Lighthouse, or the Heaven and Earth One Family Love Alliance, established by Gu Chen, both are places where humanity can come together for warmth, at least. That seems to be the case for now. After realizing this, Deng Ruhan and Lu Xing also respectfully bowed in succession. We wish to follow the alliance leader. In the camp, the survivors of the Happiness Convoy, who had barely managed to get up from the pressure of the dragon, also imitated the gesture, lowering their heads in reverence towards Gu Chen. Firstly, seeing their captain and the two sequencers bowing in submission left no room for hesitation. Secondly, they had long wanted to join the Great Love Convoy to live a life where they could have rice with every meal. However, being merely ordinary people, they had been too timid to voice their opinions. Now that such a great opportunity lay before them, they had to seize it. The original survivors of the Great Love Convoy, seeing the members of the Happiness Convoy bowing to their captain, dared not stand there stiffly any longer. Under the guidance of sequencers like Tai Mubai and He Chuan, they all bowed and shouted in unison. We swear to follow the alliance leader to the death. We swear to follow the alliance leader to the death. We swear to follow the alliance leader to the death. The loud shouts of over 400 people echoed across the desolate highway. Even at the edge of the camp, some people still did not understand what this alliance leader meant, but they did not dare to slack off. They still strained their voices and shouted along with those around them. Fortunately, this area had already been isolated by Gu Chen using a spatial barrier, so there was no need to worry about the sound-attracting anomalies. Listening to the overwhelming shouts of the crowd, Gu Chen's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Now all he had to do was wait for Aoli to successfully advance to the sixth transformation. After crafting a sacrificial offering capable of transmitting messages through the system, a force belonging to him would truly come into being. By then he would possess enough power in this apocalypse. At that point, whether hunting anomalies or attacking the Sun and Moon Lighthouse, he would have sufficient confidence. Wang Meng. At Gu Chen's call, Wang Meng immediately ran out from the crowd, his eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Captain, alliance leader. He was not far away and had heard everything Gu Chen said to Zhao Suzhen and the others. His admiration for Gu Chen was like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Count all the vehicles, personnel, and supplies of the original Happiness Convoy into the Great Love Alliance. Understood, alliance leader. The news of the Great Love Convoy's name change quickly spread throughout the camp. The Heaven and Earth One Family Love Alliance. So the alliance leader we just shouted about means this. An old member of the original Great Love Convoy scratched the back of his head, looking enlightened. This name sounds a bit familiar. Before the apocalypse, I think I saw it in some novel. Alliance leader. That certainly sounds much more imposing than captain. Well, we small folks shouldn't worry about what the convoy is called. The most important thing is to fill our stomachs every day. Exactly. No matter what name or alliance, it is being able to eat their fill, having sequencers to protect them, and avoiding being devoured by anomalies. That is what truly matters. The crowd began to buzz, with some quietly discussing this new name. There were also some who were indifferent to the name. They only knew that whoever could let them eat their fill in this apocalypse, they would follow. The original members of the Happiness Convoy huddled together, their expressions somewhat complex. They had just joined and were completely unaccustomed. Is this really joining? It feels a bit surreal. After witnessing the treatment of the Great Love Convoy members yesterday, the survivors of the Happiness Convoy had all entertained thoughts of changing jobs. However, they never expected that in just one night, they had actually succeeded in changing jobs. Moreover, it was led by the convoy captain and the sequencers. Now we are also people of the Alliance, or in the future, we should be able to eat white rice and fresh vegetables, right? Shoo! Lower your voice. Someone nearby tugged at him, nervously looking helpless. Don't let others hear. It makes us seem shallow. However, those vegetables did look quite fresh. On the other side, several sequencers gathered together discussing fervently. Tai Mubai's expression carried a hint of excitement as he whispered, Alliance. Wow, the scope is different now. Captain, no, is the Alliance leader going to raise a banner? Raising a banner signifies that the convoy intends to expand, and expansion inevitably comes with battles and battles. Bring merit. Although Tai Mubai's memory had been altered by the crown of spirits, it didn't mean he had become a puppet devoid of desires and emotions. Becoming stronger had always been a deep-seated craving in his heart. At this thought, the energy of the magnetic sequence within him seemed to stir slightly. Oh wow, the Heaven and Earth One Family Love Alliance, this name sounds so exhilarating. The Alliance leader is truly wise and mighty, dominating the mountains and rivers. Meng Te's eyes rolled back in excitement, his fingers delicately poised high, his voice exaggeratedly charming. While he spoke, he leaned against Li Mi behind him. Li Mi. Lu Xing pulled He Chuan, completely immersed in a discussion about the various types of probing worms. He Chuan, look at this. The two were like kindred spirits, eagerly discussing the details of certain probing worms. He Chuan's eyes occasionally sparkled with excitement, as if he had found a new goal in life. This is pretty good. Watching the excited survivors of the original Happiness Convoy, Zhao Suzhen felt a lightness throughout her body. Deng Ruhan also nodded, her gaze sweeping across the camp. Yes. At least here we can still see something called hope. Gu Chan had returned to the top of the Doomsday Fortress, his gaze sweeping over the newly revitalized vast convoy below. Destination Chong City, let's set off. 3 days later in Huai'an County. This is a small county town encountered on the way to Chong City, where Gu Chan plans to conduct a selection for the training of this group of survivors. After all, for this group of survivors, sending them to Chong City, a provincial capital, to hunt those mutated creatures would be an act of sending them to their doom. By then, let alone forming groups of 4, even if this group of survivors rushed forward, they would only end up feeding the strange creatures even more. But this county town is different. Apart from some strange entities, there are also numerous low-level mutated creatures lurking around. Moreover, in this county town, Gu Chun can better clear out an area that is entirely under his control. Hong Yuan Shi Air. Gu Chun took out a piece of sketch paper and signaled to the 2 beautiful figures behind him. He had already written down the coordinates of the strange entities in Huai'an County and some basic information on that piece of paper. Hong Yuan stepped forward to take the paper Gu Chun handed over, and after carefully looking at the contents, she giggled and said, "Got it, just stay in the car and wait for good news. My Gu Alliance leader, Master Ai Shi Nu, will definitely not let you down." Ai Shi Air clenched her small pink fist full of fighting spirit. This time the main goal is to capture alive. Do not kill the strange creatures for me. Gu Chun reminded again, as these 2 girls tend to strike without restraint. If one of them accidentally killed a strange creature, Gu Chun would suffer a significant loss. Understood. The strongest strange entity in this county town is only at the 2nd transition level. There is no need for him to take action himself. For the members of the Great Love Alliance, it would be a piece of cake. Shortly after, all the combat members of the Great Love Alliance had gathered outside the Doomsday Fortress. This includes the recently joined Deng Ruhan and Lu Xing, as well as Tai Mu Bai, Meng Te, and Li Mi. Notably, Tai Mu Bai has a partner named Shi Lei. The Sequence Awakening potion he had previously received was also given to this solemn and muscular man. Shi Lei awakened the Earth sequence capable of manipulating rock and soil, leaning towards a defensive type. As for the specific abilities, Gu Chen did not ask in detail. He simply inquired about Shi Lei's sequence name and then sent him on his way. In the future, the number of sequence members will only increase. Gu Chen does not need to understand their sequence abilities one by one. He just needs to know their names and ensure their loyalty. This operation will be led by Hong Yuan with Ai Shi Air as the deputy. The rest are to cooperate. Gu Chun stood on the top of the vehicle, extending a finger as he continued. Remember, capturing a 1st transition strange entity alive will earn you a bottle of Blood Moon Essence. Upon hearing Blood Moon Essence, everyone except Hong Yuan and Ai Shi Air had their eyes light up. Previously, Gu Chen had already explained to these people about the sequence potions that could accelerate cultivation. However, the Blood Moon Essence here is not the same as the one Gu Chen used to consume. Gu Chen has diluted the Blood Moon Essence, and its potency is roughly 1/3 of the original. The cost has also significantly decreased. The system originally required 2,000 kill points for 1 bottle, but now it is roughly convertible for about 3 bottles. The average kill value of a first transition strange entity is about 2,500 to 5,000 points, while Chen only needs to provide them with over 600 points as a reward. However, for those still at the first and second transition levels, 1/3 of the potency is already sufficient for cultivation. He had previously invested a lot in this group. Now, it is time for them to produce some value. Captain, what if we capture a second transition strange entity alive? Lu Xing, not knowing what he was thinking, excitedly asked. If we capture a second transition strange creature, alive, the reward is 5 bottles of blood moon essence. Chen extended 5 fingers. A second transition strange entity contributes a kill value ranging from 800 to 12,000, while 5 bottles of diluted blood moon essence require around 3,000 kill points. It may seem like a middleman profiting, but compared to the capitalists before the apocalypse, Chen's price is quite reasonable. After all, this item can currently only be obtained from him. When something can only be produced by oneself, the price is no longer determined by the consumers. When the sequence members heard 5 bottles, their desires were almost bursting forth. Taimu Bai and Shirley exchanged excited glances, both licking their lips eagerly. Meng Te still nestled against Li Mi, holding a delicate pose, but his eyes had become sharp. Deng Ruhan took a deep breath, adjusting her mental state. Lu Xing grinned, gently stroking the bulging insect pouch at his waist. Did everyone hear clearly? Hong Yuan's cold voice rang out, her red and blue dual blades already in her hands. The target of this operation is the first and second transition strange entities in the county town. We do not need to concern ourselves with those insignificant mutated creatures. The Alliance leader has marked the locations and approximate strength. All we need to do is directly capture them. Now, let's set off. The woman raised her right hand with the red long knife, pointing with one arm towards the direction of Huai'an County urban area. Then her figure instantly transformed into a black line, merging with the shadows rushing ahead. Ai Shi Air followed closely behind a pair of fiery red wings growing from her back as a red beam shot into the sky. Keep up. Taimu Bai let out a low shout, activating the magnetic field sequence, an invisible force field enveloping him and Shirley as they shot out like arrows. Rest assured, Alliance leader, I will definitely cooperate well with Sister Hong Yuan. Meng Te giggled, then directly hugged Li Mi beside him, swiftly weaving through the surrounding ruins. Lu Xing took out a type of disposable insect, the rout insect. This was a fist-sized, almost transparent bug looking somewhat like an inflated balloon. Ruhan, come here quickly. Deng Ruhan hurriedly approached and hugged Lu Xing. As he squeezed his palm, the insect shattered in his hand. Immediately the two figures began to flicker, and their passing trajectory was exactly where Meng Te and Li Mi had just walked. This is Lu Xing's rout insect. Each pair of insects consists of a mother insect and a child insect. The child is connected to the mother, and once the mother insect shatters and dies, it allows one to directly follow the direction of the child insect with a maximum tracking distance of up to 10 kilometers. The child insect has a survival duration of only 24 hours, during which the mother insect can be activated for tracking. At the same time, the child insect can attach itself to clothing, equipment, or the surface of the human body, resembling dust and debris, making it difficult to detect. The mother goo worm normally hibernates, only burning itself completely when its master demands it. Judging by the current situation, Lu Xing had apparently discarded the child goo of the path-guiding goo on Meng Te earlier. Apart from the burst of sequence energy required at the moment of crushing the mother goo, no additional energy or stamina was consumed during the escape. Though this item was singlus, it could be deemed an indispensable artifact for fleeing. Watching the sequence team employ their diverse skills, the numerous ordinary survivors in the camp marveled. Sequence abilities were truly miraculous. Meanwhile, Zhao Suzhen and He Chuan, standing aside, gazed enviously at the departing crowd. That was a mystic potion capable of aiding sequence cultivation. Who wouldn't desire it? Alas, it was a pity they had awakened a support sequence, or otherwise they too could hunt aberrations. At this moment, both of them found themselves beginning to envy Li Mi. That fellow might not be a proper sequence user, but he had a combat sequence wife to rely on. Even though that wife was currently still male, he had already secured his cushy meal ticket. Gu Chun observed their envy and realized that for any faction, a clear reward system was paramount. Otherwise, in the long run, chaos would inevitably arise. Once the Great Love Alliance was truly established, a definite exchange table must be formulated. It should not be limited to combat sequences alone, but cover everyone, including the most ordinary survivors. This was akin to the currency system before the apocalypse, allowing all to earn through their own labor. Gu Chun unfurled his spatial perception, and instantly the entire Lingpa County materialized in his mind. Hong Yuan's shadow traversal, AI Sierra's blazing flames, and even Lu Xing's endless array of Gu insect techniques. The movement trajectories and energy fluctuations of all sequence users were clearly reflected back to him. He saw a slit-mouthed woman aberration trapped by Tai Mubai's magnetic field as Shirley's rocky earth instantly sealed its lower half into the ground. He also saw Lu Xing manipulating a swarm of tiny paralytic goo insects, silently burrowing into the joint gaps of another humanoid aberration. This caused its movements to stiffen instantly only for AI Sierra to trap it in a cage of flames. Efficiency isn't bad. A faint smile curved Gu Chen's lips as he felt a measure of satisfaction with the initial coordination of his new and veteran subordinates. He ceased further attention, withdrew his spatial perception with a flicker of thought, and turned to return to the spacious command room inside the Doomsday Fortress. Yenner. No sooner had Gu Chen spoken than Yen Shui's figure emerged from somewhere. Chingu. She was clad in a form-fitting cream-white combat suit, still as strikingly beautiful as ever. Looking at this woman who had been the first to follow him, Gu Chen revealed a smile. Go and bring Lin Na here. After over 10 days of dual cultivation, this Japanese woman Lin Na, if not entirely conquered, was already close to it. Gu Chen intended to ask her if she could still sense the direction of the fortune origin. He had a profound understanding of the effects of that white light from before. This was merely a fragment of the origin. If all the pieces were gathered, Gu Chen believed, the path to divinity would not be far off. Moments later, Yen Shui returned with a figure. Lin Na approached. Compared to 10 days ago, her transformation was nothing short of complete renewal. The haggardness and terror of the apocalyptic migration had nearly vanished, replaced by a radiant glow born of meticulous nurture. Her skin was fair and translucent all over, and her brows and eyes exuded a docility unique to Japanese women. Upon seeing Gu Chen, she almost reflexively lowered her head and hurried forward. A few steps away from Gu Chen, she knelt with both knees in a perfectly natural posture, hands placed properly on her lap. Shujin Master. This was the honorific term for a husband used by wives in Sakura country, signifying that in Lin Na's heart, she had fully accepted Gu Chen as her husband. These 10+ days of deep dual cultivation had etched the mark of Gu Chen deeply into Lin Na, both physically and spiritually. Though she might still fall short of absolute unwavering loyalty, she was already reliable enough. Gu Chen pulled the woman into his arms, cutting straight to the point. That white light you encountered before. Can you still sense it now? At the mention of the white light, Lin Na's body trembled slightly, a flicker of resentment and displeasure passing through her eyes. But in the end, she obediently closed her eyes, activating her fortune path sequence ability to focus her senses. After a few breaths, Lin Na's long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her face showed a hint of confusion, as if she were grasping at invisible threads in the air. Master. Lin Na's voice carried a note of uncertainty tinged with excitement. That feeling. I can still sense it. Though it's much fainter than in Xiang City, it does exist. Gu Chen's pupils abruptly contracted, and his heart thumped uncontrollably a few times. The fortune origin. That profoundly mysterious white orb could truly still be sensed. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Gu Chen's voice sounded unusually agitated and eager. This was the fortune origin, capable of enabling one to achieve sequence 9 revolutions. Though he had the system to grow stronger at a pace far exceeding ordinary people, no one could resist the allure of the fortune origin. Child of fortune, boundless luck. Who the hell could resist that? Lin Na shut her eyes once more, her brows slightly furrowed as she strove to discern the ethereal guidance. Northwest. In the northwest direction. She opened her eyes again, pointing toward the angled front of the vehicle, her tone carrying a note of certainty. I can feel it. It's in that direction. Though the distance seems vast and it's still hazy, my fortune path sequence wouldn't mislead me. The northwest direction? Gu Chen followed the direction Lin Na indicated. Chong City, the site of their current operation, happened to lie to the northwest. Could it be that a fragment of the fortune origin might exist in some corner of Chong City? Or perhaps a place even farther than Chong City? Regardless, even if that fortune origin had already been fused with someone, Gu Chen would seize it by force. He could never let go of something like this. Gu Chen's gaze returned to Lin Na. He reached out a finger, gently stroking her smooth, delicate cheek. Well done. Remember this sensation. Once we enter Chong City, I'll need you to stay attuned at all times and report any changes immediately. Feeling the warmth of Gu Chen's hand, Lin Na instinctively tilted her cheek forward to press closer against his palm. High, it is Lin Na's honor to serve my master. Observing this obedient Japanese woman, Gu Chen felt quite satisfied. He withdrew his hand, his voice returning to its usual calm. All right, go rest now. The convoy will soon enter Chong City's territory. That's when you'll be needed. Hi, Kashikomer Mashida. Yes, I understand. Lin Na said, gently placing her hands on her knees and performing a standard Japanese kneeling bow. She rose gracefully and followed Yan Shui out with her characteristic small quick steps. Yan Shui's daily task now was to sense any obvious malicious emotions among the camp members. If she found any, she would report to Gu Chun, jotting down the names in a little notebook for future reckoning. If nothing unusual occurred, she would chat with Lin Na. Occasionally, she would join a few sisters in attending to Gu Chun, which not only pleased the senses, but also boosted their own strength. Such a life was more comfortable than what many experienced even before the apocalypse. If one were to ask who lived the most luxuriously, in the Great Love Alliance, this woman would certainly rank among the top. Suffice it to say, a beautiful woman latching onto a powerful sugar daddy could truly change her destiny. Watching the two women leave, Gu Chun reached out and stroked Aoli's tiny dragon horns on his wrist, asking her, "So how effective is that demonic elixir?" 3 days after that public display of power, Gu Chun had given this flood dragon a body-tempering demonic elixir. It was specially exchanged based on her flood dragon Boda strength, also a week's supply costing Gu Chun 50,000 slaughter points. His goal was to help Aoli, this little flood dragon, swiftly transform her dragon body and advance to the 6th turn. Facing this human who teased her by touching her horns, Aoli's beautiful vertical pupils glared at him with some displeasure. "It's somewhat useful, I suppose." How could it be merely somewhat useful? It was utterly magnificent. Despite Aoli's tsundere nature and her resentment towards this human for binding her with a contract scroll, she had to admit the body-tempering medicine he gave her was genuinely effective. In just 3 days, she could feel a significant increase in her strength. Although part of this was due to her first use of such medicine resulting in low drug resistance, it still couldn't overshadow the potent effects of the body-tempering demonic elixir itself. As she thought, this Aoli's flexible dragon tail gently brushed against the man's wrist in contentment. Accustomed to this tsundere female flood dragon, Gu Chun continued to pinch her horn and asked, "After finishing this dose, how certain are you of transforming your dragon body and advancing to the 6th turn?" Aoli tried to ignore the strange tingling sensation from her horn, nudged her head slightly, and replied seriously, "Close to 90%. Having failed in advancement before, combined with this powerful body-tempering elixir, calling it 90% was already modest. In other words, after using up this elixir, she could almost certainly advance to the 6th turn. Gu Chen's lips curled slightly. Having a 6th-turn flood dragon at his side meant he could essentially dominate the human camp. As long as he didn't directly confront the Sun and Moon Fellowship, combined with his spatial sequence ability, he could do whatever he pleased in this apocalypse. "The last one," Hong Ying said, confirming that all marked eerie energy points on the paper map had been cleared as she looked at the sewage wraith, dragged over by shadow chains. The entire capture process was efficient and swift. With prior knowledge of these eerie locations and information, and the coordination of numerous sequence users, the squad encountered little real danger. The weaker, mutated creatures, sensing the presence of these harbingers of doom, had long since fled. When the squad escorted the eerily shaped beings restrained by various means back to the camp's outskirts, it drew a chorus of shocked exclamations from the survivors. Any one of these eerie creatures could easily take their lives. Yet now these eerie beings were being transported back like livestock by the sequence squad, and it had taken merely 2 hours. This gave everyone, especially the survivors from the newly joined Happiness Convoy, a more direct sense of the Great Love Alliance's power. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to dream that anyone could handle so many eerie creatures so effortlessly. Leader, mission complete. Hong Ying walked up to Gu Chun, her voice still cool. "All 7 marked 2nd-turn eerie creatures in the county town have been captured alive. As for the remaining 21 first-turn eerie creatures, 2 were accidentally killed." At the end, Hong Ying looked at Gu Chun with some embarrassment. Both of those killed were her doing. It wasn't entirely her fault. She had just advanced to Sequence 3 and hadn't fully grasped her newfound power. Moreover, she couldn't hold back in time, leading to the deaths of 2 first-turn eerie creatures. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. He knew this woman would cause trouble. But 2 first-turn eerie creatures were nothing. Losing them was just a few thousand slaughter points. As more sequence users joined his ranks, accidental kills of eerie creatures would be inevitable. Besides, there were countless eerie creatures in the world. This negligible rate of accidental kills hardly mattered. Gu Chun saw no need to dwell on such trivial details, as long as they brought him a steady stream of benefits. No harm done. "You've accomplished this mission admirably." Gu Chun waved his hand, deliberately adding a note of approval to his voice. "Count them up and exchange them for Blood Moon Essence as agreed." Watching Gu Chun produce those dark red potions radiating enticing energy waves, Tai Mubai and the other's eyes went wide. They quickly tallied the spoils of war, 2 first-turn rotting corpse hounds belonging to Meng Tai and Li Mi. 1 first-turn Shadow Bat, 1 first-turn Stone Gargoyle, 1 near second-turn Sewage Wraith, each assigned to, after confirming their shares with Gu Chen's Spatial Annihilation. The 26 imprisoned eerie creatures of varying strength all turned into his slaughter points. Ding. Slaughter points 155000. According to the prior agreement, Gu Chen distributed 54 bottles of diluted Blood Moon Essence, costing him approximately 36000 slaughter points. And this batch of eerie creatures netted him a profit of nearly 120000 slaughter points. Gu Chen finally understood why those capitalist tycoons before the apocalypse were so wealthy. Extracting surplus value from so many people. No wonder money flowed in so fast. Indeed, the first step to getting rich was to discard any semblance of conscience. All members of the sequence squad in this operation received diluted Blood Moon Essence. Some got more, some got less, but at least everyone obtained it. Tai Mubai gazed at the pale red vial in his hand, a weary smile of joy spreading across his face, feeling that the battles and risks had all been worthwhile. He gripped the vial tightly. This was his chance to grow stronger. The sentiments of Lu Xingdang, Ruhan Mengte, and the others were much the same as Tai Mubai's. Having a clear opportunity to witness one's own empowerment. Who could remain indifferent in this apocalypse? Gu Chen watched the eagerness with which they absorbed the potion's effects. The smile at the corners of his mouth, nearly impossible to suppress. This operation not only cleared the county town, paving the way for subsequent practical selection of ordinary members, but also netted him a substantial amount of kill points, while further enhancing the combat prowess of these high-quality assets. What an efficient cycle! Gu Chen looked toward the northwest where Chong City lay, and possibly the location of the Sun and Moon Lighthouse. He felt in his heart that the day he would strike at the Sun and Moon Lighthouse was not far off. Following the current snowball model, it wouldn't be long before the sequence strength of the Great Love Alliance experienced an explosive growth. By then, perhaps the number of sequencers might still fall short compared to those at the lighthouse. But quantity has never been the measure of a faction's true combat power. Even a dozen sequence first turns could not inflict any substantial harm on a third-turn transcendent. Gu Chen had no idea what level the sequencers at the Sun and Moon Lighthouse had reached. But it was certain that among the over 100 sequencers they advertised, the vast majority must be at the first or second turn. Moreover, the authenticity of that so-called over 100 was questionable, just like ancient armies that claimed to have 500,000 or even 800,000 troops when they actually had only about 100,000. All for the sake of intimidation and flaunting strength. But regardless of the truth, Gu Chen had to treat it as real in his heart. A lion should use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, now Gu Chen himself was the rabbit, so he could not afford to be careless. Taking a deep breath to rein in his thoughts, Gu Chen turned his gaze to the numerous ordinary survivors below. The sequencer's task was complete, and now it was their turn. Same rules as before. Groups of 4 target is Huai'an County ahead. The anomalies in the county have all been cleared. All you need to do is hunt as many mutated creatures as possible. All rules and rewards are the same as in Xiang City. The group that hunts the most mutated creatures will receive 4 bottles of Sequence Awakening Potion. As Gu Chen's words fell, the crowd erupted into discussion. Even the newly joined Happy Convoy members had over these 3 days come to understand the rules Gu Chen had laid out. 2 days earlier, during a supply collection, they had used gathered supplies to exchange for the 6 Harmonies Fist technique. Though they had only practiced for 2 days, competing for first place against those who had trained for half a month seemed unfair. But where in this world is there absolute fairness? Gu Chen allowing them to exchange for the fist technique and giving them this chance to participate in actual combat was already an extraordinary opportunity. The sequencers watched the fervent crowd, feeling a surge of emotion, especially Tai Mubai and the others. Unlike Lu Xing and those who had awakened naturally, they had become sequencers only through potions. Half a month ago they too had been squeezed among the crowd, risking their lives just to earn a chance to become a sequencer. Only those who had walked that path knew how hard it was. Brothers, let's move out. A host of survivors armed with weapons Gu Chen had provided that could harm anomalies marched in a mighty surge toward the county town. Unlike the sequencers' flashy techniques, the only thing they could rely on was their own 2 legs. Gu Chen glanced at the time 1128. Before sunset, he should see the results these people produced. The only pity was that this operation would claim more survivors. The Great Love Alliance's strength of just over 400 would likely drop below 350. Gu Chen didn't care about any individual's life, but he did care about the Alliance's overall numbers. In truth, to avoid casualties, Gu Chen could have simply selected a few loyal individuals and bestowed Sequence Awakening Potions upon them. But once or twice might be fine, doing it too often would never work. Because free things feel cheap. Once that precedent was set, it would become difficult to make them hunt anomalies for compensation in the future. It was like capitalists pouring milk into the river rather than giving it to beggars. Some rules must not be broken. As for Gu Chen's plan to directly give sequence awakening potions to Wang Meng and Zhou Ming, it was because they had made certain contributions to the convoy. Never mind what those contributions were or how they came about. All that mattered was that the two had indeed contributed to the convoy. A bunch of ordinary people. Why should they know so much? With the departure of the Great Love Alliance's survivors, only the sequencers, a group of women, and a few children around 10 years old remained. Their fathers and husbands had almost all perished in some escape. Most of these women had formed new families after the apocalypse. Even so, they prayed silently in their hearts. He must come back. And of course, if he could win first place and obtain the sequence awakening potion, that would be even better. Group 1 3 corpse hounds, 2 shadow bats, 3 bone-eating rats. Group 2 2 gargoyles, 1 tongue-tipped lizard. Group 3. As the sun slanted westward, Wang Meng along with a few core members of the original convoy began loudly tallying each group's harvest and recording it. Most groups had between 5 and 8 kills. Huai'an County, being a county town, had a larger urban area than the isolated zone in Xiang City, and consequently far more mutated creatures. Finally, Wang Meng finished checking the last record and walked over to Gu Chen to report. Alliance leader tally complete. The group with the most kills is Group 39 with a total of 11 mutated creatures. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the 4 members of Group 13. No, now 3. The 4th member of their group was already nowhere to be seen. 3 men were drenched in blood, with one of them having tattered cloth strips wrapped around his arm from which blood still oozed incessantly. They were among the first to exchange for fist techniques, and their physical fitness had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Their ability to hunt down 11 mutated creatures this time was a testament to their strength. After all, back in Xiang Market, the teams of Tai Mubai and Li Mi had only managed to hunt 6. Now even some lower-ranked teams had hunted 3 or 4 mutated creatures. It seemed that, even in the apocalypse, internal competition persisted. As the overall strength of the Great Love Alliance gradually improved, the difficulty for ordinary people to obtain sequence awakening potions would only continue to rise. However, this was inevitable. At the inception of any organization, the channels for upward mobility were often open. Even an ordinary person could change their fate if they seized the opportunity. The longer an organization existed, the more severe class stratification became. By then, the path for ordinary people to rise would grow increasingly arduous until it was completely sealed off. Thus, the only thing rulers throughout history could do was to try their best to make the pie larger, so that everyone could feast on it for a longer time. Gu Chen looked at them, his heart unmoved. He simply instructed Wang Meng to bring out the 4 prepared sequence awakening potions. As per the previous rules, this is your team's reward. A man who appeared to be the oldest and most severely injured in the team limped forward. Trembling, he took the 4 green sequence awakening potions from Wang Meng's hands. The man first glanced at Gu Chen, then at his 2 companions behind him. His lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He bowed slightly in Gu Chen's direction, then limped back to his companions. How the 3 of them would divide the 4 potions was not Gu Chen's concern. Gazing at the weary crowd, Gu Chen spoke again. In this operation, every team has hunted at least 1 or 2 mutated creatures. But aside from the first-place team, no other team has received any substantial rewards. However, you need not worry that your efforts are in vain, for the Great Love Alliance has already established an exchange system table. At these words, the crowd, which had been harboring feelings of disappointment and resentment, suddenly perked up. An exchange system? Could this be the currency system of the apocalypse? Our team hunted 10 mutated creatures this time, just short of getting the awakening potion. We thought it was all for nothing, but now, all eyes focused on Gu Chen, awaiting the exchange system that would determine everyone's future. Wang Meng posted the exchange table. Seeing the countless expectant looks, Gu Chen decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. Wang Meng took out a prepared piece of animal hide, and together with Zhou Ming hung it on the armor plating of the Doomsday Fortress. Under the glow of the setting sun, dense lines of text came into view. Great Love Alliance Contribution Point Exchange Table, Point Acquisition Methods, Hunt Low-Tier Mutated Creatures 5 points each. Capture First-Turn Aberrations Alive 500 points each. Capture Second-Turn Aberrations Alive 2500 points each. Material Contributions Regularly submit fuel, uncontaminated crop seeds, special tools, various types of food, etc. To be evaluated by Logistics Manager Wang Meng for corresponding points. Daily labor contributions participate in basic tasks, such as fleet maintenance and logistical support, earning 0.5 points per day or more with no upper limit. Rated based on work intensity and technical skill, the points earned through cultivation abilities like those of Lu Xing and each one would be countless times greater than those from ordinary physical labor. Point exchange catalog: a serving of tender and juicy fresh vegetables approx. 300 g requires 5 points. A serving of jade fat goo meat 100 g that nourishes chi and blood 25 points. Limited supply 1 liter of clean drinking water. A single treatment using a healing sacrifice item costs at least 500 points. Various weapons capable of harming aberrations range from 60 to 120 points. Advanced version of 6 Harmonies Fist Technique only 80 points. Blood Moon Essence that assists in sequence cultivation 500 points per bottle. As the table was unveiled, countless eyes frantically searched for the item they cared about most. The Sequence Awakening Potion. But to the disappointment of all ordinary people, it was not listed. Only one line appeared: exchange channel temporarily unavailable. This decision was made by Gu Chen after careful consideration. The mutated creatures killed by ordinary people were slain directly by them. Gu Chen could not gain any kill value from it akin to an investment whose returns would only manifest in the later stages. If he set a clear standard and let these survivors risk their lives hunting mutated creatures, the kill value Gu Chen would have to invest up front would be enormous. This would be detrimental to his elite plan. Gu Chen did not want to blindly pursue the quantity of sequence users. He valued high-level combat power among them more. Raising a dozen first-turn sequence users was not as good as cultivating one third-turn transcendent. Some might say that a sea of people could level everything, but that required the sea to reach a certain scale. This brought back the initial problem. The upfront investment was too enormous. Therefore, Gu Chen planned to distribute only a few bottles of the Awakening Potion during specific hunting operations. There's no Sequence Awakening Potion. What does exchange channel temporarily unavailable mean? Will there be a chance later? Disappointment was evident on the faces of many ordinary survivors. Their greatest motivation for risking their lives hunting mutated creatures was the Sequence Awakening Potion that could change their destiny. But now the exchange table clearly stated its absence. Although they couldn't directly exchange for the Sequence Awakening Potion, everyone felt somewhat disheartened. Yet some quick-witted individuals had already started calculating. One mutated creature is 5 points. 10 would be 50 points, enough for 10 servings of fresh vegetables or 2 servings of jade fat goo meat. Those vegetables and meat are produced using sacrifices and sequence abilities. If we combine that with the new fist technique, our physical fitness would skyrocket. Working at least 0.5 points a day, that's 15 points a month. Physical labor really is the cheapest. Tai Mubai, Lu Xing, and other sequence users looked at the exchange table, understanding in their hearts. The alliance leader was using the point system to monetize everyone's labor and combat. 500 points for a bottle of Blood Moon Essence. Much clearer than the temporary rewards set by the alliance leader. Now I know how to accumulate them. Shirley gazed at the exchange list in the distance, nodding with a rumbling voice. Lu Xingze rubbed his hands together, excitedly throwing an arm around Deng Ruhan as he said, "My venomous insects have a unique effect against certain types of anomalies. Combined with your mental interference, our capture efficiency will be far from low. Do you think we could achieve freedom in points?" Deng Ruhan rolled her eyes at him, speechlessly wondering when he still had the mind to joke around. Yet a hint of eager anticipation flickered across her face. Meng Te leaned against Li Mi, raising a delicate finger. "Oh my, when Mimi and I work together, catching those clumsy anomalies is our specialty. We'll have to work hard for the cultivation resources, won't we?" Li Mi's face remained expressionless, but his hand had already clenched into a faint fist. Though he was merely a half-finished enhanced human, he could still use the Blood Moon Essence to mobilize the sequential energy within his body, thereby strengthening his physique. And so, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Li Mi's lips. Hong Yuan and Ai Sierra stood slightly behind Gu Chen, also focusing on the exchange list. As women belonging to the alliance leader Gu Chen, they had no need to worry about points. Yet this list signified that their man's faction was beginning to evolve into a formalized system. Gu Chen took in everyone's reactions, a sense of satisfaction welling within him. Under this point system, whether ordinary people or sequence users, all could find their own value and direction for effort. Gu Chen raised his hand to press down, and the discussion in the camp fell silent. The point exchange list has been announced. Henceforth, all contributions and gains shall be governed by this standard. However, before this system is fully operational, the merits of some should not be forgotten. Gu Chen turned his gaze to one side of the crowd. Wang Meng, alliance leader. Wang Meng immediately straightened his back and stepped out from the crowd. Zhou Ming. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Ming also strode forward. The youth who once had hollow eyes now wore a stern expression. Since the founding of the convoy, you two have been responsible for coordinating supplies, managing daily affairs, and maintaining internal order, making outstanding contributions to logistics. Gu Chen first lavished praise on their achievements, then revealed his true intent. What they did was not fighting anomalies or mutated creatures, but they sustained the convoy's order. As his words fell, two familiar green potions materialized in Gu Chen's hands. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he handed the two slender vials to them. This is a recognition of your contributions. May you continue to fulfill your duties diligently and serve the Great Love Alliance. Wang Meng and Zhou Ming trembled as they stepped forward, each taking the potion. Their voices cracked with excitement. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Your subordinate will give their all and die without regret. The camp fell silent for a moment, then erupted into uproar. Is that a sequence awakening potion? Just handed out like that? The Alliance Leader said it's for merit, for contribution, logistics management. So that counts too? Murmurs of envy, jealousy, surprise, and fervor buzzed endlessly among the crowd. Gu Chen looked at those who had been disappointed by the absence of awakening potions on the exchange list. Don't be too disheartened. The exchange channel for sequence awakening potions will open at a suitable time for those with outstanding contributions. At these words, many felt their spirits rekindled. As long as there was still a way to obtain a sequence awakening potion, they might yet have a chance to turn their fortunes around. The Alliance Leader had previously produced 4 sequence awakening potions each time. That meant on average only 1 in 100 could gain the opportunity to become a sequence user. From that perspective, the odds weren't so small. At least it was far better than competing for a single government job among thousands before the apocalypse. The Alliance Leader is a good man. Seeing the crowd gradually stabilize, Gu Chen said no more and turned back toward the Doomsday Fortress. It was true that he would still give out sequence awakening potions, but when exactly would be the right time and what level of contribution would be deemed outstanding wasn't the standard for all that entirely up to him. Perhaps a few might feel dissatisfied with Gu Chen's approach. They might think that Wang Meng and Zhou Ming obtaining sequence awakening potions in this way was unfair to those who fought desperately. However, such people would be directly added to Yan Shui's watchlist. Should they dare to stir up trouble in the convoy, they would be physically eliminated. Did they really think Gu Chen was some kind of philanthropist trying to play by the rules within his own faction? A torrential downpour poured down, raindrops the size of beans striking the heavy armor of the Doomsday Fortress, producing a soothing white noise. The hunting operation 5 days ago had come at a great cost. Over 50 survivors never returned. The rest were mostly wounded, so Gu Chen ordered the convoy to halt and rest. During these 5 days, the strength of the entire Great Love Alliance had grown considerably, both among sequence users and ordinary people. Gu Chen had already used up the second batch of exchanged body-tempering elixirs. His current physical strength had reached a terrifying level. The space sequence inherently provided a strong boost to the physical body, coupled with this period of body tempering. In terms of pure physical power, even a sequence user at the 5th turn specializing in body cultivation was no match for Gu Chen. Now Gu Chen could truly be called the strongest under the 6th turn. Moreover, even if he encountered a 6th turn, he had no fear. Because his pet snake was about to undergo a draconic transformation and ascend to the 6th turn. After days of cultivation and the aid of magical elixirs, Aoli had long met the conditions for advancement. Boom! A blinding purple lightning bolt tore across the sky, followed by a thunderclap that made everyone's scalp tingle. Gu Chen looked up toward the distant sky. An hour ago, the little flood dragon had revealed her true form and soared into the clouds. The celestial phenomena and the torrential rain were all caused by her. It has begun. Countless azure and purple lightning bolts churned within the thick cloud layers. Each flash of lightning briefly illuminated the colossal, suffocating white silhouette within the sea of clouds. Roar! A dragon's cry mingled with pain and fury resounded across heaven and earth. In the camp of the Great Love Alliance, whether sequence users or ordinary survivors, all were horrified, their souls instinctively flooded with fear. That's the Alliance leader's pet snake from last time. Shut up! That's a dragon, a flood dragon. After an unknown duration, the lightning began to diminish. Roar! Another earth-shaking roar, this time with greatly reduced pain. Replacing it was a wild joy and declaration of breaking through shackles. The transformation was a success. Deep within the clouds, Aoli's massive dragon body abruptly stiffened. A formidable pressure radiated outward, forcibly displacing the surging thunderclouds to create a vast void. A white divine dragon nearly 200 meters in length appeared before everyone's eyes. With a head like a camel, antlers like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, claws like an eagle, and paws like a tiger, Aoli was now indistinguishable from the divine dragon of Xia legends. Her jade-white scales shimmered with a faint luster with minuscule arcs of electricity dancing upon them. She soared joyfully through the 9 heavens, her aura at least 10 times more formidable than before. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to exhaust their power, writhing and shrinking reluctantly before finally dispersing into a drizzle. A dragon. It truly is a divine dragon. What a beautiful dragon, and white at that. My heavens. A being of this level is actually just the alliance leaders. The last word pet remained unspoken, but everyone understood the implication. They marveled at Gu Chen's might, for this was a legendary divine dragon. Yet their alliance leader had simply turned it into his own pet snake. After Aoli's advancement to the 6th transformation, her control over her pressure seemed to reach a new level. By deliberately restraining her aura, she no longer affected the ordinary survivors. That was why they could gaze upon the divine dragon in awe rather than being terrified into losing control of themselves. Before anyone could fully appreciate the sight, Aoli's massive form vanished. Then a blinding white light streaked down from the sky, instantly plunging into the control room atop the Doom Fortress. As the light faded, what appeared before Gu Chen was not the miniature dragon form he had imagined. Instead, it was a human woman in her early 20s. She was tall and slender, her drenched silver-white hair cascading down her features, strikingly cold and beautiful, exuding a natural arrogance. The woman was clad in a form-fitting battle armor conjured from white dragon scales, accentuating her graceful curves. But what drew the most attention was the pair of lovely white fawn antlers atop her head. They inspired a whimsical desire to grasp them like a steering wheel and toy with them. "You are Aoli." Gu Chen was momentarily stunned by the cold, beautiful woman before him. Though Aoli had told him she could take human form upon reaching the 6th transformation and shedding her dragon body, why was she so breathtakingly beautiful? And with such an incredible figure? Humph! Aoli gave a soft snort, lifting her delicate chin slightly. "What? Don't recognize me now?" It was the same familiar voice, the same tone of habitual arrogance. But Gu Chen could clearly sense that the control from their soul contract remained undiminished. A smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth as he stepped forward and grasped the pair of fawn antlers atop her head. "Not bad, my body-tempering elixir wasn't wasted." "You? What are you doing? Don't touch my dragon horns." Aoli's cheeks flushed at the sudden gesture, and she angrily slapped away Gu Chen's detestable hands. Gu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "I've touched them before, you know. And, honestly, they feel even better now. That was then, this is now." Aoli shot Gu Chen a mortified glare while gently stroking the horns he had just touched. As the saying goes, a tiger's rump is not to be touched, let alone a dragon's horns. And in her human form, her small horns were even more sensitive, not to be casually handled. How does the power of the 6th transformation feel? Seeing Aoli's puffed-up expression, Gu Chen decided to stop teasing the female dragon and cut straight to the point. "Feels excellent." The woman's silver-white hair stirred without wind, and the vast pressure of a 6th transformation being naturally emanated from her. "My power now is beyond what it once was. If I encountered that tiger from Xiang City again, I could capture it alive within 5 moves. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. The gap between the 5th and 6th transformations was even greater than he had imagined. That white tiger was at the peak of the 5th transformation, yet in Aoli's eyes, it could be captured in just 5 moves. Not defeated, but captured alive. The difficulty between the two was on entirely different levels. Aoli's beautiful face brimmed with confidence were it not for the warning from the contract deep in her mind. She even considered testing whether she could rebel against this wicked human. "What? After advancing to the 6th transformation, you think you're something now?" Seeming to read her thoughts, Gu Chen's smile widened. He was certain that the moment she broke through, the female dragon had attempted to break free from the contract's bonds. Unsurprisingly, she had failed. Seeing through her intentions, Aoli pouted in defiance. "You just took advantage of my weakness." What's so great about that? She had always harbored a grudge over Gu Chen's dirty trick, even secretly fantasizing about their roles being reversed. She, Aoli, would be the lofty master and Gu Chen the pitiful contract beast. But reality, the thought filled her with a sense of defeat. Even after advancing to the 6th transformation, she still couldn't shake this human's control over her. "You know the effects of that body-tempering elixir," Gu Chen said. "Stick with me and you'll gain more resources and see a broader world. So, put aside those little thoughts of yours." As Gu Chen finished speaking, Aoli fell silent for a moment. She knew he spoke the truth. Why risk her life trying to break free only to end up dead? It was better to obediently follow this human. The dragon race would never be slaves, but here room and board were provided. I know. I haven't violated the contract yet, have I?" Aoli snorted coldly. Even knowing he was right, she would never admit it aloud. Chen Lin Na said, "She wants to see you." Just as Gu Chen was about to do something to the little flood dragon Yan Shui, and Lin Na entered the control room. "Chen Gu, who is this?" Yan Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration at the sight of Aoli. Such a beautiful silver-haired beauty. Could she be another sister Chen Gu had found for himself? She's the white dragon from before. There was no need to hide Aoli's identity. "So Gu Chen asked directly, you said Lin Na wanted to see me." "Master, it's like this." Blabber. Lin Na's expression was grave. Just moments ago she had sensed clearer feedback from the origin of fortune. It seemed to be drawing closer to the Great Love Alliance. In other words, the origin of fortune was approaching the Great Love Alliance. After listening to Lin Na's account, Gu Chen roughly understood the reason. There was only one possibility: that mass of fortune's origin had already been snatched by someone else. Moreover, it had already merged with them and was now heading towards the Great Love Alliance. If not for this, could it be that the fortune's origin had grown bored of its original location and decided to move on its own? Lin Na had no idea what that white light was, but whether from her own sequence feedback or Gu Chen's attitude, she could tell the immense value of this object. It was extremely precious. Yet now, that white light had been absorbed by someone else. How fast is it approaching, and in which direction? Gu Chen instantly perked up. He had thought finding another fragment of fortune's origin would be a troublesome task. Unexpectedly, the fortune's origin was now coming to him on its own. Lin Na pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and said, "It's coming from Changsha, not very fast, around 50 kilometers per hour. That white light seems to have been merged with someone." "I'm sorry, Master. I was useless, I couldn't find it sooner." Seeing Lin Na's downcast mood, Gu Chen pulled her into his arms and patted her back. "Relax, even if someone else merged with it first, this is good news." "So what if it's merged? As long as it can still be extracted. It's still mine, isn't it? As for whether the other party agrees, who knows? Go talk to my six-turn pet snake about it." Gu Chen was now brimming with confidence. As long as the other party was human, there couldn't be a sequence user stronger than Aoli. In that case, did the other party's opinion even matter? The women present were momentarily stunned, then all understood Gu Chen's meaning. Aoli furrowed her delicate brows. Humans were truly evil when it came to profit. Gu Chen released Lin Na and turned his gaze towards the northwest in the direction of Changsha. Yenner immediately informed Hong Yuan and the others to prepare. The Great Love Alliance is about to set out again. Yes. Yan Shui's spirits lifted, and she turned to leave the control room of the Doomsday Fortress. Lin Na. Gu Chen cupped the small head of this woman from Sakura country, looking into her eyes. "From now on, your only task is to fully sense the location of that white light." Gu Chen had already expanded his spatial perception, but within a range of 200 kilometers, he found no other survivor convoys. This meant that the convoy of the person who had merged with the fortune's origin was still over 200 kilometers away. So for now, he could only rely on Lin Na's fortune sequence ability to sense the other party's presence. "Hi, Master." Lin Na understands. Feeling the warmth of Gu Chen's palm, the loss in Lin Na's heart was instantly replaced by a sense of mission, and she nodded firmly. "As for you." Gu Chen looked at Aoli, whose expression was somewhat complicated, and felt a bit puzzled. "What are you thinking about?" "Get ready and watch my signal this time." This time they were definitely not facing just one person but an entire convoy. And if nothing unexpected happened, the other party should have come from Changsha. After all, when Lin Na had sensed the fortune's origin earlier, she hadn't noticed it moving. This could only mean that the fortune's origin must have been found and merged with in Changsha. Being able to tour a provincial capital like Changsha and come out meant the other party's convoy had at least one 3-turn transcendent. Whether in this world or for the current Great Love Alliance, they were all in dire need of people. Mass slaughter was definitely not an option, so Gu Chen's plan was to directly use Aoli's 6-turn strength to forcibly suppress everyone in the other party's convoy. The entire process had to be as fast as possible, and no one was more suited for this than Aoli. Got it, leave it to me when the time comes." Aoli tossed her flowing white hair, her dragon aura swirling around her. "Captain, vehicles are approaching from the left. A lot of them." A perception sequence user from the peace convoy opened his eyes and said gravely to a middle-aged man with a weary aura sitting in the passenger seat of the car, "They're probably coming for us, Captain. Should we rendezvous with them?" "You Lang, the captain of the peace convoy. Notify everyone full speed ahead. Go as fast as you can, shake them off." The convoy had just escaped from Changsha and was already heavily depleted. Yu Lang had no intention of interacting with an unknown convoy at this time. He wasn't foolish enough to gamble his life on the goodwill of strangers. Yu Lang's gaze shifted to the rearview mirror. Most of the convoy's vehicles bore marks of collisions and scratches, with some hoods emitting wisps of white smoke. Except for the sole three-turn transcendent in the convoy, everyone else was seriously injured. In particular, Yi Chen, for the sake of that strange white light, had been beaten into a mummy by the anomaly. He was still lying motionless in the back seat of the vehicle. In fact, when everyone saw Yi Chen's injuries, they thought he wouldn't make it. But unexpectedly, the guy was like an indestructible cockroach. He didn't die even after all that. His vitality could rival those with extremely strong recovery sequences. With the order given, the engines of the remaining peace convoy vehicles let out a strained roar. However, their vehicles were in such poor condition that their speed increase was very limited. "Captain, we can't shake them off. They're faster than us." Yang Lin's tone carried a mix of helplessness and anxiety. As a perception sequence user, he could clearly see the survivor convoy, likely an enemy, rapidly closing in, yet he was powerless to do anything. Yu Lang's face turned ashen. It was all that bastard Yi Chen's fault. It was this guy who, in a supermarket in Changsha, had directly provoked a rule anomaly for the sake of a strange white orb. If not for the peace convoy having a three-turn transcendent and being exceptionally lucky, the entire convoy would have been lost there. Is this the end of the peace convoy? This thought flashed through Yu Lang's mind as he instinctively glanced at the back seat. Now Yi Chen was completely wrapped in blood-stained bandages, with only his eyes and mouth exposed. His internal organs were ruptured and countless bones throughout his body were shattered, leaving him completely immobile. Yet he clung to a thread of life, stubbornly refusing to die. Yu Lang was convinced that the white light had a role in this. Could that white light be the root cause of their misfortune? Inside the Great Love Alliance's Doomsday Fortress, sensing the convoy ahead, slightly accelerating, Gu Chun looked at Lin Na. "Are you sure? No mistake." The woman quickly nodded, her voice tinged with excitement. "Master, that white light is up ahead." A slight smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. It seemed he would have to go against his conscience once again. "Ao Li Go." "Understood, they are merely a group of ants." A cold voice echoed and a white figure quietly appeared beside Gu Chun. O Li, with snow-white hair and a stunningly beautiful face complemented by delicate dragon horns on her head, looked like a proud and alluring lady. As a six-turn divine dragon, she had to deal with humans who were only at 3 turns or even less. O Li felt distressed, whose dragon lived such a lowly life. But what could she do? After all, it was Gu Chun, her master's command. "Make it quick, but do not kill anyone, or just subdue them all." Seeing that Aoli seemed somewhat displeased, Gu Chun spoke again. "I got it. You're so naggy." Aoli replied angrily, her figure vanishing in an instant. The people of the peace convoy only felt a blur before their eyes as a white figure unexpectedly appeared in midair right in front of their convoy. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, standing in the air. But before they could admire her appearance, a terrifying pressure swept over them. Boom, screech. All the vehicles of the peace convoy came to a sudden halt as their engines died instantly. Rubber tires screeched on the road, leaving long black marks. Whether they were sequence beings or ordinary people, everyone felt as if their hearts were tightly gripped by a giant hand, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. Some ordinary people even fainted instantly. Yu Lang's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately tried to mobilize the sequence energy within him to resist this pressure. But this was akin to an ant shaking a tree, a fool's errand. Gao, who was the only sequence transcendent in the peace convoy, and he had always been very confident in his strength. He believed that among humans his power was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pyramid. After all, along the way the peace convoy had encountered numerous survivor convoys. However, the sequence beings in those convoys generally ranged from first to second turn, and there were almost no third turn beings. This led Gao Hu to think of himself as a genius. But now, he couldn't even mobilize the sequence energy within him. How is this possible? Gao Hu's face was filled with disbelief. Even the strange rules he encountered in Chong City hadn't made him feel this powerless. What on earth was that woman in the air? Damn it! Gao Hu's forehead bulged with veins as he attempted to forcibly mobilize his energy, but he met Aoli's casual glance. Peft! A spray of tomato juice erupted, and for a brief moment before collapsing, he blankly looked at his own palm. His proud third-turn strength was actually overpowered by just a glance. At that moment, something seemed to shatter in Gao Hu's heart. Yi Chen's eyes, peeking from behind the bandage, widened in shock. He looked in terror at the white-haired, stunning woman in the air. Only one thought filled his mind: he was finished. Yi-chan knew exactly what that white light was and understood its immense value. But wasn't it supposed to enhance my fortune? Why did it lead me to such a powerful enemy now? Anyone who dares to move again will die. Aoli floated in the air, her cold gaze sweeping over the direction where Gao Hu had fallen. A mere third-turn sequence being dared to show resistance before her. The people of the peace convoy were utterly despondent. Even Gao Hu, their strongest fighter, couldn't withstand a mere glance from her. How the hell were they supposed to fight back? They all lay obediently in their vehicles, not daring to move an inch. Buzz, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by the roar of engines, the convoy of the Great Love Alliance caught up. More than 80 vehicles circled the entire peace convoy in this spacious wilderness. At the front, the most conspicuous Doomsday Fortress opened its doors, and Gu Chun stepped down with Lin Na and others. Gu Chun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the mummy in the back seat of a gray SUV. Lin Na immediately leaned closer to him and whispered, "Master, it's him. The aura of that white light is within his body." Gu Chun nodded at her words and reached out a hand into the void. Whoosh! The mummy that had been lying on the back seat of the SUV instantly appeared before him, suspended in the air. The mummy seemed excited, as if wanting to say something, but due to shattered bones and internal injuries, it couldn't utter a complete sentence. "In your state, living during the apocalypse is a torment, so just rest in peace." After saying this, Gu Chun disregarded the mummy's wide-open eyes and waved his hand. The mummy's body, including the blood-soaked bandages, transformed into countless points of light, dissipating into the world. Only a white light ball remained quietly floating in place. In the mummy's state, it was a miracle he hadn't died, all thanks to that source of fortune. Gu Chun was determined to obtain the source of fortune, and rather than let this person continue to suffer, it was better to give him a quick end. After all, whether it was sooner or later, he was going to die anyway. Yi-chan would never understand why the source of fortune couldn't bring him good luck, but instead led to his demise. However, this question was no longer important to him, as he would never hear the answer again. Gu Chun looked at the light in front of him, feeling somewhat excited. The fragment of the source of fortune he had longed for had unexpectedly come to him so easily. But reflecting on his current strength, Gu Chun relaxed. He himself was already at 4-turn sequence, not to mention having Aoli an existence that could be considered a cheat. Even the strength of the peace convoy was among the higher echelons in the entire human camp. If others learned about the source of fortune, they might not even be able to seize it. The members of the peace convoy watched as Yi-chan turned to ashes, leaving only a white light orb behind. They immediately understood that the other party was indeed after that mysterious white light. Seeing Gu Chun succeed, Aoli also retracted her pressure, yawning with a hint of boredom. "Humans truly are dull." To her, suppressing a group of humans who were only at most 3 turns was simply uninteresting. Moreover, she didn't know what that ball of white light represented. She only knew her master was very fond of it. Seeing the source of fortune before him, Gu Chun no longer hesitated and grasped it. Accompanied by a surge of sequence energy, he pressed it against his forehead. A familiar cool sensation swept over Gu Chun's body, and he could distinctly feel subtle changes occurring within himself. This feeling was much stronger than when he fused with the first fragment of luck source. Huff! Gu Chun slowly lowered his hand. The light orb had fully merged into his body, leaving no trace. Having completed this, Gu Chun finally took a good look at the convoy before him. The number of people wasn't particularly large, but there were nearly 100 of them. They must have lost a significant number of tails during the escape from Chong City. Otherwise, with the strength of this convoy, it wouldn't be possible to have so few people. It was rather embarrassing having killed a seriously injured member of their convoy right upon meeting them. Sigh. This luck source truly has caused me much trouble. Gu Chun revealed a white smile, sternly criticizing his own conduct in his heart. You all. Who is the captain of the convoy? He first glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on a few individuals whose aura was evidently stronger than that of ordinary people. The door of the gray off-road vehicle was opened, and Yu Lang, enduring his physical weakness and fear, spoke in a hoarse voice. I am their captain. May I ask, who might you be? The Alliance of Great Love. Gu Chun. Hearing Gu Chen's introduction, Yu Lang felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he quickly put on a flattering smile. Ah, so it's Captain Gu. My younger brother's name is Yu Lang. You can call me a Lang. Saying this, Yu Lang actually knelt down directly before Gu Chun. Gu Chun frowned. What was going on? They had just exchanged a few words, and he was already kneeling. With tears in his eyes, Yu Lang choked out. I must thank Captain Gu here for eliminating a treacherous villain and a serious hidden danger for the peace convoy. Hidden danger? Was it the mummy from just now? However, something about that didn't sound quite right. That's right, it's Yi Chun. Oh, the mummy you just killed, that's him. Blah blah blah. Yu Lang spoke through gritted teeth, and in his mouth Yi Chun was simply a tumor for the convoy. Usually relying on his overwhelming strength, he bullied others within the convoy, not only seizing resources from team members, but also eyeing the position of captain for himself. This scene left not only Gu Chun but even the members of the peace convoy behind him in a daze. Wait, Captain, don't you feel a pang of conscience saying that? Yang Lin's mouth twitched. He remembered that just a few days ago their captain was still praising Yi Chun fiercely, saying things like hardworking, a candidate for vice captain, and so on. If Yu Lang knew what they were thinking, he would definitely curse. Do you think I wanted this? If it weren't for the sake of survival. If it weren't for the entire peace convoy, would I have to go this far? All right, stop wailing here. Gu Chen impatiently interrupted, raising two fingers and casually stating, you all have two choices now. First, die here. Second, join my alliance of great love. Even though the alliance of great love was currently short on personnel, that was only in comparison to those ordinary survivors. These sequence members, who appeared relatively valuable to outsiders, seemed rather cheap in Gu Chen's eyes. For him, ordinary survivors were the foundation of the entire alliance of great love. I choose the second, to join the alliance of great love. Almost without hesitation, Yu Lang immediately voiced his decision. We do too, we choose to join as well. Seeing their captain join, Yang Lin and another pair of twin sisters also expressed their willingness to join. Gu Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging their awareness of the situation. He turned to Yen Shui. Yenner, take a look at them. Yen Shui understood immediately and activated her Emotion Mind Master Sequence ability. An invisible wave of spiritual energy swept over the core members of the peace convoy. After a moment, she whispered to Gu Chun, Brother Chan, aside from fear, there is a strong desire to survive, and no malicious intent towards us has been detected for now. As for the one who has already fainted, because his consciousness has fallen into slumber, we can only sense him once he wakes up. Gu Chun understood. As long as there was no intense hatred or resistance, it would be fine. Once they waited until later, they could modify all their memories. Wang Meng, go. Gu Chun gave Wang Meng a knowing look, and he immediately stepped forward to take action, leading the team in counting the vehicle's personnel and supplies of the peace convoy. After using that bottle of sequence awakening potion, Wang Meng did not successfully awaken a sequence. Instead, he became a strengthened person like Li Mi, but he was not overly discouraged by this. After a brief moment of disappointment, he soon came to terms with it. Now he was practically Gu Chen's chief steward. Most of the mundane matters of the entire alliance of great love were handled by him. As long as he followed Gu Chun, the leader of the alliance, and did the things he was supposed to do, he would be able to survive quite well in this apocalyptic world. Being able to survive well was already enough for Wang Meng. Hurry up, don't dawdle there. Zhou Ming also joined the team, counting supplies under Wang Meng's urging. Compared to Wang Meng, this fellow was much luckier. Now he had officially become a sequence member. He awakened the hunter sequence with the ability to enhance his battle instincts. In addition, it granted him powerful physical qualities and close combat capabilities. Among the other 4 survivors who injected the sequence awakening potion, 3 of them awakened a sequence. One failed to awaken and did not become a strengthened person. Ultimately unable to accept this reality, he committed suicide yesterday when he was alone. At that time, the entire convoy was filled with sighs, having gone to such great lengths to obtain the sequence awakening potion. Yet, in the end, he could only remain an ordinary person, which was something no one could accept. Li Mi and Wang Meng were at least half-finished products, yet he couldn't even become a half-finished product. Zhao Suzhen. Gu Chen's thoughts returned as he called out another name. The former captain of the Happy Convoy, now a logistics manager, Zhao Suzhen, hurriedly stepped forward. Captain, you go assist Wang Meng soothe the new members, explain the points redemption rules and basic discipline of the Alliance of Great Love. Recently, there have been quite a few new members, and Gu Chun needed to quickly integrate this new force. Finally, he looked at Yu Lang. Stabilize your original team, got it? Yes, Captain. Yu Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he quickly agreed. Gu Chen's implied meaning, how could he not understand? Not only did the other party not kill him, but he also allowed him to continue managing the original convoy. In this brutal apocalyptic world, this was already the best outcome. The matter of the integration was quickly handled, and Gu Chun looked towards the direction of Chong City in the northwest. Target Chong City, depart in 5 minutes. Now the alliance of great love strength was no longer comparable to before. Whether it was Ao Li, the little white dragon of 6 transitions, or the number of sequence members, it had already reached a considerable figure. With the roar of the engine, the alliance of great love sped towards Chong City. After driving approximately 200 kilometers, the outline of Chang City finally emerged in everyone's eyes. Rest in place well enter the city in 2 days. Upon entering the city limits of Changgu, Chen's spatial perception unfurled. Every strand of aberrant information, great and small across the entire city, flooded into his mind. Red Kite Sierra, the northeastern district, 2 third-rank aberrants and 8 second-rank ones. They're yours. Tai Mubai Shi Lei Lu Xing. And you newly awakened ones, an abandoned factory to the west. You Lang, take your people to the large supermarket in the south. There's 1 third-rank and 3 second-rank aberrants inside. Ao Li. Your task is to deal with that 5th-rank aberrant in the city center. Capture it alive for me. As you wish. With Gu Chen's commands issued, the sequence team shouted in unison. After the rest and recuperation of the past 2 days, everyone, whether from the Great Love Alliance or Yulang's peace convoy, had mostly recovered. After learning about the Great Love Alliance's exchange point system, every member of the peace convoy, both ordinary survivors and sequences, was brimming with fervor. Wait, no one told us before that the Great Love Alliance's treatment was this generous. Ordinary survivors could live better than elsewhere, and sequences could capture aberrants alive to obtain resources for sequence cultivation. Chang, this provincial capital city teeming with countless dangers, had transformed into a vast hunting ground under the Great Love Alliance's absolute power and efficient tactics. The battle raged on for a full 5 days. The aberrants on the outskirts of Chang were almost entirely cleansed. Even the 3 5th-rank aberrants in the city center could not escape Gu Chen's grasp. The strongest aberrant in Chang was a 6th-rank creature, known as the Shadow Demon Lord. Upon witnessing a group of humans audaciously slaughtering its kind throughout the city, the Shadow Demon Lord was enraged. When had those lowly humans grown so arrogant? Upon learning that Gu Chen, the leader, possessed merely a 4th-rank strength, it immediately decided to personally intervene to teach these reckless humans the true meaning of cruelty. But upon encountering Aoli, who also possessed 6th-rank strength, this cowardly creature wisely fled. It abandoned even its lair in Chang, slipping away as if its feet were greased. A battle between 6th-rank entities was not something that could be concluded quickly. Even if it ultimately won, it would be severely weakened. In the world of aberrants, the strong prey on the weak. No one would pity an injured one. On the contrary, it might very well be devoured by other aberrants. But that white dragon was different. Cared nothing for injuries, for it had a powerful logistical team backing it up. She only needed to fight with all her might. Even if gravely wounded, she had no worries, knowing someone would always have her back. And so, after sending away this only threatening aberrant under the deterrent of Aoli, the little white dragon Chang became nothing more than an ATM for Gu Chen and the entire Great Love Alliance. When the aberrants in the last area were purged, Gu Chen stood amidst the ruins, sinking his consciousness into the system. His remaining kill points had reached over 30 million. 30 million kill points. A number unprecedented and unimaginable. Having amassed such wealth, it was naturally time to spend lavishly. A torrent of kill points was converted into top-tier, body-tempering elixirs and sequence acceleration cultivation potions. Gu Chen's physical strength and sequence rank began to skyrocket at an unprecedented rate. He was not alone. Aoli also received a tailor-made dragon origin quenching fluid and stellar essence. These aided her in stabilizing her 6th rank level and accelerated her path to the 7th rank. Red Kite AI Sierra Yen Shui and Lin Na needed no mention. As his women, they too received resources far beyond the average sequence. Simultaneously, vast quantities of diluted blood moon essence were exchanged, serving as the core reward for the sequence team. The point exchange catalog was expanded with more powerful weapons, defensive gear, and special potions. He Chuan's Jade Fatworm breeding scale multiplied several times, with Lu Xing's assistance becoming a stable source of high-quality meat. The mycelium nourishing soil area on the top floor of the Doomsday Fortress was fully expanded, enabling the production of more fresh fruits and vegetables. The logistical support and overall strength of all Great Love Alliance members had achieved a qualitative leap. The Great Love Alliance, its power surging, did not pause. For an entire year thereafter, it transformed into the most terrifying, cleaner, and reaper of the apocalyptic world. Wheels rolled over one ruined city after another. Luo City, Shannonping's Zhanghai. Each stop was accompanied by an extermination campaign against the local aberrant clans. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, relying on the system exchanged for an artifact capable of transmitting messages in the apocalypse. He did not broadcast it across the entire world at once, but spread it regionally throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. Every time they arrived at a new place during the rest period after the slaughter convoys would arrive, upon hearing the news, after learning about the Great Love Alliance's rules, almost all joined without a moment's hesitation. Now, The total membership of the Great Love Alliance had reached over 5000. That meant in the past year, an average of more than 400 people joined each month. And this did not include those who had died in battles against aberrants, or otherwise the number would be even higher. The Great Love Alliance cycled through stealthy development power accumulation and rapid growth. With the aid of countless kills and top-tier cultivation resources, Gu Chen's strength successfully broke through to sequence rank 6. His spatial abilities were wielded with consummate skill. Any spatial coordinate he had ever visited could be reached in a single thought. Aoli, moreover, successfully advanced to a 7th rank divine dragon, her true dragon body, stretching over a kilometer long, truly possessing the power to shake heaven and earth. Red Kite AI Sierra and others also stepped into the 5th rank realm, becoming the mainstays of the Great Love Alliance. The number of sequences in the Great Love Alliance had now reached a staggering 81. These 81 individuals, both male and female, possessed sequence energies of various kinds. Among them, there were 9 transcendent 3rd rank sequences, 23 2nd rank sequences, and the remaining 14 were 1st rank sequences. At first, Gu Chen would pay attention to their sequence abilities, but soon he completely disregarded them. As long as they awakened their sequence, he would use the mental domination crown to strengthen and alter their memories. No matter the sequence, as long as they remained loyal to him, they could be utilized. Lin Na's fortune sequence during this year's twists and turns once again caught that elusive guidance. Deep within a desolate wasteland, Gu Chen found the 3rd fragment of the source of luck. When the 3rd fragment smoothly integrated into Gu Chen's body, he felt his luck and potential surge once more. Gu Chen knew the time had come. With the current strength of the Great Love Alliance, they were fully capable of attacking the Sun and Moon Lighthouse. After a year of understanding, Gu Chen also had a rough idea of life atop the lighthouse. Previously, there was a survivor convoy, one of whom claimed to have come down from that lighthouse. According to their description, the people atop the lighthouse lived relatively stable lives with a complete defense system and ample resources. At the same time, the hierarchy was strict, with high-ranking sequence holders wielding absolute power and resources. Ordinary survivors at the bottom, even those with lower-level sequences, could only serve as high-grade consumables. At first glance, it seemed like a normal power structure. But Gu Chen believed there was a high probability that secrets regarding the source of the apocalypse lay above. On the other hand, even if the Sun and Moon Lighthouse held no other information, Gu Chen did not intend to let it go. After all, this organization was far too formidable. It has already obstructed his plan to unify Blue Star, so Gu Chen had no choice but to invite them to death. This was based on information gathered from Zhao Suzhen Yulang and others, as well as information collected along the way. Worldwide, there were a total of 12 Sun and Moon lighthouses, and now Gu Chen's first stop was to the city of Santoria in the United Colonies. When that towering lighthouse emanating a soft glow appeared on the horizon, the members of the Great Love Alliance were all astonished. Even though they had witnessed many strange phenomena with Gu Chen over the past year, this immense ritual lighthouse still exceeded their imaginations. However, in Gu Chen's eyes, there was only calm. "Aoli, go and break this turtle shell for me." Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the sky, as Aoli manifested the colossal body of a 7-turn true dragon. With dragon claws entwined with destructive thunder and gale, they struck fiercely against the outer layer of the lighthouse, that seemingly indestructible energy shield. Boom! The shield shook violently, its light flickering uncertainly, and spiderweb-like cracks became clearly visible. Alarms blared within the lighthouse, plunging it into chaos. Several powerful auras surged skyward from within the lighthouse. Astonishingly, there were several 5-turn sequence holders, and even one 6-turn powerhouse, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. "Who dares to invade my lighthouse sanctuary?" The leader, a 6-turn individual, shouted furiously. "Sanctuary?" Gu Chen's figure suddenly appeared atop Aoli's massive dragon head. "That will not be the case for long. Gu Chen of the Great Love Alliance invites you all to death." Without any unnecessary words, the battle was about to erupt. The shadows of Hong Yuan, the flames of Ai Sierra, the magnetic field of Tai Mu Bai, the sequence holders of the Great Love Alliance under the absolute power of Gu Chen, and Aoli unleashed astonishing combat strength. Aoli's 7-turn dragon might erupted in full force, and wherever the dragon's breath passed, the lighthouse's defenses crumbled like paper. Gu Chen's spatial power was even more unpredictable, teleporting, strangling, and imprisoning the lighthouse's top combatants at will. That 6-turn elder could only withstand for 10 breaths under Gu Chen's spatial cuts before being gravely injured and on the brink of death. The battle presented a one-sided, crushing momentum. The sequence holder army that the Sun and Moon Lighthouse prided itself on appeared feeble in front of the ironclad army of the Great Love Alliance that emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. captured, or severely injured. As long as they did not resist to the death, the members of the Great Love Alliance did not hold back. After all, Chen sought the annihilation of the high-ranking individuals of the Sun and Moon Lighthouse, not a reckless massacre. Speak, what does the Sun and Moon Alliance intend to do? In the most core control room atop the lighthouse, Chen stood over an elder who was bound his foot on the elder's face. He was the administrator dispatched by the Sun and Moon Alliance to this place. Ha ha ha. What do we intend to do? The elder's face was filled with madness, his mind seemingly having completely shattered. After all, to them all of humanity was merely an experiment. Yet now he had been beaten to such a state by an experiment. You lowly bastards have no idea what great work we are undertaking. Once the disaster passes, we will gain more advanced genetic abilities, and at that time humanity will break free from the galaxy, unifying the entire universe. Such a monumental achievement, and it is going to be ruined by a kid like you. Ha ha ha. Perhaps seeing Chen's potential now and envisioning the future of the Sun and Moon Alliance, the old man had completely lost his mind. Chen directly stomped down, crushing the watermelon and ending the elder's incessant cries. Break free from the galaxy. Unite the entire universe. This meant that the Sun and Moon Alliance had established 12 lighthouses. Essentially, they were using all of humanity as experimental subjects, serving as a ticket to a higher dimension. Clean the battlefield, confiscate all resources and knowledge. Those willing to join the Great Love Alliance will be reviewed according to regulations. Those who resist, kill. Rest for 3 days then. Target California. California was the closest other Sun and Moon lighthouse from this location. Chen's voice resonated throughout the shattered lighthouse and the standing Great Love Alliance troops below. A resounding dragon roar came from the sky as Aeoli announced that the new expedition had begun. No matter what the goals of the Sun and Moon Alliance were, they had become less important to Chen now. Annihilating the Sun and Moon Lighthouse and the Sun and Moon Alliance was merely a small step on Chen's path of great love. His journey was the vast ocean of stars of the entire world.